So I was trying to set up a Coinly, and with these API keys, the secret there's really no point for me in keeping that anywhere. No, I can just always delete the API key and make a new one if I need to again. I'm thinking like the most secure way is just to not store your secret key, because for me it's like a one-time done deal. But I might be wrong on that. Anybody has any thoughts? Like they tell me to store it because they're not gonna give it to me again. So with all the dumpage going on, it's kind of surprising Bitcoin hasn't really moved down. That S&P chart is closing the gap it left on Thursday. There's just a tiny bit more downside for that gap to be completely filled.
Get the music. We'll start when the music goes down. Part of the plan. Thank you for DQing the music. I'm Michael Grimes from Morgan Stanley, and Elon Musk needs no introduction. We just flashed up the forward-looking statement disclosure. Please refer to Twitter's forward-looking statement disclosures, Morgan Stanley Research Conference website. Please refer to Tesla's public disclosures from their Investor Day, because there'll be a little bit about Tesla here today. And with that, why don't we go ahead and bring you Elon Musk direct. He doesn't get a lot of chances to speak directly to investors for this private company, Twitter, so we're going to do that with you directly here today. First is the mission, if you want to call it that. This is what we've heard you say: promote, protect public conversation, town square of the internet. How would you describe it, the mission of Twitter 2.0 under your ownership, Elon?
So the goal is to have Twitter be the best source of truth, the most timely and accurate source of truth, even if the truth is something we don't want to hear or unpleasant or whatever, but have it be timely and accurate and really just where you can really understand what's going on. And not just is something true or not, but what is the narrative? So the thing that I think most people don't, probably you do, but most people don't quite appreciate is that the media controls the narrative. So there are many things that could be talked about in the world, but only a few things can fit on the front page. So, but Twitter doesn't have a limitation like that. So the public can control the narrative, and the public can inform themselves as to what the narrative should be. That's a really big deal. So it's a forum for, I call it citizen journalism, or for the public to get together and communicate in a way that was never possible before. So you can really know what's going on. So I think that's really going to be essential for a functioning democracy. So if you say, like, what is the bedrock of a functioning democracy? It has to be free speech and a level playing field. That's why it's the First Amendment. It was the first thing they did. Like, we got to make sure freedom of speech. And why did they do that? It's because where they came from, there wasn't freedom of speech. And once you lose freedom of speech, you don't get it back. So that's why we must protect it at all costs.
Thank you. On the core principles, if we want to call them that, you just went over citizen journalism, power to the people, and a level playing field. That's what you mean by democratic. We've also heard you say core principles of authentic, informative, and entertaining, accurate, you just went over, and brand safe. Where are you on these?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of these are, a little at odds. Brand safe, I think, really means like where advertising is displayed, that the advertiser gets to choose what material is near that advertising. So if it's something, if it's some sort of like a train accident or a war scene, then probably a family-friendly brand is not going to want to advertise right next to that, Or, it can't be like, here's a bleak war scene, would you like to buy a hamburger? Would be like awkward, So that's understandable. You want to put advertising next to content where it makes sense. But the content in general needs to be authentic and informative, even if it is controversial or jarring. And I think people need to be able to choose, to some degree, what content they want to see. And of course, on Twitter, you can. But really, we want it to be the fundamentally, it's the place you go to learn what's going on and get the real story. That's what the truth, the whole truth. And it's going to be more than, I would like to say nothing but the truth. That's hard. There's going to be a lot of BS there.
Truth and more.
There's going to be lies. It's truth for sure. But you want to have the truth, and you want to bubble up the truth and be able to sort of sort out. Really want truth with the least amount of error.
So you've said Twitter is alive. Another way that's described is it's where news happens, as you just said. So a couple here, Patrick Mahomes and Steph Curry talking to each other, Rihanna speaking directly to her fans. Or in crypto, SBF and CZ were having the conversation directly on Twitter.
Yeah, that's wild.
Sam Altman, launched ChatGPT, announces it on Twitter. Paul Graham takes up a tweet on it. You're tweeting on it. I think 50,000 tweets happened there before it was picked up by the mainstream media, just in the first couple of days.
Yeah.
And so, talk to us about how can the media catch up? If they're on Twitter, they can be seeing these tweets and posting it. If they're not on Twitter, is there no way to catch up? Like, how does the traditional media and citizen journalism and 50,000 tweets on an important subject, how do those intersect, and how does the media catch up?
Well, just as I'm sure many of you use Twitter, everything in Twitter is happening in real time. So if you contrast that to what's happening in a newspaper, they have to learn the information, propose an article to their editor, get it approved, write the article, get it edited, figure out which day it's going to get published on. And so the news is actually, the thing that happened is being reported on at 3-4 days, sometimes a week late. And if it happens on a weekend, then it's like, at least 3 days type of thing. So ChatGPT was huge news for several days on Twitter before there was any news articles about it in major publications. So I think especially if one is, say, thinking about investing in things, you want to have information that is as timely and accurate as possible. There's no better source than Twitter for that.
That's certainly been my experience. So Paul Graham, who's a legend in tech, a legend on Twitter, I think he has tweeted that he's 80% left-leaning, probably, if he had to put him on the scale. So not someone, who's not deemed and revered by all sides of the spectrum. He has said, consistent with your accuracy point, he has said how important accuracy is. And on Twitter, he said, you should be default skeptical of any news story about Twitter and assume it's default wrong, because not only do some journalists have the agenda, but the source has the agenda, and it's so easy to go through the chain of inaccuracy or outright falsehood. Is he right about this? And if so, how can accuracy about Twitter and about you be conducted by the traditional media, if at all? Does a PR department help, which we famously don't have?
PR departments, I have, the right name for PR is propaganda. And I always thought, maybe we should have like a VP of propaganda. That would be, I think just more honest, and also a VP of witchcraft. I thought that would be like, those would be two great ones. So, I mean, the thing if you pick up any given newspaper and go through and read the whole thing and say, how many of those stories are positive about anything at all? Almost none. So if something is newsworthy, it is going to have a negative slant, whether it is positive or not. There's like something in journalism that they've been trained to basically never write a positive story about anything. Once in a while you see a puff piece, but it's rare. So anything that's newsworthy will get written about. Anything that's written about will go through a negativity lens, and so you therefore have a bizarrely negative view of the world if you draw your information from newspapers. This is simply, a fact. So on Twitter, you can get a much more balanced positive, negative situation. It doesn't have that bias quite as much. It's probably still a little bit of negativity bias, but much less so. So I think it's really. I'm not sure what the legacy media does. I mean, at this point, really. Twitter is, by the way, the #1 news app in the world. So in terms of what people download for news, it's #1. There's 500 million active users, 250 million daily users, of which I'd say there's probably 180 million what I call significant daily users, where it's a meaningful amount of time. So like the average amount of time that people spend on Twitter per day of that 250 million is around half an hour or so. So what we have is the thing that's like I think most interesting is there's about 120 to 130 million hours of human attention per day on Twitter, every single day on average. Which is, I think, comes to a really interesting point, which is it's startling how poorly monetized that is, because you have to say, like, how valuable is that attention? 130 million hours of human attention per day, of people that read. So these are generally the smartest people in the world, the most influential people in the world, and you have 130 million hours of their time per day. That's a lot. So currently, Twitter makes about 5 or 6 cents per hour of that time. I think this is poorly monetized.
Paul Graham's attention. Paul Graham's half hour of attention is worth more than that.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm spending 2 hours a day on Twitter, like whatever ads are coming through are getting my attention, getting your attention, getting everyone in the room's attention. Your time is incredibly valuable. So now the thing is, we need to actually serve ads that are relevant and useful. And I think as we do that, we can probably at least get it to like 15 cents an hour, 20 cents an hour. Yeah, a quarter. Yeah.
Right.
So I think the actual potential here for Twitter revenue is gigantic. And it's going to be a win-win situation, which is that if you are served advertising that you find timely and relevant, with products and services that are useful to you, that's good for you and good for the advertiser. Advertising in the limit of relevance is content.
So in the next theme that's out there that's often an inaccurate narrative is that you're indifferent to misinformation or other narratives get put out in the media, that you actually want misinformation on Twitter when, as you've just stated, you want it to be the most accurate in the world. So community notes, I'm going to breeze through a couple of these before asking you about them. Community notes are the fact-checking by power of the people on Twitter. Yeah. So correcting government misstatements from the White House, correcting candidate misstatement from failed gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake that Ron DeSantis had been endorsed by George Soros, adding context while the spy balloon was over Billings, Montana, to a tweet that could have been taken to spiral and mean it had been shot down over Billings with that photo, and adding context to that, preventing a conspiracy theory of train derailments are purposeful or nefarious, as opposed to 1,700 per year, quickly corrected before a right-wing conspiracy theory could get going. Company misstatements, or misstatements about companies, I should say. So the tweet that said, Google set a badge machine to tell you if you were terminated or not, and adding context that, no, they had been emailed on Coinbase, that they'd been told they had to stop staking by regulators. Fact-checked very, very quickly. So how can this scale, this neutral fact-checking, which seems elusive in fact-checking, but Twitter seems to have a handle on it, but how does it scale, and how does it avoid being hijacked by either side of an issue or political spectrum trying to hijack community notes to not have it be neutral?
There's a white paper on community notes that I recommend reading. In fact, I'll tweet it out so that people can have easy access to it. But because it's really quite a clever idea. it takes the viewpoint of someone. Think of it in a way like PageRank for pages as applied to people, which is that as people build credibility in how they review notes, they build up enough credibility to actually write notes. And then those notes are then rated by others, and depending upon the credibility of the people rating your note, your credibility score gets affected. So it's sort of like a collection of credibility.
PageRank.
PageRank. It's PageRank for credibility.
But there were link farms created in faraway places to spam PageRank, so that's going to be attempted, but you're going to apply your software skills and things to prevent that.
In order to be a notes contributor, you have to be a verified person.
I see.
Yeah. So you have to have, and it takes a while to get verified. You can't suddenly, you will have no, if you just, when you just start out, you will start off with no credibility score.
Yeah, so it's very hard to link farm.
Yes. And when we actively look at any attempts to game the system and shut them down and remove them from the system if they're determined to be not real people or if they seem to be brigading. Because there are deliberate attempts to manipulate community notes. We also make the community notes source code is open and available, so you can basically see everything. So
that's in the white paper or linked?
It's not on the white paper, but it's available on the internet.
Okay, it's available.
Yeah, you can search for it. So you can see exactly how community notes is calculating things, what changes are made to community notes, and we'll keep iterating. And the goal is to have truth with the least amount of error. So, there's always like, what is truth? And I think the important, like, one way to sort of, for example, say, like, if someone really aspired to the truth, if they really aspire to the truth, they must acknowledge that there is some probability that what they think is untrue. If somebody thinks there's no probability, 0% that what they think, if somebody thinks that is trying to claim to you that what they're saying is true with 100% probability, there's a 100% probability they are lying. So truth with acknowledged error, where you aim to minimize that error over time. That's what community notes is. I think also once someone gets community noted, they think twice about being deceptive in the future. So you start getting noted a few times, people are like, uh-oh.
I know someone who's been community noted.
Yeah.
No one's immune, meaning
Yes.
you've been community noted on this CNN, fake Chiron. CNN made no such claim that, free speech on Twitter by allowing people to speak freely.
Yeah.
And you were quickly community noted on a satirical tweet, and community said, this is not accurate. Is this the one you tweeted, community notes for the win? I think you may have.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is that anyone can be noted, including me. And in fact, I wanted to make a note of being noted. The point is that if I can be noted, anyone can be noted, including advertisers. So we've had a few cases where the advertising wasn't accurate and it got noted.
Oh, the mortgage one, loan money to yourself. I think I saw that.
Loan money to yourself. Yeah, sure.
Right, and so, but it's your own customer, and they can be noted, and then
Yes.
and then presumably change the ad.
Yes, I mean this will, I think, be very helpful in truth in advertising.
Okay.
I can't emphasize enough. The goal is rigorous pursuit of the truth, aspirationally the whole truth, and the least amount of untruth. Yeah.
So let's talk back about brand safety. We'll go through two quick ones here. One narrative that's out there that probably affected advertisers and agencies was Twitter was going to become this hotbed of hate speech. And shortly after the acquisition, there was this bot attack you've talked about that seemed designed to try to make that a self-fulfilling prophecy, actually, until it was quickly defeated by your team. And there's 50% less hate speech, according to what your team has put out.
Yeah.
This is a graphic. Then pre-acquisition. So not only is it a priority for you, but less, half as much as before. And then on child sexual exploitation, something that's been so important to you.
Yeah.
800K suspended accounts. That's 4 times more than in any month of the prior year of your ownership, and the 99% reduction in successful searches for CSE patterns. So talk to us about how much of a priority this is and how successful you've been at it, but then also presumably more can be done.
Yeah. I've repeatedly said to the trust and safety team at Twitter that the number one priority, which will always be the number one priority no matter what, is ensuring that children are safe on Twitter, that there's no child exploitation. So that is number one priority always and forever. And what I've been told is that we've done more to eliminate this on Twitter in the last 4 months than has been done in the last 10 years. And it will continue to be number one priority. You know, 100-fold reduction in CSE search patterns is pretty gigantic, to say the least. Yeah, it's absolute number one.
So continued on brand safety, you know, this Global Alliance for Responsible Media's brand safety floor, the GARM, you know, Twitter Business had tweeted out earlier in the year that in testing, 99%, at least 99% of measured ad impressions appeared on content that exceeded that floor. So, you know, what message do you have for your advertisers when you're talking to a CMO, to the head of an agency, just in total? I think you touched on this a little, if there's anything to add, but brand safety is in fact a top priority with a team all over it, and technology and humans focused on the subject? Yeah,
as I said, I mean, with respect to brand safety, it really it depends a lot on the brand. I mean, if you've got sort of, you know, kind of, and by the way, Disney is a major advertiser on Twitter worldwide. One of our biggest advertisers. Apple's one of our biggest advertisers. But Disney, of course, does not want to have their ads next to things that aren't appropriate for a family audience. But there are other products that are kind of more, you know, R-rated, if you will, and so they're more comfortable with their advertising being in the equivalent of like an R-rated movie or something like that. So brand safety varies depending upon what brand you're talking about. Is it a family brand or less family brand? But advertisers can actually adjust how much what content they're comfortable having their advertising appear next to. The same is true on TV. So the advertising that you'll see at, say, 7 p.m. is different from the advertising that you'll see at midnight. And we have the same functionality on Twitter. So it's really up to the advertiser where they want to put their content. But I think by far the most important thing is that the advertising is effective, that it is relevant, and that it moves the needle for a company. The advertising relevance is the most gigantic thing. And this is going to sound totally bizarre, but Twitter did not consider relevance in advertising until 3 months ago. And in fact, if you've used Twitter for a long time, which probably many of you have, you should say, like, how many products have you bought off Twitter? Probably 0. Judging by the laughter, probably 0. So, and your time is incredibly valuable.
Flamethrower? No one bought a flamethrower?
Well, I mean, it's possible that they might have bought things from, you know, content-based tweets, because the content that's recommended is reasonably relevant, but the advertising has not been. So as we moved to shift towards the advertising being relevant and timely, this is really, like I said, advertising that is relevant and timely is information, it is content. And the value of the time of 130 million person hours of the smartest people on Earth is insanely valuable. And frankly, historically, with the advertising being mostly irrelevant in the past, we've been wasting people's time, and that's not good. Going forward, Twitter will have very relevant, useful advertising, and because it is useful, because it is relevant, there will be a massive increase in revenue because it is now useful. I'm very optimistic about the future. It's been a very difficult 4 months, but I'm optimistic about the future.
Appreciate that. So let's get back to a democratic platform for all. You've said there's no permanent suspensions of anyone on the left. You've brought back both left and right, but I think what you've tweeted is you had to unban a lot more on the right because that's who was banned for the most part. But your goal is equally unbanned, complete equal level playing field for all sides of the political spectrum?
Yeah, I mean, I think the objective reality for anyone looking at Twitter for the longest time was that Twitter had a massive thumb on the scale on the left side. Twitter would ban and suspend.
All right, so how's everybody doing? Everybody making it through that little dip and hanging in there? What's up?
So,
Profits?
And that's like naturally what you'd expect, frankly, because where are we? We're in San
Listening
Francisco,
to this Elon Musk Twitter, I think he might slip up and say Doge with Morgan Stanley.
Twitter was controlled by.
I'm gonna get back in Discord till it's over.
So the natural thing that would happen then is suppression of moderates, not just suppression of the right, but even suppression of moderate voices. So, but that's not conducive to a healthy national dialogue. In order to have a healthy national dialogue, you have to represent the whole country, and you have to represent everyone in other countries too. It's got to be, that's the only way to have a town square. And so, yeah, there were disproportionately more accounts unsuspended and unshadow banned on the right because Twitter had a huge thumb on the scale in favor of the left. So that's but if you say, like, have we been suspending accounts on the left? Have we been shadow banning accounts on the left? No, we haven't. So because exactly what I said is we are doing, which is to make it an even playing field. And something is freedom of the speech when you're hearing speech that from someone you don't like, and what you're saying, you don't like what they're saying. Otherwise, it's not free speech. And if you don't have that ability, then sooner or later, that suppression of speech is going to be turned on you. So it is a good sign if you're seeing people you don't like say things you don't like. That is a good sign, not a bad sign, because it means, and provided you can say your piece too. I think this is fundamental. I mean, the reason I did the Twitter acquisition was not because I thought this would be some lucrative gold mine. And in fact, it has been arduous and difficult with and being dumped on every day. Well, that's not the most fun thing in the world. But if we do not have a strong foundation of free speech, I fear for the future of our civilization. We must have this. That's why I did it.
Thank you for doing it. Switching gears, a media narrative that may have some accuracy. They're not all inaccurate. The code base is difficult to change. Tech debt unwieldy. Rube Goldberg machine is a term you've used. So is
fractal Rube Goldberg.
Fractal Rube Goldberg. This is
like
at least partially accurate, if not accurate.
Yes. Well, yes. The code base is like a Rube Goldberg machine, and when you zoom in on one part of the Rube Goldberg machine, there's another Rube Goldberg machine, and then there's another one.
This is your penguin.
That's what I mean by the fractal. A fractal, as you zoom in, it's just another fractal and another fractal, a fractal Rube Goldberg machine. So it's quite difficult to keep this thing running, and then also difficult to advance the product because it is really overly complex, to say the least. And we'll make a change, what appears to be a small change somewhere, that then causes a massive disruption. For example, just yesterday, we made what we thought was a small change, and we'll put out we want to be in the sort of full disclosure of everything, including dirty, gruesome details. But essentially there was what was supposed to be a small change to 1% of the Twitter user base ended up being a catastrophic change to 100% of the Twitter user base. We don't have enough time to go into the details, but there was a Boolean flag in the Twitter front end that should not have been there, we fixed that. But let me give you like a silly example. At one point, there was a problem with Twitter Spaces where suspended users were able to join conversations even though they were suspended, and we temporarily turned off access to Twitter Spaces, which then made anyone who is using the Twitter Android app unable to like tweets. Now, how those things are connected is not clear. So if you were
in the Rube Goldberg fractally.
That's what I'm saying. So if you had an iOS app, you could like tweets. If you were on the web app, you could like tweets, but not if you had an Android app because of Spaces. And you're like, what? So one of the things we're doing, there's a lot of work behind the scenes in simplifying the code base, getting rid of extraneous features, and enabling Twitter to evolve more rapidly in the future. But it requires a lot of cleanup, essentially. Yeah.
So, you've grown users despite this lean engineering team and the code base being unwieldy, and cloud spend 40% down, cut out a data center. Mm-hmm. Is this due to the strength of the engineering team that you've been able to achieve this and introduce subscription and other features while trying to hold it all together? And where does that engineering team go to accomplish both the code base enhancements and all the features you've said you want to introduce?
Yeah, I think on balance we're doing okay because, and just to give you a sense of where things were at the close of acquisition on, say, October 29th, Twitter was tracking to a negative $3 billion a year burn rate, and had $1 billion in the bank. So that's a pretty dire situation. If 2023 had been a normal year, Twitter would have done something on the order of $4.5 billion in revenue, $4.5 billion in cost, roughly break even. But when you add $1.5 billion of debt servicing to that, and a massive decline in advertising, some of it's cyclic, some of it political, but call it at least a 50% decline in revenue, roughly a 50% decline in revenue. You've got over $3 billion negative. Now, Twitter has some revenue that's not advertising based, so
data services.
Exactly. Data subscriptions and whatnot. But it was in the absence of action, Twitter would have had $6 billion in cost and $3 billion in revenue, so minus $3 billion, and with $1 billion in the bank. So it would have gone bankrupt in 4 months. So immediate and drastic action had to be taken, which was. And so we actually have now cut the burn to the non-interest burn to roughly $1.5 billion. So we've got $1.5 billion of debt servicing and $1.5 billion of expenditures. We went from 3 data centers to 2, and reduced our cloud expenditures significantly, while at the same time having the fastest product evolution in Twitter's history. So overall, not bad. There've been a few bumps along the road, obviously, but this is to be expected. And now I think we have the opportunity to grow it into something quite spectacular. We have the highest total user minutes in Twitter history. So the real number to care about is actually not the MDAO monthly, which is theoretically monetizable daily active users, but it's user time. How many total user hours per day do you have? That's the real figure of merit. Because one could, for example, say go to 300 million daily active users, but if they spent less time on the system cumulatively, that would actually be a downgrade. It's how much human attention are you worth? And that's where I think, like I said, that the really profound thing is what Twitter has is roughly 130 million hours of the smartest, most influential people on Earth every single day. There's nothing else that has that. I mean, there are social networks that have more users, but they do not have the smart, influential people. They don't have you.
So if I do the math on what you've said about the advertiser pause and revenue decline and the cost changes, it's EBITDA profitable today, and then you're looking for cash flow break even after debt service.
Well, it's EBITDA profitable, but the D in the EBITDA is quite big.
The D is big, right. When do you get to cash flow break even with the D? When do you get to cash flow break even after that D?
This is where we need to focus on the E part.
Yes.
I hope we pay taxes.
And the T.
Yeah. So, like I said, I mean, we're getting to the point where we're close to having the total expenditures for the company, excluding debt, roughly equal to the debt.
Okay. Cash flow break even.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think we'll be there in Q2.
In Q2.
And then, I definitely don't want to count chickens before they hatch or jinx it or anything. But I think we've got a shot at being cash flow positive next quarter in Q2.
Okay. So some of that'll depend on advertisers. So we'll talk quickly about advertising. You've mentioned it a few times. The value is clear: 147 billion impressions on Twitter of World Cup 22, and 50% year-over-year growth in NFL video views. 39% increase in Super Bowl mentions. The NFL putting out engagements never been higher. And then WPP's CEO, Mark Reed, said 10 days or however long ago this was, February 24, Twitter seems to be more stable, and I think advertising clients presumably here, will look about coming back to Twitter. So are you in touch with agency and CMOs, and is this the theme? I think we just saw McDonald's or others coming back as they realize you are absolutely focused on the things you were said not to be focused on in terms of brand safety, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, I think really what I'd say to advertisers and brands is, use Twitter yourself and believe what you see on Twitter, not what you read in the newspapers. Because what you see on Twitter is the real thing, and what you read in newspapers is not. I'd like to thank Mark Reed and WPP for their support, and Publicis and others, and for the advertisers that have stuck with us, like Disney and Apple. Thank you.
So that's brand advertising. You've mentioned a few times performance advertising. I think I've heard your story about White Lotus, which maybe you can share here. Performance-based advertising has been very lucrative for other companies and can be made more relevant on a more narrowcast basis, if you will, than pure brand advertising. So when do you introduce performance-based advertising and scale it?
Oh, we introduced from the moment the acquisition closed. Like we have to have performance-based advertising is really just advertising that is relevant.
Relevant.
In fact, we should really have aspirationally zero non-performance-based advertising. We want advertising that matters. People's attention is precious. we should not serve them ads that are annoying or irrelevant or strident or ugly. And it's interesting you mentioned White Lotus. I actually was talking to David Zaslav, who's great, and he was like, hey, why can't we put a White Lotus trailer every time someone mentions White Lotus on Twitter? I'm like, absolutely. So like one of the super obvious but profound things that we're doing is enabling keyword advertising so that you can enter the keywords and like White Lotus, and if somebody mentions White Lotus, you put the White Lotus trailer there. I mean, this sounds very obvious.
You don't need GPT-3 for this.
We don't need advanced AI for this one. You know, it's sort of just Google AdWords, but applied to tweets and the home timeline and replies and everywhere else. Because you'll often have very sort of long, deep conversations, people going on, talking about movies, TV, products, and whatnot, and that's the perfect opportunity for advertisers to provide their message. You know, if I think about something, for example, like Starlink, which does advertise in various media, for Starlink, would want to advertise to users in regions that are not already saturated. So Starlink tends to be saturated in urban areas, but is not saturated in rural areas. And so what Starlink would like to do is like say, please show the ad to rural users with a slow connection. And then the simple message is, do you want faster internet for less money? Click. Probably you do. And Twitter needs to be able to do a simple thing like that, and it will be. And in fact, it is already able to do that. We just haven't fully rolled it out. So we're I think around 20%-ish, but by the end of this year, almost all advertising should be reasonably relevant.
And that your Starlink example comes back to your disposable income, if you want to, or the education level and the ability to buy and afford the Starlink subscription of the Twitter user. Like it also dovetails back into that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think there's also an opportunity here to have advertising be much really improve the relevance of advertising using AI in the sense that based on what tweets somebody views, likes, and whatever, you can actually populate a parameter space, an ML parameter space, and then you can take an ad, and even if you say nothing about that ad, after it's dropped in the Twitter system and it has 10,000 views, you populate a parameter space of the ad, and then you correlate the user parameter space and the ad parameter space, and then you don't need to do any demographic targeting, because you could be like, say it's a gardening ad. Well, you could be 20, 30, 40, you could be 70 years old, any sex, whatever, it doesn't matter. What matters is you like gardening. And that's the ad that should be shown. And so I think we can get away from a lot of the sort of targeting by age range and sex and whatever in favor of targeting by interest. And a lot of these sort of demographic targeting was done coming from a TV or newspaper era where you don't have interaction with the user. You just have to kind of guess, because it's a one-way street in TV. But on Twitter, it's not a one-way street. There's continuous interaction. So I think we can just have a profoundly more useful advertising experience.
So let's close on Twitter before getting to another couple companies I've heard that you run. The vision you're building towards, I think you've called it X, or the Everything app.
Yeah.
Tell us about it. You know, beyond just improving the advertising and you know, what will we be able to do on Twitter in your grandest vision?
Yeah, so X.com is, so I think it's possible to create a very powerful finance experience, basically. Kind of, like PayPal is kind of like a halfway version of what I think could be done in payments and finance. And so you want to be, like, let's say, you want to be able to send money easily from one account on X/Twitter to another account effortlessly with one click. You want to be able to, I think, earn interest on the money. You want to be able to have debt, so your interest can go negative. I mean, basically, I think it's possible to become the biggest financial institution in the world. So just by providing people with convenient payment options, we don't have the time to go into it in detail here, except if we just make the app more and more useful, people will use it more, and it'll be great. I mean, yeah, so you'll see.
Okay. We're still on Twitter for a moment, but we had, in Austin, thank you for hosting, at the Investor Day, and you showcased 16 executives on stage at various times with you, an incredibly deep and built-out management team. And I think the executive team with you at Twitter, is perhaps a bit leaner. Maybe there's a media narrative here that's accurate. So
look, he does have a black turtleneck as well.
So
do you need anything more? I don't think so.
So when does the Twitter management team have that bench like you showcased at the Gigafactory?
Well, I think it takes a long time to build a strong management team. And we've built the Tesla management team over 20 years. So I think Twitter is an easier problem than Tesla by a long shot. But it'll take some time to build the team, and I don't know, probably a few years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And switching gears, you shared Master Plan 3 at the Gigafactory, and the edit that came to my mind was Master Planet after your first piece there on sustainable energy for all of Earth. Can you take us through that positive, optimistic, mathematically underpinned vision for our planet?
Okay, there's not a lot of time to do that, but I guess the overall message is that we can absolutely make Earth, turn Earth into a sustainable energy economy, fully sustainable, using lithium-ion batteries, solar, wind, as well as geothermal, nuclear, and other things, but primarily it'll be solar and wind, and lithium-ion batteries. And our calculations, you need roughly 240 terawatt-hours of lithium-ion batteries. Most of those will be iron phosphate lithium, of the iron phosphate variety, in other words, with a primarily iron cathode, which is a plentiful material. In fact, Earth is the number one element on Earth is actually iron, a little factoid. I think Earth by mass is about 32% iron and about 30% oxygen, and then everything else is miscellaneous. So we're like a muddy rust ball. So plenty of iron. Basically, the materials needed to make 240 terawatt-hours of batteries are actually plentiful on Earth. We don't need to mow down the Amazon or anything like that. We don't need to basically do anything terrible to the environment to create 240 terawatt-hours of batteries. In fact, there will be less mining required in a sustainable energy economy than is currently required. Really, this is a message of hope and optimism grounded in physical reality. It is not wishful thinking. So we should be excited and inspired about the future. And I'm not suggesting complacency or anything like that, or that we should, and getting there faster is better than getting there slower. But what we don't need to live some terrible austere life and give up the things that we like. You can have the things that you like, in fact, even more of them, and the environment can be good, all the good things are possible, is what I'm saying. We should be excited and optimistic about the future. We need to go build it. It's a lot of work. But you should not feel sad about the future regarding sustainable energy. It will happen. We just want to make it happen faster rather than slower.
So that was the first big takeaway. You know, the next one that I had was this, your next phase of vertical integration, the relentless first principles thinking on vehicle design, battery design, factory optimization, you know, at the same time as the vehicle, that could lead to a target, I guess, of this, you know, 50% step change in cost when the new gen eventually comes around. Can you just take us through the quick summary of that, and it unlocks the next wave of the TAM because there's price elasticity, is what you were sharing on this subject as the second big takeaway for Tesla?
Yeah, I mean, there's a clear path to making a smaller vehicle that is roughly half the production cost and difficulty of our Model 3. That vehicle will be, really used almost entirely in autonomous mode. The thing that is really gigantic for Tesla is autonomy. And if people have used the Tesla Full Self-Driving and have seen how rapidly the Full Self-Driving capability has been evolving, it should be obvious that that is by far the most profound thing. There's the sort of total addressable market stuff. It's like, guys, this is like actually not the right way to think about it. It's like passenger vehicles right now only see about 10 to 12 hours of use per week. There's 168 hours in a week. If those vehicles are autonomous, they're probably going to get used for 50 or 60 hours a week. That's a 5x increase in the value of a car, and it costs the same to make the car. At that point, you basically have software margins in a hardware product. It's insane. Total addressable market is everyone, all humans.
Powerful. So let's switch gears to SpaceX, hitting first Starlink. What can you tell us about Starlink and the scale and deployment and how that's going?
Yeah, the Starlink team is doing an amazing job. More than half of all satellites in orbit right now are Starlink satellites. So if you add up all satellites launched cumulatively, they are less than Starlink. So Starlink is currently providing global connectivity. You can get connectivity anywhere on Earth, from the most remote part of Antarctica to San Francisco, anywhere. It's full global connectivity, high bandwidth, and low latency. The latency is important because unless you're in low Earth orbit, you cannot get low latency. The geostationary satellites are up, very, very high. You've sort of got sometimes up to a second of latency from a geostationary satellite, all things inclusive. Whereas with Starlink satellites, we believe we can get the latency under 20 milliseconds. And in fact, for international communications, an interesting thing is that in fiber, light travels much slower than in aero vacuum. So in rough approximation, light travels about 300 kilometers per millisecond in air and vacuum, but only just roughly over 200 kilometers per millisecond in fiber. So you've got like a sort of roughly 40% increase in speed of light going through the Starlink system than through fiber, and it can also follow a more direct route instead of following the sort of coastline of the continents. It can actually have a more direct route. So it's a shorter route, and and inherently faster from a physics standpoint. So it connects the world way better than fiber. And it will provide, and is providing, connectivity to people that either never had it before or where their options were extremely expensive or very low bandwidth. So it's helping out a lot of communities that never had access, especially when you consider that education is digital these days. That's really how you can learn anything. You can basically learn anything. You can basically learn anything for free on the internet if you have the internet. So in terms of providing education abilities to remote communities, Starlink is doing a lot of good in that regard.
Lastly, the launch, whether Falcon 9 Heavy or Starship, I think you had the static fire test that went well, and what can you tell us about the next phase on launch for Starship?
Yeah, so we're getting ready for the first launch of Starship. This is a very difficult program. The rocket is roughly 2.5 times the thrust of a Saturn V. So if or once it reaches orbit, it'll be by far the biggest rocket to reach orbit. But more importantly, it is designed to be the first fully reusable rocket, orbital rocket ever. So the key to extending life beyond Earth is a fully and rapidly reusable orbital rocket. This is a very hard problem given the constraints of Earth. Earth has a thick atmosphere and strong gravity. It is only barely possible to do this. That's why it has not been done before. But we're getting close for our first orbital attempt of Starship. Hopefully in the next month or so, we'll have our first attempt. I'm not saying it'll get to orbit, but I am guaranteeing excitement. So it won't be boring. I think it's got, I don't know, hopefully above 50% chance of reaching orbit. And then we're building a whole series of Starships in South Texas. And so I think we've got, I don't know, hopefully about an 80% chance of reaching orbit this year. It'll probably take us a couple more years to achieve full and rapid reusability, which I can't emphasize enough is it is the profound breakthrough that is needed to extend life beyond Earth, because it lowers the cost of access to space by orders of magnitude. In the same way that if let's say there were no airplanes that were reusable, how expensive would air flight be? It would be insane. You'd have to buy a new airplane every time you flew somewhere, and you have to tow a small airplane behind you for the return flight. So, that's just not going to scale. So assuming things go well there, this vehicle it could make life multiplanetary. That's a really big deal. It could make life on Mars real. And I think that's one of the great filters that any civilization has to pass through, which is, does the civilization become multiplanetary or not? This is one of the elements of the Fermi paradox. I sort of wonder that if we are able to get to multiplanetary, that'll be a forcing function for ultimately improving spaceflight to become multistellar, to go to other star systems. And I think we may discover that there are many long-dead one-planet civilizations. We don't want to be one of those. We don't want to be one of those lame one-planet civilizations. Please.
I think we're going to wrap on that. Thank you, Elon Musk.
All right, thanks.
And Elon will take a rap on that. He was checking his phone, sweating profusely, probably in a big leveraged long right now. He was hoping Elon would tweet or say something about Doge. See, if he was smart, he would have baited him into a question. Like, what's up? Like, he just had the opportunities. Like, when's the Doge 1 mission going to be? What's up with the Doge 1 mission, Elon? Problem with the Doge 1 mission is the guy behind it is shilling some other shit coins.
But Doge One mission is directly related to Elon, right?
Well, related because they paid in Doge, and Elon tweeted about it. But that's the only relation. The company is hiring SpaceX for the payload, and they're just going to be doing some kind of advertising in space. So the coins they're promoting, there's 3 shit coins they're promoting. They're on swaps, these coins. It's like XI, Pi, and Theta, or some weird Greek names for the coins. And these coins are to be able to advertise in space on that display. You have to buy those coins. And with those coins, you can design your advertisement that you want to put in space. So this guy noticed his tweets. His tweets, none of them have hashtag Doge behind them. They always have hashtag his bullshit shitcoin. So he's just trying to ride on Doge's coattail. And he paid for it when Doge was doing really good. So that was a smart move from him. That's when he paid for the trip. But the reason Elon's not talking about it too much because I think he realized this guy that's doing the Doge 1 mission is actually shilling some other shit coins. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, that's tough. But it looks like the reality, you know.
Because if it was more that had to do with Elon, I think he would have talked about it a little bit more these last few months, just a little bit, something about it. But when he took the deal, he got paid. SpaceX got paid in Doge, and this guy was like, "Hey, I want to make a Doge mission. I'll pay in Doge. I'll call it the Doge 1 mission, and I'm going to advertise on a Doge display in space. And it's going to be related with NFTs, with Doge and everything." So Elon said, great. But later he finds out that this display in space, it's not going to be accepting Dogecoin. It's going to be accepting 3 shit coins. Doge will be fine, though. I'll be right back.
I'm back. So, who's trading what? Anyone taking shorts or longs? I see Solana made a new low while I was eating. Damn. Is my chart stuck or Cardano just doesn't care about the rest dumping? Yeah, looks like Cardano already found its support for now. Link also came pretty close to breaking its low from 3rd March, but it didn't yet. And Bitcoin filled a pretty big buy order at 22,000 that stopped the bleed for now. Dixie also showing still uptrend, but few red candles, and S&P finally trying to bounce maybe on the 5-minute. Yeah, the hourly chart on S&P doesn't look that bad. We closed the gap from Friday or Thursday evening. And this is a good area to bounce, where the power is bearish or bullish shouldn't be that relevant. Now, if it doesn't bounce here, yeah, we'll put a new low below 39.27. There's not much sells. Where are sellers? Are they hiding, or they just all market sold already? Yeah, I mean, looking at this order book, if this turn, there's nothing above us until like, what the? Something is odd. There's no, there's no sell wall before 24.5. Well, bears have to break this now. No, it's odd. Usually you have a big cell above you, but I don't see it here. They're hiding. Or maybe it's so bearish that they gave up hope of selling higher, and so they just canceled their sales above and just looking for opportunities to sell even lower. That's some FOMO selling going on. Fear of missing the short.
I did want Doge to uh, to Doge to pump higher so that I could short it higher. But that was still pretty good. I think it was bad timing that Elon was actually speaking, but I guess it pumped it a little bit, dumped it fully. However, I don't think Bitcoin is done like on tomorrow's daily. I think we might on the fact that we might dump even more and retest support at 21,191, 21,200. These sets are the practice supports, but still, so I think this action is still not a major dump for Bitcoin at least. I still consider this pretty sideways. But the alts, yeah, alts definitely take a hit. I think even if we go to 2,800, it's still for Bitcoin. It's still quite a reasonable fib level. Let me look at the fib level. To retest.
What's up, PG?
Hi, Sissy. What's up? What are you trading? I actually
I'm not
missed
really
this
trading.
morning.
I'm battling with Binance verification process for the 5th time.
Oh
I'm gonna
no.
get it. Yeah, you need like light, correct lighting.
Binance Global?
Yeah. I just want to connect Coinly with my. I'm not trading on this anymore because of this anyway. But I just want to connect Coinly to it so it gets my history. But to connect, to do an API, you need to be verified.
I see. That's cool. Yeah. If I would be able to use Binance Global, I would.
And it's a good exchange. I don't wanna. I wanna keep the possibility of moving things there. But last time I tried, I got fed up and I gave up. Now I'm trying again, and I have the same problem. Which is that you need an ID card. It doesn't work good with passport. Maybe it's my cell phone now.
Okay, okay, I see. Yeah, that seems complicated. But don't give up because Binance Global coins are so good.
I prefer Bybit personally.
Yeah, but there's some of the new coins that run like are only on Binance. And they have a really good grid bot. Like their grid bot is like no other platform.
Binance, yeah. They do plenty of events also.
Yeah.
I just realized I missed they had I had a $500. It's quite a lot actually of coupon, but it's expired because I didn't connect on Binance for like 6 months at least. I went to my reward center and there's like a $500 bonus that's expired. Like damn, that was quite a lot.
Wow, yeah, that's a lot of bonus. I haven't heard any platform doing that.
Oh, it says flexible trial fund. I don't know if it's really $500 honestly, but it's expired anyway. I put it in the TA chat. But yeah, simple earn 500 USDT expired. I guess they give you $500 to trade with, and yeah, the profits are yours. When well, you can lose up to $500 maybe. Trial fund. Yeah, you can't withdraw that $500. You can only trade it. I mean, that would pump the altcoins a lot. No, if everybody gets $500 of trial, go have fun on futures. There you go. Oh yes, Binance, congratulations! You have passed. Yeah. All right. So it's really, if anybody has this issue, it's really lighting. Like you really need to be careful with how much light there is.
Okay, it went through. Good, good.
4 attempts. Like the fifth try worked. You know, you have to take a selfie of yourself, then you have to move the cell phone around your head, give them the picture of your ears. It does like a facial recognition, a 3D model, whatever it does, I don't know. But that's a lot of biometric information. But yeah, that's done. I'm watching this YouTuber who's trading ABCs. He's in a short. And he sees the pump Bitcoin did a few hours ago, and he's like, well, this usually happens, on the Fed meetings, people buy. So for him, the Fed meeting should have a bullish outcome. Which he doesn't even know what the guy said there or not. But it's like, for him, it's, oh, these are early players buying in, and we're going to get a new low, and he's going to probably exit his short there or whatever. But like he's expecting downside, thinking that the Fed gave bullish news. Because that's kind of what we saw on the charts, right? We saw a reaction at the previous lows. So I guess he's worried for his short.
Yeah, technically, this move that we got today, I was expecting it tomorrow, but sometimes it can happen a little quicker. But which means that tomorrow it's gonna be even lower. Tomorrow's retest for support. Because today I was literally, like it could still happen today. I was just expecting a indecision doji, just like yesterday, and then tomorrow we go test lower support. But now that we already tested the previous wick, now we might test even lower wick tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, usually these Fed news, I don't know actually if they have a long-term effect or if it's just, pump and dump on the day of the news. Well, there was no news anyway. The news are gonna be on Friday with unemployment.
There's still 3 hours on this daily candle, so we might pump a little bit and just leave it as a sideways doji, or like, try to recover on this daily candle. But that doesn't mean that we're done. Yeah, but yeah, like that would support the fractal. Like if we just leave a doji candle on the daily. But if not, yeah, then it actually is bearish because then instead of a doji, we have a red candle.
Well, bears really need to attack this because if it doesn't break, we've completed the 3 down legs, and like you can't count this as a third leg down if it doesn't break a bit more. Well, I guess you can. Well, on some exchanges, Bitcoin made a new low, right?
Okay.
Since 25K, we have one downtrend, one uptrend, one downtrend. We don't really have an uptrend here, but some sideways. And today we just made a new low, so I could try and be bullish, counting that we are already in the third leg down on the 4-hour chart, yeah, or even on the daily. And yeah, this is gonna find support somewhere.
Maybe that third leg will be tomorrow. The third leg down.
Well, this yeah, right. Well, the issue is we didn't really go up. Like you can't really count what happened since 3rd March as an uptrend there. There's no uptrend there. It's just sideways. Whereas what happened between 24th of February and 1st of March, there you had some sort of uptrend with that even had itself an up down up. So yeah, that was really an
Mm-hmm.
upward move. Whereas here it's more like yeah sideways.
So this ABC, on what time frame are you doing? Because fractals are basically ABCs as well. I mean, they just keep playing back, just like ABCs keep playing back. So what time frame do you usually look at your ABCs? Do you look at them in all time frames to
Yeah,
confidence?
all time frames. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what I do. I
Like
like
right
to.
now, I drew it on the hourly, but it works all the way up to the 4 hour, and maybe even the daily. But it's the same, you know. It's for me, it's 22,700. There's no bullishness as long as Bitcoin is below that, and it couldn't even touch it for now. Which confirms
Oh yeah,
bearishness. We're not even able to retest our previous lows as resistance. We find resistance like $100 below that.
yeah. We tried so hard to like stay about 22,500. I mean, and yesterday we had a chance to break 22,700, break 23K, and then become bullish again. But that also didn't happen. So both like just exhausted now.
Yeah, but bears are also failing to really dump it for now. But let's give it some time. You got bullish divergences all over the place because we dumped slower than last time. But we are at the same price level, but coming from a slower price move than last time. Like last time we dumped straight to 22K. This time we dumped back to the same level, but you know, slower. So RSI didn't go as low as last time. So you end up with higher lows on RSI on almost every coin. But price action sometimes made a lower low, depending on the coin. Like ETH didn't, right? ETH didn't put a new low.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got disconnected. I'm back. But I heard most of it. But yeah, like on this daily candle, I would like Bitcoin to reclaim at least 22,300 by the end of the daily candle. I think I got disconnected when you're talking about ETH.
So yeah, it would turn this daily candle into a much more bullish one if we close that 22,300.
Yeah.
It would be a hammer type of candle.
Well, that's what the fractal calls for, but that's why I'm expecting that. But if not, then oh well, we just broke the fractal into a more bearish trend. But yeah,
Yeah, a third leg down, right? Or second, depending on if you count this sideways as an up leg.
yeah.
On altcoins, I have no issue recognizing this as like just one single down move, but on Bitcoin, it's not the case. It has some structure already since 25K. The guy is in a short. He's like, come on, break 22.
This phone Discord is horrible because it keeps like freezing. Um, all right, well, I'm back. Hopefully it doesn't freeze again. Was there a meeting today? Maybe I missed it, like in the morning.
Yeah, Fed meeting. Well, not meeting, but he talked in front of politicians. They asked him political questions, and he didn't answer, of course.
He didn't answer them.
No, well, he did, but to he can't get too political. So he's like, "This is the Congress's problem. Me, I'm just here to make sure America stays the world reserve currency."
Uh-huh.
No, it's me. It's just me saying that. He didn't say that, but yeah, he didn't really answer the politically important questions, of course. They even asked him, can you keep rate hikes while we have this debt? His answer was, yes, I can. I don't care. That's your problem. You can go bankrupt, but I don't care. That's how I understood his answer. It's like, that's not my problem. It's really political problems. Yeah, you guys spend it too much. Now you're having debt issues. I'll just do my rate hikes. We can still increase rates and have. For him, debt isn't a big problem. That debt ceiling issue. He makes us think it's not connected, but how can it not be? Who put that guy in place anyway? It's the president, or it's the previous president, or there must be quite a lot of links between the administration and that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I never watched this shit before, like crypto. I don't even know who that is actually.
I
I
think it's
mean,
supposed to be independent from politics, but in practice, it can't be.
yeah, it's definitely connected.
Now, if Biden tells him, please make sure markets pump so that I get reelected, he's not going to do that. That's for sure. But he probably has the America's debt as a factor somewhere in, at one point. Like if he, there's probably a cap to how much you can increase the rates when that becomes an issue compared to what other countries are doing. Because there's no rate hike in China, from what I know right now. So that's also another geopolitical issue. Like, are they? Is it better that China becomes first now and then we are able to catch up and we become first again, or is it better to avoid the recession as much as possible, but then you could end up with a worse one where you know that you won't even be able to become first again? That's probably the kind of problems he has if he thinks 10 years long.
Yeah, China will do anything to be first. Like they'll shut the whole.
Well, if S&P dumps below 3,600 and the Chinese stock market doesn't do that down move, then America will be, well, at least temporarily, won't be first. A bit like Elon becoming the second richest man in the world for a few months because his stock, because he dumped his own stock by buying Twitter.
Oh, yeah. That's a good analogy. I like.
So for him, maybe it's like, all right, we're in trouble. Let's suffer now, and that way we'll be stronger in a few years. And they're probably taking into account all of other, foreign countries, what the rest of the world is doing. Because it's the point of a recession. It's to buy cheap the rest of the world. It's not really about American recession. It's about its effect. Well, for me at least, it's not. I don't really care about American recession. It's about its effects on the rest of the world.
Yeah. Well, as of right now, Bitcoin is having a hard time even gaining back 22K. So, 22 300 might be a long shot by daily end.
Well, the big buy wall is 21,800 now, and there's bullish imbalance. You don't have enough sales above.
Do you guys feel we can revisit the FTX dump? The beginning? I think so. What? 21, 150?
21,450. Yeah.
21,
Well,
21, 350. 21, 350.
Yeah, easily. Yeah. Tomorrow's daily might take us there.
Because the liquidations, they go past that to like 21, 250. And, so I don't know. I feel like we're going to go through those liquidations easily.
yes, but they're protected. That's what we've been doing for 5 days. Those guys are being protected. I don't know why, how long, how much, or if it's going to fail or manage, but they're being protected. Like, we should already be there. Like, why stop at 22 and not liquidate them?
When I look at my RSI, there's so much space for us to, not so much, but like we have space to come down in the 4 hour, 6 hour,
Yeah,
9.
and you'll have big divergences. Well, you already have a big divergence.
Yeah, mainly the weekly stochastic is also topped off, so we need to cool that down. So,
Yeah, remember Tim saying that when the weekly RSI is really low, it's like one of those best opportunities of buying.
yeah, I like stochastic, but yeah, the other R's I haven't looked at. Is that one also really high for a weekly?
It's at, I think it's at what, 56? At least on mine is at 56, but it can go easily down to, the lowest was at 9. Let me see how much. And 9. Yes, 17,500. And then we had the 15,500. Yeah, we could come down a lot, but not. I don't think we wouldn't come down more than 17,900. I don't know. On D Block's chart, we already broke the diamond in the block that he made.
Well, we should not come below 2,800 because then that will totally break the bullish fractal, and then we'll be like really dumping probably to like 12K.
Maybe that's the good trade. Break that fractal, break everything, and then realize that it was a bit too much and that could give a nice long, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I'll short and long it. It will take a lot of bad news to break 2,800. We have a lot of support there. I have 2 lines over there. I have to see from where.
What's going on, team?
Hello.
What's up, B block?
How's this morning been for y'all?
Good, yourself?
Good, good. Can't complain. Got up, did some trading, went back to sleep, passed out. It's fucking great. Well, looks like we're dipping well into my weekly range. Diamond pattern obviously broke. Hmm. Jesus Christ, Dixie.
Yeah.
Is he what, up in the
105.8.
sleep?
I'm looking at
Let's fucking go.
105.778.
Oof. You really wanted that to double top off of 105.3 if you're a bull. We're at a local double top right now from January 6th. That's interesting.
Even December 7th.
All right, so that's that level we're looking to break there. Euro nastiness. You heard them talking about increasing the rate of the rate of increases if data shows them negative numbers. So get ready for Europe to start tightening. Pound took a nasty shit. Yen took a nasty shit. Aussie dollar took a nasty shit.
Which makes us cheap, right? Come invest in Europe, it's cheap.
The Dow gave back all those gains. S&P gave up the majority of its gains.
Golden pocket area of its gains. Like, if you look the uptrend from Thursday. But yeah, if it doesn't hold here, yeah, it'll erase completely those 2 days of uptrend. But surprisingly holding at the gap it left Friday morning and golden pocket and support resistance, roughly 4,000.
I know XRP has been going up this whole time.
That's the only thing on my watch list is positive right now.
Yeah, they're waiting on a ruling or something. I haven't looked into it, but I know there was some kind of news on the case today.
They've been waiting for that for years.
Well, it's not very pumped XRP, like compared to its bottoming values. So I guess it has less dumping to do. If you compare it to Matic, it's as if it never went above 80 cents. Well, hell, even lower than that. So if you don't go up, well, you got less room to go down, which is my whole idea of Bitcoin above 30K. Go up so we get a nice down move. Because if you don't go up, you can't really go down much.
Let's take a look at the yields.
So people listen to Powell on the yield sector?
People listen to Powell just in general. At least smart money does.
Yeah, like everybody, even stock people, because my dad will usually text me about what happened after Powell meeting. So it's like the whole fucking market listens to him. He's like the god.
Well, what happened? That's a good question.
Why didn't you listen to Powell?
I did. I
Okay,
listened to
so
the
tell
whole
me what
thing.
happened.
Nothing. He literally said nothing. We wasn't no surprise at least. I mean, to me, that's my conclusion is just ignore him for your trades because he's saying nothing.
Sounds legit. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
the 2-year yield hit 5% today.
That's interesting. So
It's a flight to
people,
safety. Yield
yeah,
goes up, the flight to safety.
as long as that yield is more than inflation, yes. But wait a second, it's not more than inflation. It's 5%, right?
hmm
Inflation is like at 6 now.
Still safer.
If it was fucking higher than inflation, it wouldn't be a flight to safety. It would be a fucking no-brainer.
Right.
And remember, these aren't people's investment dollars. This is savings that go into this. This is money that's allotted for low risk to no risk. There's still a risk with bonds, but the only risk is that the government that issued you the bonds will still be solvent in the time that it takes for your bonds to run out. So you think America's still going to be here in 2 years? It's no risk.
Has it ever happened in history? Well, not in American history, but other countries' history.
I'm sure at the end there's bag holders. There's always bag holders at the end. So now the question is, knowing that metric, would you give the government your money for 30 years? This government, 30 years. Comfortable that we're still where we're at right now? And then would you be happy only getting back 3% when you could get 5% for 2 years? Who does that? Who would do that?
Right, it's the idea of the murder of all crashes coming because of that, right?
I mean, it's the 10 years at 3.9. And it's still ridiculous when you could get 5 for 2 years.
What's the government doing with that money?
All the things.
During COVID,
Keeping
they
the
used
lights
that
on.
money to stop the bleed on the stock market, right?
We use it for whatever they need it for. That's the treasure chest. That's the war chest.
I think this time they want to cause a global recession to buy back countries they sold.
So Powell speaks, 5-year bond goes up 1.5%. 2-year bond goes up 2.6%.
Where did that money come from? Those
People who
bonds
aren't
will
fucking
do.
around with this market.
So when you buy a bond, does that increase the rate the government gives you back? It's all manipulated, no?
I'll
It's
be right back. Give me a second. I got a call.
there's like someone issuing the percentage, no? I don't know how that works. The more people put money there, the less should be the return, no? Not the more. And imagine everybody buy bonds. How are they going to give out those percentages?
Just print it when you own the printer.
So that, yes, but that will make inflation worse.
But they've just raised the debt ceiling again. I mean, America's technically bankrupt, but they can raise the debt ceiling and print more money. It's easy.
That's why during that interview it was important. That's why he reinforced the fact that America is the world reserve, world currency reserve, and blah blah blah. I guess some politicians were afraid it wasn't the case anymore, which actually I think is not the case anymore now. It might be China, the world's fund reserve, money reserve. Like you said, if America is at debt.
But they all are. It's just who's going to print. It's a game of chicken. Who prints the more money and deflates themselves. But at the moment, China is printing. So.
Oh, and they're printing more than America?
Yeah, they just printed $98 billion the other week or something. Yeah. But it's just everyone's got the printer, right? And you don't want to be printing more than anyone else, but you need to print enough to keep the lights on. So it's just a big printer race.
I thought printing was over. It was during COVID. But it's just that they print less than during COVID, right?
Yeah, and then they've got to buy back stuff as well. It's all confused. But printing never stops. That's not how fractional banking works. Every time someone takes a home loan out, they print it. It's always happening.
Did you look at that meeting?
No.
Would have been interesting to see your point of your conclusion on what he said.
Oh. Just seems like he's trying to talk tough while not doing as much as he should in terms of raising rates, because he wants to raise rates more, but it's going to wreck everyone. So he just talks tough and doesn't raise rates enough. That just seems to be the pattern at the moment.
All right, so basically it's just talk, right?
Yeah, coming in big talk and not
blah blah.
Not walking the walk, but he's talking the talk. Exactly. Because if he comes in and says, "Oh, I can't raise the rates as much as I really want to, so it's all right," doesn't really come across very well when he says, "I'm going to raise it, but just not enough." Bullshit. That's what it is.
So now it's all about the numbers. So I guess ignore Powell, but pay attention to the numbers.
I see it a little different. I see it like he's talking nice compared to what he wants to do and compared to what he knows he's going to be able to do with the way that the market's going right now. I think that he talks a lot nicer than he wants to, and he's forced to talk a lot nicer than he wants to because it'll shock the market. I think he's put under a lot of pressure by the doves that are around him to ease up. But I also don't think that there's a chance in hell that's going to happen.
Yeah, and that partly plays into what I'm saying as well. He's not saying what he's doing because he's trying to play both sides of the fence.
Yeah. These speeches that come out before the number drops are meant to massage the market, and then after that, then you get the drop, and it's like.
Well, that's going to depend on the numbers, no?
Everything depends on the numbers. But the numbers depend on where people put their money. And where people put their money depends on what Powell says. So.
Well, I don't think a lot of people bought today. Looking at price action, people sold, right? So their money is on shorts. There's probably very high shorts at the moment on S&P, no?
The shit is still bleeding out. Yeah, just watch that. Just watch for that reaction at the FTX dip. That's all I can tell you. 21350.
We're going back into there because of Silvergate.
I don't even think it's because of Silvergate. You know me, yo. I can't stand all that Black Swan bullshit.
Yeah, but I was seeing some stuff because Silvergate was money. That's why they can't move their money on the weekends. It's really killing volume on crypto. Because there was that. Did you hear that thing called Silver Exchange, where all the exchanges were using Silvergate and sort of?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to clarify something. By 28, I meant like 20,800. That's like the lowest I see Bitcoin going. If we fall below that, that would break the bullish fractal. So not 28, meaning like 20,000, but 20,800. Yeah, I was driving when I said that. Sorry. Yeah, that would make a completely different number.
No, we've got support. I mean, we're on significant support here from this accumulation that we had down here in this range.
You mean the whole area between 21.3 and 22K?
Yeah, between like 21.9 and 21.4 is what I'm looking at, this little accumulation range. So if we do drop through that, I expect us to flag out, pattern out, drop, pattern out, drop, pattern out. But once we get underneath that and we hit this FTX dip, if we don't hold this, in my opinion, it's a straight drop to 2017 bull market high, which is at 19.66666666. My favorite satanic number. We were stuck underneath forever. Excuse me. But there's steps between here and there. I honestly just hope this ends up being a fake out of this break of the dime and then pops back in, but it's looking less and less likely.
Me too. The fake out of the fake out.
I do think we might revisit 21,200, and we do have a lot of good support there. I think that'll make for a nice double, maybe form a double bottom or a nice bounce.
Yeah, I'd rather not go test those areas at all right now.
Between here and 21,200, I think there's very little support, at least on my chart. I don't know. It seems like a huge gap.
Do you use any for taxes? Do you guys use Coinly?
I have to use something now this year. Coin tracker and then coin. There's another one.
I'll use crypto tax. I use a different one, Lucy, but Coinly's the one I found was probably the best international one. I just found a better Australian one.
Oh, I'm setting it up, Coinly, right now, and it's making mistakes.
Oh, really? Big
Yeah.
mistakes? I mean, I had to go through, it's like an accounting software. It kind of learns, my one, it learns it, so it will make mistakes, and then you correct it, and then normally it should do it a bit more accurately next time if it matches those items. It's not perfect, the one I used either.
I guess maybe I need to give it some time to correct this pass.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I did that with accounting for a business before, and the first 3 months was yuck, and then after that, it basically always matched it. And I found it with my crypto tax calculator is the website I'm using. Similar. It's just it will try and auto match it, and as you train it, it will learn.
Okay, so I guess it works good when it's already set up with all your accounts, wallets, rather than with past history.
It should just be able to detect that type of activity later, and it should categorize it a bit better. So if you keep training it.
Because I mean, even for the account balance, he's off by 50%. That's pretty huge. Like, it's not just a tiny mistake. Maybe he doesn't count USDT. I don't know what he's doing.
I noticed with mine as well, the crypto tax calculator, it looked like it was much less, but you notice when I think some of your wallets and stuff, it actually shows you like the price that you paid for it, not the price you sold it, like the spread. So I think it's taking out the spread on your tax calculation. That's not 50%, obviously, but you must be missing one of the activities or something that hasn't come through.
Yeah, it's missing a lot of things still, yeah. But like, it's funny because it tells me Bitcoin cost 11,700 euros per unit. Like 11,000. So it's telling me that my Bitcoin cost me 11 grand. Like I bought Bitcoin at 11,000 on average, basically. That can't be right, you know. And it says market value is now 20,000 euros. You're up 75%. No.
Yeah, you better figure that out.
I mean, this is definitely wrong, you know.
You better figure that out because they're gonna want their piece of that.
Yeah, I don't want to pay taxes on Bitcoin I bought at $11,000. It never went there. What the hell?
Yeah, the tax code definitely needs to be simplified. I mean, it's damn near impossible for most people that are doing this for the first time to accurately come out with their cost basis.
Does France have the same tax rules as US? Like how much percent you have to pay and stuff?
France is weird that they only tax you when you take it out. So, Zusi, I'm going to set up a website where you can buy things off me for crypto.
Oh no, actually, I know. I'm doing this just to follow better, maybe my different accounts also, and just to see how it works. I'm not sure I'm really going to use it for taxes, because I keep like an Excel sheet where I know how much euros I spent exactly out of my bank, how much I withdraw, and I actually have. I think I should have zero taxes to pay. So
yeah, your tax is crazy.
Because I'm still in crypto. I didn't.
Yeah, I don't. That's crazy. Everywhere
on Bybit, I have zero taxes to pay because you can't play euro there. But
now you know why Zusi doesn't take profits.
No, that's not true. On Coinbase, I have taxes to pay, but there's a cap, you know, and if it's less than $300, you have no taxes to pay.
I wouldn't take profits either, bro. I'd be right at the fucking dealership with my crypto wallet. Like, let's figure this out.
I was just going to set up a website for Zusi so he can buy stuff off me in crypto, and I'll just send him goods. Oh, he can gift, yeah. Should be. It's nice and simple tax law in France. I don't think they've thought it out too well.
Nah, that's going to change in the future. Guarantee you. There will be some changes to that.
Just read this. If you ever get bored, go to the Australian ATO, Australian Tax Office, ato.gov.au, and read how in depth their crypto tax law is, and you realize how many crypto engineers or experts they have in the tax department in Australia. It's I've never seen anything so in depth.
It's a great example of a wick recovery on the hourly for Bitcoin. Whenever you hear us talk about wicks fill, that down wick right there was basically the canary in the coal mine. We're almost 100% filled on it now. Problem is that brings us down into a vector zone.
You mean the vector from 14th February, somewhere there?
Yeah, way back. I mean, like I said, there isn't a lot within this range. So Bitcoin, if it's going to find support, it'll do it here between 219 and 214. If it's going to find support on the macro, it'll be within this range. But once we get underneath that, I don't know, man. You know me, I'm sound like a broken record.
No, well, we know actually. Then you got that CME gap still at around 90K, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just too many obligations to the downside once you pass that red zone right there.
Yeah, on the alts, it's gonna be pretty dramatic if Bitcoin does that. They'll probably break even their 15K lows. Like I'm watching Sushi, for example, which is one of my swings that's getting wrecked.
Yeah,
it's literally close to its price when Bitcoin was at 15K. Now it's like I bought it at 90 cents. It's at 1.1. Well, it's still sitting in nice profits, of course, but I think swing trades are closing. For them, it's well, if there's any people left in long swings anyway, I'm not sure there's that many left. Which might make it actually a good idea to just stay in those positions.
you want to stay above. I mean, obviously, it goes without saying, you want to stay above 22. Bitcoin has not had a good time of breaking back above psychologicals once it gives them up. Couldn't get back above 25, couldn't get back above 24, couldn't get back above 23. Psychologicals have been holding very steady once broken. On a pattern this big on a diamond, you would expect a retest of this break.
Yeah, of the angular, but it doesn't have to happen anytime soon. It could happen in 2 weeks too, right? So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a very large pattern. Just that's why when you look over here, that's why my weekly range is drawn out where it's drawn out.
So basically, if you took a long with no liquidation, you kind of have at least a 50% probability of breaking even at one point in the future.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it a good trade, though.
Nah, that's not the type of thing you want to bet on, but it's the type of thing that if you're in a bag currently, could give you a little bit of hope for another leg up and keep you from selling at the lowest lows and then regretting it when price turns around, you know?
Yeah, at least you will have sold some green candles and not now.
Yeah.
Me, honestly,
and you guarantee yourself more of a reposition if you do that too. Because at this point, if you're upside down on the spot, you you should really be concentrating on repositioning so that you can get out, lower with some sort of return instead of just cutting your losses. Because I know a lot of people are probably looking at their bags and thinking, fuck, if it keeps going, I'm just going to sell. But you have to fight that psychology.
Yeah, but not too much either, because at one point it's a good idea to sell.
No, you got to have common sense. You know what I mean? You got to have common sense, and you got to realize that those coins that you're holding, that's still buying power. Like, people will have all their coins in a bag and then be like, well, I'm out of buying power because I'm all in. And it's like, no, you're not. Like, that's your buying power is there. So now you got to figure out a way to finagle that buying power without adding any more fiat, which means you got to take advantage of these rips so that you can reposition lower and accumulate more coin. Since you can't accumulate more fiat right now until price starts to go up, you've got to flip more coin so that when price does start to go up, you're sitting on a bag that's 3 times bigger than where you are right now, upside down. Not only that, but psychologically, it helps a lot too, because once you reposition your bag, then your averages, you're not upside down on your average anymore. Your average has been drawn down. You've got more coin. You feel like you're back in the game instead of playing catch up.
If you manage to successfully reposition with more coins, which isn't that easy.
Well, that's what we do.
It's shorting.
Right? That's what exactly. If you're someone that trades, if you're someone that trades leverage and you're stuck in a spot bag, you should be able to successfully reposition your spot bag with a lot less stress. And it's the same exact thing as if you were taking a short.
Yeah, and and a good repositioning opportunity will be the retest of that angular. If we get a retest of that angular, but like repositioning here.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't sell red candles.
Yeah, the thing is, crypto is so impulsive, whether it's to the upside and downside, that you don't get that many opportunities. Even if you look at this whole up move from 15K, maybe right now is like the best opportunity to get in. You're getting, percentage-wise. What kind of down move did it do during this whole up move? Like we got, you had like 2 opportunities to get in. Right? You had one around 16K, 16.5, but that was the whole bottoming structure. So let's not count that. But it's just the second opportunity actually. After the impulse upward, it's the second time we get red candles.
My point is, when you're stuck with a spot bag, there's always opportunity to either make fiat or make more coin. Like, you never have to feel like you're out of the game just because you're stuck in a bag and price is underneath where you got it. At that point, you're still concentrating too much on the fiat value. And if it's a shitcoin, I understand. But you shouldn't be buying spot bags of shitcoins. Like, that's why we talk about doing your research and only putting your money in projects you believe. I hope you sleep better at night.
Well, no, to sleep good, you just need to play with money you're ready to lose, Although,
yeah, we say that, but we gotta be honest.
Yeah.
I think what's so attractive about crypto is the one thing that, with just effort from you can take a little bit and turn it into a lot. So that's attractive to a lot of people. And as much as we say don't use money that you can't lose, we got to realize that people probably are, so I try to make sure that my TA is kind of focused on that. That person that only has enough to buy one Bitcoin.
Even if it's money you're ready to lose, it's still psychologically hard to lose money.
I hate that saying. Like, I really hate that saying. I've always hated that saying. Because it puts you into a psychological perspective that's okay to lose that money. And it's not, even if it's a little bit. It shouldn't be money that you're okay to lose. It's money that's earmarked. It's money that's earmarked
So it's a
to flip.
psychological defense, to feel like that.
I get it, but it's a different way to look at it, right? If you look at it like this is money that's allocated for investments that's meant to double, not money that I'm willing to lose. Because then you're upside down on it and you're like, well, I'm willing to lose it. And it's like, no, I'm not willing to lose it. You might not need it for food and shelter, but it's money that's allocated to make you more money. Like that money is your workers. I literally look at my money like employees, and I look at my trades like little companies.
I guess
I'm in a trade. Go ahead.
That's a nice analogy.
Put their rent money on there. Don't put your rent money on crypto, on investments. Pay your bills, pay your credit cards.
Yeah.
Just either put rent money week because it's going to go up and it drops, and that's how you get wrecked.
But like I was saying, I really do look at my open trades like businesses. Right. I look at my P&L. I'm like, oh, this business is doing good today. I'm gonna take a little bit off the top on this one. Does this business need reinvestment? Do I need to, pull my wasting money on this business here? And I think as long as you look at it like that, you'll never hesitate to take profits. Because that's what the boss does, right? Shows up at work, clears the register. Good job, guys. Keep up the good work. Right now, I'm in 2 failing businesses which need restructuring.
I guess I'm a bit more like Amazon. I just keep losing money until I make it, huh?
There's some loss leaders in there,
Michael Saylor. Keep losing it.
What's the second one? I know, the Tesla option.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's below 190. Right?
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Eventually, I'm watching critical supports, and eventually I'll run a hedge on it if I have to.
I was looking at that Silvergate thingy. I wanted to throw some money, completely willing to lose it at Silvergate. The problem is my bank doesn't allow me to trade this ticker, although it's on the New York Stock Exchange. I don't really understand why, but I can't.
That's a good bank. No, that's interesting though.
Yeah, I mean, I can buy Tesla, but I can't buy Silvergate. They are both traded on the New York Stock Exchange, right? So, why do they choose the companies I can buy? What's up with?
Yeah, you might need to make a phone call. Sometimes all it takes is a phone call for that.
Oh, because it's too risky. So
it's triggering. Yeah, it's triggering some sort of fail safe just to make sure that protect you from volatility or whatnot. But you make a phone call and tell them that, no, these are my funds, and this is what I want to get. Need you to clear this transaction. They do that a lot with crypto, man. That's why I stopped fucking with banks. You start moving a lot of money out of banks into crypto, and all of a sudden there's all types of little hoops that they want you to jump through and questions that they need you to answer. Excuse you? I guess I understand, right? Because how many years of them seeing you pull that money out and none of it come back? They're like, okay, something's got to stop. We got to stop this bleed here.
Is that Silvergate ticker SI?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Don't buy in the hope of the short squeeze. It's over already. It failed.
If you're buying Silvergate right now, you're buying in the hopes that BlackRock's going to come in and save the day.
Yeah, the short squeeze failed. But
which it's not a bad bet. That's it's probably a medium percentage bet. I don't think Silvergate just disappears. But
it's fun. It's funny. We're talking about you guys were talking about trading and all, and I compare crypto to like playing golf. When I play golf, I could have the worst round in my life, but when I lead the course, I always remember that one shot that keeps me coming back, and that's how it is for me in crypto. I remember that one trade I did 2 years ago where I made 20 grand, and now I am hooked for life.
Yep. Yeah. They say crypto, you come for the ideals and you stay for the money. Little Smokies. I haven't seen you in a minute, bro. So far, we're double bottoming off the top of that support range I was talking about. Bitcoin doesn't seem to have a lot of interest to go in there, which is good.
Yeah, also Dixie stopped, well, at least, yeah, stopped. Wait, is it when it's closed? No, it's not closed yet, but it stopped pushing up, right? It's got a double top on the 5 minute. There's some hope.
I don't know. There's a good 2.5% play here if we go for this retest of the bottom of the diamond.
No, that's not funny if you're bullish. It means I have to be bearish. I don't want to be bearish.
I'm not bullish. You guys are like crazy with your time frames. When you hear me talking about looking forward to a 2% rip to get a bearish retest of a diamond pattern, that is not me being bullish.
It's still, it puts you in a short time frame bullish position, right?
That is me being super bearish. But no, I do actually hope that it gets up there and gets above and holds support inside. Because even the bear in me that wants to see this really play out, I would like to see one more touch of the top of the diamond pattern just to solidify that. So yeah, in a weird situation where I want price to go up so that it can go down. Well, I need to get myself out of some positions too, but
Europe will save you, don't worry, because you guys are going to increase your interest rates more than we did last time, this time, right? So maybe the all-time high price discovery is not over in Europe.
I just don't I try not to let my TA reflect my current position. Makes any sense? Because then you start getting into, confirmation bias and emotions start to creep in and on what you want to happen versus what you're looking at, what the chart's telling you.
Well, a good way to do that is to be 50-50 on your positions as a whole, on your
No, you just got to be really clear with yourself when you're wrong about something.
Well, yeah, but you kind of never know that.
Yeah, which is why you should never assume that you're right. You made a percentage play off of what you saw in the chart. Either went for you or against you, and then you need to reassess.
So I can never be right. I can never be wrong.
I mean, you can be right as far as, like I said, it's just a percentage game.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you took a 64% play, right? It goes against you. Doesn't mean that your play was wrong, right? Your pattern is still correct. It just went to the other side. That's why usually if I'm wrong, I'm out. But you do fall into situations where you get a big ass drop like we did on Bitcoin, and then you got to slow down. You got to slow down and really look. Do I really want to pull here? Are there any obligations left to the top side? What's my line of max pain? How comfortable am I with repositioning this bag? How comfortable am I with holding this for a longer term than I expected to? All of that shit comes into play. If it was anything but render, I would have been out of this position already.
What's up with render?
They're just looking super bullish, man. The partnerships that they put in long term, I think they're going to be great. But I'm not trying to hold this long term. So my plan will be, if price keeps dropping, to aggressively reposition it down to where I've got at least 3-4 times the amount in the bag, and then I'll be exiting the position on the next rally up.
I see. Oh, that's very smart. So all the way down to 13K, you'll be just trying to accumulate render?
Well, with that one bag, unless we get a pop up, I really think that we get our next significant rally up will probably be somewhere around 19. I don't think we break that bull market high. It's about 2017 bull market high. I don't think we break that on the first go. So I think repositioning down to that point and then catching a life raft out on the next rally.
Let's imagine that happens and you get the opportunity to sell the life raft. When would you get back in on render?
Down at the bottom, it would just go back into my long term. Render's made it into my long term hold kind of portfolio. So
Okay, so
that money, yeah,
you're
that
gonna
money
throw
would
it.
still be, yeah, and it would still be allocated for render. Like when I take profit on a play, if it's in my long term bag, I'm never really out of that play. It's just basically in escrow for that coin, you know? So
Okay,
when
so
we get
you
back down
just
to
look
those
for
numbers,
you
it's
just
all
look
about
to get back
compounding
in.
for me. Yeah, it all gets compounded.
Yeah, that's so it's a take profit with an idea of getting back in.
Yeah, yeah. Which is why people are like, well, if you believe in the coin, why are you taking profit? Because I want more.
Cheaper.
Cheaper. Yeah. I'm actually more bullish than you are if you really think about it. And you're willing to just hold the same amount of coin all the way up to the top. Like, that's the true power of this shit. The true power of this shit is compounding. And I don't even mean like rally to rally. I mean like market to market. You find yourself in your third Bitcoin 4-year halving cycle, and you're compounding profits that you made. I mean, you're talking about serious life changing money at that point.
Yeah, but for me those good trades are so rare that yeah, when they happen it's really OP. But
All it takes
like
is,
the gen.
in my opinion, the first year you buy the bottom. If you can manage to get in and you don't get wrecked, and you find yourself in a bear market and you find yourself at the bottom of the bear market, you buy the bottom and you just fucking sit on it and you don't do shit. That first year is meant to take your trading bag and to turn it into something respectable safely. Take profits at the top of the bull and then get ready, because that's when the real magic happens, is when price drops another 85% from there and you get to put that back in. And now you're looking at your bag like, holy shit. Now you can play with it a little bit. By your third time, that's when you should be repositioning. That's when you should be knowing what you're doing and repositioning at the very least on a daily time frame. If you're actively trading, my opinion. Want to be a little safer, you could do it on a weekly time frame. But if you get to the top of the bull with the same amount of coins that you bought down at the bottom of the bear, then I feel like you did it wrong.
So yeah, playing inverse perpetuals is kind of good for that.
All right. Let's take a little trip around the block and see what the alts are doing. Doge showing a bit of weakness on the hourly. Underneath it's 50. Actually, I think most alts are underneath their 50 on the hourly, to be fair. Yeah. Ethereum broke its 50, it's bleeding out. It's just now catching support, but doesn't look great.
Well, 1 second. That Binance US chart on ETH is very different than the Binance chart. You see, for you, ETH made a new low today.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. It had already gone to 1520 on that big red wick. That's a huge difference, but all right, never mind.
1536 is where it's stopping on this one.
Yeah, it's also USD, right?
Mm-hmm.
And on futures it went much lower, 1522.
Yeah. I typically watch USD pairs for Ethereum and Bitcoin, and then I'll watch USDT for the alts. AVAX under its 50, Chainlink. I mean, it's not horrible. It's not horrible. You know, because of mean reversion, these MAs are going to come back and they'll retest the 50 again. But there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of meat on the bone on most of these, even if you're playing a retest of the 50.
That high RNDR did in the middle, it was... Was it higher
This one
than...
right here?
Yeah, was it higher than the previous one? Seems equal.
I basically double topped. Yeah.
Double top. Ah, damn. If it was a bit higher, it would be a nice sign of strength. Like I'm telling you, I could
Double
put a
top
leg
and then
up
broke
there,
below. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the one thing about render is that it has these zones that need to be reclaimed still. But, you know, was waiting for this zone to be reclaimed where we broke down to another level. And now we're starting to break down again. So either there's going to be a huge return to the mean on this eventually, or there's going to be some vectors left behind.
For how long?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it 1 week, 1 day, 1 year?
Exactly.
10 years, or hell, sometimes you even never
Whoa,
go back
whoa, chill out.
Well, what? Look, sometimes you never go back up. Coins disappear.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Not jumping on the coins that you don't really believe in, just because of some hype. Because you might get stuck, and when the hype runs out, the music stops. It's not a good look.
Then you're just staring at your flow key, wondering why you bought that.
I guess it's my case with sushi. I'm like, come on, sushi, what's up with you?
Yeah, spot is really careful. It's really important to buy a spot that you're willing to hold long term. So if it goes down, you're still happy.
Yeah. You get to buy more if it goes down, or you get to reposition.
Yeah, just DCA on it because you know it's good. But long term crypto, pick one. The graph? I don't know.
H-bar.
Yeah, H-bar is a good long term project.
XRP is coming up to its double top now.
What's XRP doing? Is it about to take over the crypto market? Is that what it's trying to do?
This shit hit 4 cents. 4% today while everything else took a shit.
Yeah, but it didn't pump. Everything else pumped. XRP didn't. So it's just, they each pump one by one. So it's its turn. When no one expects it. All it did is 50% upward, right, in this whole Bitcoin move. Am I wrong?
Do you say 15 or 50?
50. Oh, it's an altcoin, right? It should be able to do a 2x or 3x now. Most alts did that. XRP did like what? Since December, it pumped, around 50%. That's all. It went from 3 cent to 42 cent.
Not any time recently it was that low.
Well, it was in December. When Bitcoin was at 15K, this was at 30 cent. Roughly, like in November, it was at 31 cent, and it bottomed in January, actually, at 30 cent. Now, it had already made, its low is back from June 2022. But that's another...
It's an interesting range right here for Cardano.
Yeah. Cardano broke my heart again.
It's holding that 786. Strong. Came down, doubled off of it.
My entry on Cardano is 31.87. I'm sure it probably didn't even go there on your chart. Oh, what exchange is that? Binance?
It wicked down, yeah.
These discrepancies between contracts and spot and exchanges.
Yeah, amazing. don't look at yeah. If you're on futures, make sure you're on the right charts. If you're on spot, make sure you're in the right charts. I do suggest you keep your eye on spot charts if you're on futures, though.
No, but this is good if spot is giving ABC long entries while futures already did or not. Actually, it's bullish. Because on spot, you took out liquidity there, right? You made a low.
Yeah. These wicks are crazy, though. Alright, what do we got left? Gallo?
Gallo is fine. I looked at it earlier. It dumped a lot, so yeah.
Jesus. Well, hope y'all took profits at the finish line up here. That was a nasty drop. Such a great exit. I'm not gonna lie, this double top was really where I thought we were gonna go, but
yeah, me too.
Things
I had
definitely
leverage.
things definitely changed once we approached it.
It's kind of sad, but I have the leverage long from 36 cent and I didn't take profit at 62. I wanted to push it all the way to 68, and well, that didn't happen. And I got stopped out a few days ago at 37. But no plan to revenge trade Gala. I'll come up with something later. Around yeah, 12, well, 32, maybe even 26.
Look, the spider lines that we drew when we started pumping and we were going into price discovery on Gala last year, right? Fresh spider lines. Look at how nicely they played on the way down.
Some played better than others, though.
Well, we had ones that just bled. But wherever we did catch, and what's crazy is you draw these out, right? You draw these out, there's no price action, and then naturally you go look and you're like, okay, some of these just don't look right. Like, why are these two so close together? Like that might have been a slip of my hand or something, you know, like what the fuck? And then you see price actually get to it.
Yeah, sometimes it lines up good.
You know what I mean? It's crazy how it gets trapped. And if you go down even further, you'll see like if you go down onto the 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute charts, you'll see price just bouncing. This is why I love being on my 49-inch. I don't gotta deal with this scrolling of the chart shit. See what Charlie's on. Prediction on Jasmine played out beautifully. A bit lower than it was supposed to go, but I didn't really get better than that. Come on. That's pretty fucking good. I don't stroke myself often, but that's nice. All right. Let's see what's total done. Only thing Total's got going for it is this vector zone here.
Nah, that's too bearish. There's always some balance in price.
Yeah, the balance is what I'm counting on. The balance is that we come up to hit this vector, get up to like 103 before coming back down.
Just zoom out more if you feel bearish.
How much do you want me to zoom out?
I don't know. Yeah, this
I'll
is
zoom
better.
out for you.
Yeah, okay, this is better. More price action. Always better with more price action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's a lower high than
I'm gonna
that
keep zooming.
last
Hold on.
summer high.
Hold on.
No, 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 no,
No,
no.
you told me to zoom
No,
out, so I'm just gonna keep zooming out a little bit.
no, but now you have that massive bearish ABC. We're still
See what happens. All right, so you want me to zoom in some more?
yes.
All right, let me know when
Okay,
when
you
it
can
turns
stay like that.
bullish.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like something like that. Yeah, this is okay. So we're bouncing from that white line, right? What's that? What the white line? It's the
That's the
200 MA
200.
on the daily, right?
Yep, which we're breaking down underneath right now. This is what's been holding us.
Oh, we're breaking below. Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. Currently, yes.
Attempting to hold it.
Hold on. If I go to a different time frame, I can find one where we're still above it. There you go. 16-hour. Still above the 200.
No, but even on the daily, the candle isn't closed, and we're in that area. Yeah. Give it a take 1% upward, downward, but. So maybe that's the challenge. It's closing the candle above that 200 MA.
Let's see the differences in the totals to see what's going on. We'll go down to the 5-minute. Check what the micro trend is. All right. Broke underneath the 50 on the 5-minute, retested, failed twice. This is complete total.
Wow, so we're nowhere near crossing to become bullish.
So total without Bitcoin actually looks a little bit worse. We'll switch back and forth. See?
Yeah, because the dominance is rising. I checked earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. So total without Bitcoin looks worse. How'd you do that? Go back. So let's do total versus total without Bitcoin and Ethereum. Not much change. All right, so let's flip between total minus Bitcoin and total minus Bitcoin and Ethereum so you can see what Ethereum's doing. Hold on, let me take this off. There we go. Pretty even, par for the course. Now this is others. So this is just the alts. Say it's a pretty even drop across the board, honestly. Spread out pretty evenly. Nothing, like none of the sectors is taking a bigger hit than the others. Everything's just steady dropping.
But wait, is it crypto dropping or dollar gaining value? I'll shut up.
Both.
Because if you look at crypto pairs, then you don't have that issue of what the Dixie doing, what Euro's doing, what SMP is doing. Maybe that's what I want to trade next. To have some fun. Just don't care about the dollar value anyway. Just trade Bitcoin pairs.
Well, the dollar value is going to affect the pair value anyways. You're just not going to be looking at that side of it.
No. Well, yeah, exactly. I won't. I don't care about the dollar value of anything if I just play the Bitcoin pairs. I mean, Solana is still 1.001 Bitcoin, whether it's at $10 or $200 doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Come on, Bitcoin, pump this daily as much as you can, so tomorrow I can short it again. Short the daily again.
Ooh, you took profit?
Well, this morning I had a really nice short on BTC. Yeah, I took profit of my short, but that's how I wanted to pump the daily more. That way I can re-enter my short. 4 a.m. It was like 4:30 a.m. when it started to dump, like major dump. Break all fractals. Pacific time.
Render, come on, render.
You know how quickly I take my profits. I like to compound it. I like to play the same move multiple times.
Yeah. Stay within the same trend in different plays. Cutting it in different plays.
Yeah, you know what? Like, I try to do that sometimes. Like, if like maybe at least 3 coins, but then only when I'm really sure, only when I'm very, very confident, because that could wreck you, like 3 coins on the same account, and if one starts going the other way, it can really raise your liquidation price, especially on cross. But yeah, for that is why I like isolated, because I can be in many positions and not worry about the whole account. It's a pain to log into a different sub account to open different position, different coins, but you can still do it on different computers, I guess. I don't know if you can be logged into different sub accounts at the same time. I think you can.
If we break under 1.124 on render, I'll be selling a pretty substantial portion of that bag and repositioning down at the bottom of this vector fill at 0.863.
But well, now that you said that, people might sell, bringing it quicker to that value.
I'm just talking, man. I'm just a guy in a chair. Don't listen to me.
Nah, I'm joking, but oh, I was gonna say
I
let's
just
go for
have,
the longs, but there isn't any. So
yeah, I don't have any interest in holding the bag through that vector reclamation. That's going to be substantial there, my opinion.
We have a little warmer day here. It's starting to look like summer might be around the corner. I'm so excited. But I can't get too excited because you never know. Like these days it just suddenly starts raining. It's getting really cold. Oh my god, it's gonna be such a good summer. At least the weather. The rest, I don't know.
Come on, Bitcoin. So far, Bitcoin looks okay on 10-minute. Nice little bottoming structure.
Yeah, overall, I keep getting fooled by these correlations, but when you look at like markets dumping, 1.5% today, actually Nasdaq dropped less than S&P. Maybe that kind of helps Bitcoin. But 1.5%, you would expect like 4 or 5% downside on Bitcoin, at least 3 or 4%. Yet it's doing. It's. I mean, it's still. Yeah, it broke that low, but not by much, and it's still in the range, like you say, right?
Yeah, in my opinion, there's still too much topside obligation for price to just really drop. But
No,
I gotta prepare. I gotta prepare for that possibility also, though.
it's as if we already found our support before markets.
Hello, D Block and ZC.
Hello, how are you,
Hello.
Third?
Oh, I'm super frustrated. I just got done fiddling with an old laptop because I had I put new RAM in my new laptop and I was like, well, I'm not going to just throw 8 gigs away or put it in the closet. I'm going to put it somewhere. So I took out my old Windows 8 laptop and I've been literally here with the power tool trying to get this stupid 10th screw out the bottom, and then I just YouTubed how to change RAM in this old laptop and I didn't even need to do that. So I just problem solved, but
You
it took
live
a
and you
village.
learn.
I was like, Mom, where are the power tools? And she's like, I don't have power tools, honey. And I'm like, no, yes, you do.
Laptops are tricky, especially the old ones.
Man, I was looking up how to take a strip screw out, rubber band, duct tape. I tried it all.
How's the new laptop though?
Well, now I've got it came with 8 gigs of RAM and now it's got 32 gigs of RAM D-Block. So I'm typing away and it's not lagging at all. I can have 3 windows open.
Yeah, that's good. 32 gigs is like the minimum. If you're trading, I think it's the most important thing. You're gonna have 17 trading view charts open and you're constantly gonna be pushing it.
Yeah, I was gonna get the 64, but most forums for trading laptops are like, you can, 32 is good.
Yeah, yeah. It's overkill for most trading purposes.
I have like 15 charts open and it's using 5 gigs.
Yeah, I've got 32. I've got like 12 different pages open. Then I've got like 4 monitors with 4 or 5 different charts on them, and I got Bookmap open, which is crazy by itself.
I just opened up my old laptop and it's got 4 gigabytes of RAM in it. It came with only 4 gigs of RAM.
DDR5 is crazy fast, the new RAM. It surprised me.
I only did 28 transactions on Binance. That can't be right.
No, no, this isn't compatible.
It's the wrong DDR?
For this old laptop, yeah, the new laptop that came with the 8 gig won't, this little 8 gig won't fit in the pins are different.
Probably DDR3 then, or something like that.
Wow, nice, Bitcoin. Let's go. I don't understand on Coiny how I can earn money by transferring crypto. Like it shows tax gain when I just moved money from Bybit to Coinbase, from Binance to Coinbase. You don't use anything like this, D-Block, right? You just do it yourself? With
Yeah, for the most part.
I think I'm gonna do like you, because well, it's nice to have this to have some stats about your trades. Actually, that's what I want. I'd like to find a framework or an application where I could connect my exchanges, and it shows me some nice graphs and puts the price history, and so I can look back at my past trades easily. But I guess that's I haven't found anything like that for now. And it would also do taxes, yeah, why not?
You just remind me that I gotta go to Staples to print out my Weeble tax report. Where's a printer these days? I don't have a printer. You know what though? That kept me busy for a while, guys.
Laptop?
Yeah, it's equivalent to me flipping my Bic lighter like D-Block.
Mm.
What do you do with old RAM typically? Do you just save it, put it in a drawer? Do you donate it?
I save my old RAM.
How old is it?
It's new. It just came with this laptop, but I got two 16s, so.
You'd sell it.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we should dump 5%, yet we're not doing that. So and until that happens, crypto is just really strong.
Bitcoin is trying to reclaim that daily on the fractal. But we said 22,300 before. Let's see if it actually makes it up there. It's quite a big order.
Oh, sorry, PG, what number?
Remember before in the morning I was talking about that this daily should end up in a doji, but then I said that 22,300 would still leave a red candle, but that would still be okay if we reclaim 22,300.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do
Or
think that's a
for
tall order. Or what?
it would be like a fourth small body candle if we did that.
Yeah. We only have 1 hour and 30 minutes left, so yeah, that's definitely a tall order.
No, I want to make it simple. As long as the candle body closes above 22K, I think it's not too bearish. Because if you just look at the wick, 15 February wick, then no, we just close above 22. Like if you want a valid double bottom with 3rd of March, you can wick below 22, but you need not to close candle bodies below that. Otherwise, it's not a valid double bottom anymore.
Mm-hmm. So when you guys consider the double bottoms and stuff, do you take the wick into consideration for? Because I always do take the wick into consideration. It always matches. It always plays with the fractals, and it's important.
Well, what I read is you take your first candle and you draw a rectangle with its wick. So, well, let me just do it. And then, like, the other candles, as long as they can wick below, but nobody should close below that rectangle. And as long as that's valid, your double bottom is potentially valid. Now, how you play them is a different thing, but I think that's what I read. Yeah. So it lines up with idea of just if this body closes above 22K, then it's not that bad, but it's just trying to be bullish.
Yeah, I'm good, Pepin. I've got my plan set up already. If I reposition here at if we drop underneath out of this wedge and I reposition at 1.125, I'd be looking at a buy back in at around 87 cents. And then I would be fading the rallies on the way back up, rinsing and repeating until I got all my money out.
But Pichi, the issue for the double bottom in this case is that you need price to have gone up in between your two bottoms, and yeah, we did go up a bit, but really not enough.
Yeah.
Especially on the daily.
Yeah. Right now, it's hardly moving. I don't know what S&P is doing. I should probably look. I just got back home, so I have to look at charts. What is? Oh yeah, now we are getting a little bit of pumpity. What is ACS? It's been pumping like crazy since yesterday. Access Protocol. That's what it says. Maxi sent me a notification that one of the ETF for ACS was like 500% up. I was like, what? It's the only one that pumped against Bitcoin.
There's a few coins pumping. You got XRP, ACH. BitToken is doing pretty okay too here.
Mm. This one is ACS. S as in Sam.
CFX is in the green also. Mask.
Yeah, ACS had a pump because it had a huge dump on the Coinbase listing. And as soon as it got listed on Coinbase, it dumped really hard, so it had to recover. And that's like a recovery pump.
When does that even happen ever? Coinbase listing cause a dump?
Oh yeah, a lot.
Yeah. We've been through some doozies.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if you look at the chart on Coinbase, like it got listed. Kind of pissed at myself because I was looking at that last night. I was like, I don't think this is going to go any lower. And I was looking at it when it was at 0042. I was like, all right, 420, this might be a nice bottom. and it did bottom at like 3.5, a little bit lower, but after that move, made a move all the way from 0.035 up until 0.17. But if you look at the first pump, it got like when it got listed, it did move up from 0.06, had a scam wick all the way up to 0.28, and then it dumped all the way from 0.28 down to 0.03. So it had to recover. It didn't even recover its initial pump. It only made it halfway. So this 200% pump we got, it still wasn't even able to make a higher high from the listing. And it just listed like last week, basically. Not even, about a week ago, 2 weeks max.
Wow, I had no idea. It was the first time I'm even looking at that. I mean, the last night was the first time I looked at it.
I decided to play it safe last night. I was going to put in a buy right before I went to sleep, but I was like, let me not risk it. It's a risky play. But yeah, that would have paid off. Oh, push-ups.
I've been playing Matic. Are you guys playing Matic? I've been playing Matic and Bitcoin. Matic is just so nice and volatile, up and down. Sorry, D-Block. I heard you cheer Bitcoin.
No, you're good. No, Bitcoin just looked good for the move. I did a fib extension. It would be a full like 50% retracement to get back up to the bottom of that diamond pattern. Good 2.5% move. Fundamentally, it's there. Let's just see if we got the will.
Just seeing that bounce with ACS, that makes me want to stay in this Blur position because Blur is doing the same thing basically since it got listed on Coinbase. And it's just a few steps behind ACS on the chart pattern. So right now it's at that same low. And I was thinking last night on what should I do on ACS. That's where about Blur is right now in its chart compared to its entrance on Bitcoin. So thinking Blur might have a make it or break it moment coming up soon too. And it almost fought through this descending angular resistance. Peeked its head through, but then Bitcoin came and did its duty and brought everything back down. Right now, for this Bitcoin gets over 22,136, might be able to have this bottoming structure here, like a local bottom.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good on the 10-minute.
Just needs to clear this previous high, this previous wick at 22,136.
If we do get this move up and get rejected off the bottom of this diamond pattern, I'll probably be repositioning a little higher up, which works for me. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna break that. We're gonna have to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
Right now, at least a retest of the daily open, 22395. And a failure to see that, obviously, you got to weigh a little heavier on the bear side if we can't even get back up to the daily open.
Well, we couldn't reach 22.7. Why would you be able to reach that too?
You got to add all of that shit into your calculations.
We're gonna need something to change. We're gonna need that SMP to bounce, right? From 3,980. And I think Europe might help us do that tomorrow morning. We'll see. Because, Euro lost a lot. So I'm thinking markets could pump tomorrow morning and not dump. But everybody's going to expect a big dump tomorrow morning, right? Because America continued to dump after Europe closed. So, logic, you're expecting a dump at market open in Europe tomorrow morning. But because you were dumped, it might change things a bit. Unless Euro recovers before market open. That's probably going to happen.
Yeah. On the short term, you want to see this next 5-minute candle come in as a green vector above this 50. You need to see some commitment from the market, make it a push price higher than the 50 here. My guess be a vector candle up to 2219 for that vector recovery, and then retail's going to have to step in. Minute and a half left.
Yeah, but we might open tomorrow's daily with a pump and then dump in the morning or late at night. Usually that's what happens when I'm expecting the next daily to dump at daily close. So a little pump first on the daily and then a dump. Bigger dump.
Oh, now the error type changed. It says params error page too large. I just have too many transactions for this Coinly thingy to work.
Mm-hmm.
It says it, page too large.
That's funny.
But it went up. It was, first it was 1,000 something transactions, then it was 2,800. Now it's at 3,300. It's gonna find my money because it's there. I know it's there. But for Coinly, I have 0 Bitcoin on Bybit. That's pretty odd.
Oh, wow, good thing you mentioned it because I'm sure I'll have to double check mine.
Hey, don't trust Coinly. The numbers
Yeah.
have to make sense a bit because.
Well, I was gonna use the other one that Mexi supports. I think it's tracking coin. It's not a coin tracker, but the other one. Yes, Matic. Perfect pump. Unless it gets rejected. Doge is doing pretty well.
I think in my case there's two issues. The first one is it seems like inverse perpetual contracts are not taken into account correctly for now. Well, maybe it's going to do it later. And also the earnings, it's finding crypto that it doesn't know where it came from, but I know where it came from. It's from earning program, all the the stacking. And it looks like when I moved money around to stack and to unstack, it kind of lost track of what's happening.
Well, with the number of times I take profits, imagine how many transactions I have. Like crazy. But then I also don't trade all day, right? Like I only have like dedicated period of time that I trade, and then I'm like out of trades. So probably not that many, as many as other people that trade full time. Oops, Bitcoin's getting a little rejection. Matic doesn't care. Matic is like, I am ripping. I don't care.
Hmm. Crazy.
Well, you know, Peachy, even if that tax report thing you choose for Mexi is partnered, it still doesn't mean it's gonna work flawlessly. So
Yeah, I'm gonna double check for sure. But, I mean, last year, yeah.
look in TA chat. I chose Coinly because that's what Bybit promotes, and it even gives you a discount on it. And it's like it's the tax partner of Bybit. And yet it's having trouble.
Yeah, sometimes you have to go back and edit the transactions yourself.
No, I'm not gonna dig into those transactions. No, I glanced at it, but
yeah, but supposedly CoinTracker is supposed to be the best one. Even that has some trouble sometimes following your crypto movements with staking, unstaking, transfers, rewards, NFTs. But now they're doing better than before. Each year they're doing a little bit better. So now you can even hook up your DeFi stuff to CoinTracker. So basically, if the mistakes are to your advantage, you know, it's, hey, computer made a mistake. I did everything I could. Non-financial advice, as long as you do everything you could. If it's to your disadvantage, you have to go back to the drawing board and edit
Yeah.
those out until it's to your advantage. And as long as you're not lying, you know. Because sometimes these apps will calculate, these APIs will calculate money that you've sent via crypto on the platform as a gain. And you got to go back and specify that that was just money that you transferred.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a good catch because like you transfer it and then they think it's a gain.
Yeah, so you have to go back and, you know, make sure that those transfers aren't recorded as gains, because sometimes they do that. And you should, I know CoinTracker, you can edit it. So, you know, you can select it and you can say transfer. That was a transfer of my own money. And then that won't be taxed. The transfer of your own money. Or transfer of my own crypto.
It's doing a little thing. Careful at 1.14 for Matic. Got angular resistance.
Yeah. I'm gonna let Bitcoin cool down a little if it wants to and re-enter. Ethereum tried to rip, but it did get a significant rejection. Blur, it's looking good.
Yeah, Ethereum wasn't able to make it over that 1555. That's what we need to make it over. 1555.18 on Binance Global. Almost made it. Didn't make a higher high there. We do have a new hourly candle just started 2 minutes ago.
Somebody asked if this is the Mount Gox Bitcoin being dumped. You'll know. You won't have to ask when that goes on the market. And we don't need it to happen for price to eventually go where it's going.
And from what I'm understanding, they're not getting their Bitcoin back. They're getting the value of what their Bitcoin was worth when they lost it.
Horrible, bro. You don't even get to get. Can you imagine?
I'd be punching air, man.
Oh my God. I mean, give it to me. I want it back. Obviously, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah.
But still.
Dude, imagine some of those gains. Because what year was that? That was eons
Bro,
ago, right?
bro, every year you're looking at Bitcoin price and saying, you know what, one day I'll get it back and it'll be all worth it. One day I'll get it back, and you're looking at the value, and then finally you hear the news start rumbling, oh, we're gonna start getting some of it back, da da da. You start getting excited, making plans for the future and shit. And then you hear that you're just getting back what you put in.
Like, damn, only $400 and that could have been fucking 400,000? Shit.
Oh my God, I'd be so pissed. And then they'd just be like, so you don't want it? Like, man, give me my $1,000, man.
Here, give it to me so I can pay my lawyer while I'm going to sue your asses right now.
Yeah.
A little bit of pride.
That's rough, man.
I remember the first exchange that I traded on was this Romanian exchange. Some sketchy website made by some Romanian dude. And I was so lucky to get off it like right before I started finding out about things like that. And I heard about Mount Gox and everything, and that was around the same time. And I was just like, dude, let me see what I can do to get this off there. And I put it on blockchain.com after that to keep it safe. Because blockchain.com, you can make your own Bitcoin wallet for free there. So I just made a wallet on blockchain.com and kept it there. And luckily I did, because about 2 months after that, that company just went down. Nobody never answered any questions, just disappeared, took people's money.
All right, Bitcoin looks okay here. Got over the local downtrend, little tiny V-shaped recovery, came back, retested it, held support. Trying to put a green candle into the 50 on the 10-minute. Well, 5 minutes. So.
The 30-minute candle is testing some support, and it should take us to 22,130, hopefully.
And I 100% was just talking about render, not Bitcoin. My bad. Just realized I was looking at the wrong chart. Bitcoin doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look as good as render does right now. Bitcoin failed to put that green vector above the 50 like I was hoping. And it's slowly getting rejected off of it. Market maker hasn't shown any interest to mark price up over the 50 yet, which probably means he doesn't see much retail or just involvement in general.
Just waiting for Michael Saylor to make another buy. He's like, come on, Mike, come in. Step in here. Water's warm. Right in.
Yeah. I'm gonna start calling him the market maker. Just start calling him Eminem because there's way too many syllables.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Slim Shady.
I try not even to think too much about the market makers, because then that means I think they're playing perfect tennis with each other, perfect table tennis, like back and forth, which they're not. They're getting swiped too sometimes. They're getting swept. So I'm just like, who's got the bigger balls, the Bulls or the Bears here? Like.
Yeah, I'm just interested in the intention.
Yeah.
And at certain points, it doesn't matter as much as others. Like in a bull market, there's enough money coming in to where prices moving with or without them. But where we're sitting right now, hovering, it seems like the only real movement And you can see it on the chart. Like the only real movement comes from Mr. Eminem himself. Big spike up, drop down.
Doge and Matic are just going without Bitcoin this time. But Bitcoin got a bounce too. But
Cool.
nice.
Getting some buys here too. Ethereum as well. Ethereum just got to break this 1555. It should be able to pick up some momentum.
Did you get into Blur, Drew?
Yeah. I got in
Okay.
on the
Perfect. It's pumping.
So far, so good. Yeah, I've been scalping Blur for a while, a few days now. Does Blur have good liquidity on MEXC?
I haven't traded it yet, but I believe so.
That's good.
I haven't seen any coin not have good liquidity on Mexi, at least so far.
Good, yeah.
Come on, Bitcoin, get above that 50.
Blur is really ripping faces, more than Matic. Damn.
Yeah, a lot of the alts are starting to dip into their short liquidity here. Which Bitcoin needs to like join the party. What's ETH doing?
Bitcoin's trying. Guys are slowly creeping in.
We're getting closer and closer to filling in that head on the massive head and shoulders on Bitcoin. We would need to get down to 214. Good news is that right shoulder would take us from 214 up to high 23s. Bad news is the measured move from that is ugly. If the head and shoulders plays out. Measured moves 18-2.
My Bitcoin's testing that top right now. Same thing with Ethereum. Ethereum's at 1554.69. Just needs a little touch. Who's gonna touch it? Someone. Come on. Give it a little touch.
What's going on, Ann?
Come on, 30-minute candle. You can make it to 22,142. Let's do it.
What up, Ann? Yo, I'm telling you, Ant's not a chick. Ant's a dude. Hartgrove. What's up, Mr. Hartgrove?
I think Anne is a chick.
Nope. I don't think so.
Hardcore, Mr. Hardcore.
Someone using his girlfriend's the YouTube account. And has big balls.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ann might have some big balls, but I don't know if she's a dude.
Could tell she's a dude, man. Well, she's a chick with a dirty mouth.
Who was that? There was a girl in here that you swore. I remember, like every time she would say something.
See, you guys can't assume someone's gender just because they're trading doesn't mean it's a dude.
Oh, no, I was just assuming by like some of the phrases that Anne would say.
Okay. Okay, that makes
I
sense.
think all you guys are bots. It's just AI.
Bitcoin getting rejected a little. Just a little.
All right, Ethereum's broken out of its hourly bear flag here. Should go back up for the retest. Everything's basically in the same position. Broke support. We're hoping for a retest. Hopefully a bullish retest, but just be prepared for it.
And Pepin's name is Michelle. I always thought you were a female.
Oh my god, look at Blur. Shit.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I'm looking at the OKX chart. Is the price same everywhere?
Yeah, OKX has the best volume right now, so that's probably the best chart to look at for Blur. They have the most volume, 24 hour. That's what I'm watching. Even though I'm trading it on Coinbase, I like the OKX chart better. Gives me a little heads up. Yeah, I suggest everyone do that. When you're trading a coin and you're on a platform that has low volume or lower volume compared to any other platform, always look at the platform that has higher volume, because a lot of the times you can get a few seconds head start on your plays.
Yeah, and I hate looking at low volume candles. They just look. I don't like the look of them.
Yeah, there's no life to them. Yeah.
It's like a dot and then a dot.
Yeah, it's like barcodes.
Bitcoin's still struggling with its 50 MA. EMA.
All right, either you're a dude or you're a tomboy. Are you a tomboy, Hartgrove? Grew up with all. Oh, we did have this convo before. That's right. I was like, I thought you told me that before. You did have this convo. That's right. Good stuff. I don't know. I'm still not convinced, Mr. Hartgrove. Pixar didn't happen.
That's what we're getting at.
Well, you know the approach.
Yeah.
All you got to do. It's pretty easy.
Alright, luckily I took profits at the right time on Matic. But yeah, me too. When I saw that first rejection and then D-Block mentioned it's getting rejected there, I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, it's got a little bit more to go to its angular, but I think that's a safe bet. And then, I mean, if you see it break above that angular and come back and retest it and hold support, then boom, you got a fresh play to, you know what I mean? You got a fresh long to play with if you want. Pause. That was wild. I apologize.
You had to add the fresh to it.
Yeah, right. That was bad.
Someone should come out with a pause coin.
It's problematic.
Darn it, Matic. Took profits too early. I will find a place to get it. Unless it rips without me. I need to find another coin then now if this Bitcoin keeps going. I should have just stayed. Damn it, push-ups.
Oh, push-ups.
Yeah, but it'll dump eventually, and then you'll be like, oh, I should have sold.
Yeah, exactly.
We're exactly the opposite, Peachy. That's funny.
Why?
Oh, you take profit too early.
Oh, yeah. In that sense, of course. Yeah, I
take
don't know.
profit too late.
Yeah. But then I'm able to play the same move like multiple times, so that covers my fees and stuff. And also I don't trade all day, so I only trade like few hours focused. But I know there's gonna be a lot of action. Okay, glad I did take profits then now.
Yeah, just go to the 5 minute and watch Bitcoin fight with that 50 EMA, and it'll make you feel better. I mean, this shit is acting like if it's some sort of solid resistance here.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching that one.
It's putting in a nice little bull flag though if it keeps doing that, but eventually it should break. It looks pent up. I think it will break to the top side eventually. But this is Bitcoin. This shit could take forever. I'm still sticking to that top side push though.
This 15-minute candle ends in 9 minutes and it's looking pretty weak. So far, but we still have 55 minutes. Needs to bounce up on the fractal. Okay, I might re-enter soon here.
Did Fen get the boot? Fen Ross?
He did?
I don't know.
I think so.
I was not here for that.
Yeah, I missed it. I guess he had too many chocolates.
Probably. Some guy was asking for help, and Fen thought the dude was trying to look at his screen or something. And Fen was like, fuck you, and all this shit. Guy was like being nice and just like asking some things about Mech C, and Fen just took it south.
What a jackass.
The other day he was calling a guy a scammer just because he had an Indian accent.
Mental strength and fortitude. has a lot to do with success in trading. Anything that weakens that should probably be kept to a minimum. I've seen what charts look like on mushrooms. To say it's not an effective trading strategy.
Look at the worm.
Yeah.
Speaking
No,
of worm, today is the full moon worm moon today.
Oh boy.
Maybe that's why you keep trading Blur.
Wait, Blur and worm?
I love that Blur.
I'm trying to put the connection with worm though.
Yeah, I missed the connection.
I missed the connection.
Worms are blurry.
Tequila.
Ah.
Okay.
One day.
There we go, Bitcoin. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
There's that pop over the 50. Now we want to see this turn into a green vector here. Show a little bit of commitment from Eminem. Come on.
Come on, Slim Shady.
You know you wanna.
Real
There you
Slim
go,
Shady.
baby. There you go. Perfect timing.
22,145. There it is. 30-minute candle. Perfect. The target.
All right, this vector should take us up close to 218. And then we'll get a retest of the 50 before we continue. There's no way you tried to get over it that many times and it doesn't retest to make sure you meant it. Look at my render go. Go, baby, go. Let's get away from that spooky vector gap underneath us, please. Thank you. Come on, feed the beast. Let's put on some of these liquidation levels and see what we're dealing with.
All right, Ethereum's still getting some nice buys here. More buys are coming in on Bitcoin. Let's see if you can peek your head over that 22,200.
Let's pull up Bookmap and see what we're dealing with.
Good that Powell admitted that, there is good technology somewhere hidden in there. I like the way he did it. He's like, basically got to weed out all this shit. He's like, somewhere in there's something good. Let me see what he said exactly. He said, we have to be open to the idea that somewhere in there's a technology that can be featured in productive innovation that makes people's lives better. When he's talking about crypto, we don't want to stifle innovation.
That's big. He's talking to the regulators there.
Hmm?
It's amazing that they even just mention crypto. Like, crypto has really become a thing for them to be worried about it.
Of course, it's $1 trillion industry right now.
First they ignore you, then they make fun of you, then they try to destroy you,
then they
join you. Yep.
This is coming out of his mouth. He said, we've seen just a remarkable set of events in the crypto space. Probably talking about the FUD and all the bad shit. Noting there's been quite a lot of turmoil in the past year. We see in crypto activity lots of things that suggest that regulated financial institutions should be quite cautious in doing things in the crypto space. Yeah, that probably has to do with their warnings to banks, agencies.
They're trying to keep the big money. They're still trying to keep the big money where it's at. Yep. They're like, yeah, that might be a thing, but you don't want to put any serious money into that just yet, guys. You need to chill out for a second, so we can figure out how to fully take advantage of this shit. All right. And Bookmap had a bunch of updates. All right. We're putting that vector candle on a 5-minute. We've got a blue stop and volume candle. It's up to retail here to keep it pushing. Market maker needs to see some evidence that the sentiment's still bullish here. All right, he's going to start to get greedy. There you go. Come on.
Pushy, pushy. All right, just made it high. Rockets.
Bullish 30-minute candle coming up may get rejected at 22,193, but try to break that would be good.
I'm starting to think that most users on Bybit do not report their taxes through the tax partner because...
You think?
Yeah, because...
Zusi, why do you think people use those type of exchanges?
I don't know, but I'm really starting to think that because they have this text partner, Courtney, and I'm really having trouble setting it up. And like I'm jumping from one error to the next to the next, and I go on the forum to look at the number of people complaining. There is a few, but really nothing compared to what it should be, right?
Did you were you, were you
It's
able
like
to?
millions of users now. It's become quite a big exchange. Yeah.
But did you successfully hook up your API to your exchange?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it can read everything.
Well, it found only 3,000 transactions. Now, I guess maybe I made only 3,000. I don't know, but it keeps popping from an error to the next one to the next one, and now it's another thing again. Now it says API authentication error, but I
Maybe
got page too large error because I guess
try Coin Tracker.
no, because this is the tax partner of Bybit. Like,
No, I get what he's saying. He's saying that the fact that there isn't a million people asking, "Hey, why isn't this working?" shows that nobody's even trying to do their taxes.
Yeah, but I'm like, it's there. I mean, there should
But no,
be
that's
much,
what I'm saying. Is people from that platform, even though that's a partner, they still choose Coin Tracker. You can use Coin Tracker with any site.
Yeah, I know,
They
but
could
it's
just
not
be using
promoted
something
by
else.
Bybit, right? So, like, if there's one that should work perfectly, it's this one.
There was 22,193. We wicked got little rejection there. Gonna try again.
Yep. Retail stepped in after that volume stopping candle, and market maker rewarded them. It should get up to. We're about to fill this vector. So we'll have to see what happens after we get to 22194. Because after that, there really is no vector obligation for a bit. So that's going to take some actual price action to get us up higher. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, there's some liquidations there. Not a whole lot, but there should be enough to get us up to that retest.
Well, we have a buttload of liquidations at 22.7.
Yeah, 2243 is where I'd start looking for this to top out.
That's right.
If we can get there, though. From 2219 to 224 is going to be a bit of a fight. Let's see what total's doing. Matic got above that resistance, held support on smaller time frames at retest. So if you would have taken that breakout play, that was that long I was talking about earlier.
Yep.
Let me check total. Total. Okay.
Let's go, crypto! You can defeat Powell. Go, 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 go.
That's a nice little push. This is fresh money coming in, so that's good.
Yeah, well, no, this is not enough for me. I want more, much more. But the good thing with this is now bears are back in the sense that they didn't give up on the idea of being able to sell higher. And, as soon as Bitcoin started pumping back 1 hour and a half ago, right at that third week down, a big sell order appeared on Binance at 22,400. So we have like supply above us. And so that's good for whales because they can buy here without pumping price too much now that that order appeared. Because on the way down, people were canceling their sales. They had sales above, but they just got canceled. I saw them, can't really canceled their sales, and just some of them maybe market sold, others didn't do anything. I don't know, but now the bears are back up above us, which is actually good.
What makes sense to me is a push back up. One last push on total back up to 1027, the support that we broke from. But I honestly think that that's going to be the last push, and I'll be treating it as the last push.
What was the number?
1.027 trillion. That range.
Oh.
And that would take everything in crypto back through its vectors that it dropped on that big drop the other day. It would be basically a support resistance flip. Even on total, look, when you take everything off and just turn your vectors on, you see a massive imbalance. Takes us roughly to that same range, 103.
Yeah, I mean, we need S&P to retest its highs for crypto to do something like that too, right?
I mean, if you look at total, you're basically looking at what you're looking at Bitcoin and render and everything else. We got a small green vector candle, vector gap underneath us. Small relatively, but enough to bring price lower. But we've got this gap above us that really should be filled before we continue moving.
Getting some nice bars here, guys.
We just broke 22,193 above it and need to start the next candle above it to not get rejected. I think that will happen. 19 seconds on 1 minute candle.
There you go, Blair. That's what I'm talking about.
Looking good. Clean moves on the 15-minute too. No green vectors to recover. Just nice, clean market action.
Okay, now we need retail to FOMO. Okay,
Yeah,
you
this will be
know
coming
the
in
drill.
soon.
Bye, bye, bye.
Retail bought the dip already. Retail is broke. They bought the dip 4 hours ago.
You know the drill, YouTube. Bye, bye, bye.
I'll be watching for the break of the 50 on the 15-minute now is my next sign that this is going to keep going. So just like on the 5, we're going to want to see the market maker put in a green vector candle above the 50 when we break it on the 15 to show that he's still committed to this move.
I
4
finally
minutes left.
found someone that has the same issue as me with that Coinly. So inverse perpetual contracts are not working correctly.
Oh, you're on inverse perpetual? Jeez, no wonder.
What's wrong with that? It's OP,
It's
man.
complicated, man.
I can take profit without taking profit. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's too complicated for the machine. The machine
What
doesn't
else do you
understand what the
want
hell
to
you're doing.
accumulate during these crazy times of everything's dumping, the end of the world is coming, World War III, nuclear meltdown,
Yeah, but it's
whatever.
been like that
Change.
forever. It's always been like that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's always gloom and doom in the environment.
There's
Everyone's
always
always
going to
trying
be
to spread.
something.
Yeah, every year we have something. If it's not
Well,
Ukraine.
usually you don't talk about World War III, though. That's kind of new.
Yeah, we talked about it when
Be a
before.
little wrinkle. All right, let's go. We got some liquidity up here at 2260 on Bookmap. We can go up and snatch real quick, very cheaply.
What people don't understand is World War III is already happening. There's a perpetual war going on, and people don't understand that's happening.
Yeah,
for a
the
lot of
Cold
countries.
War never ended theory.
Yep.
In any case, no one replied to this guy. They just closed the topic because no one replied 60 days after he asked, why isn't it working? So
Better
that
not be
explains
one
my missing transactions.
This isn't one of Bitcoin's dirty moves.
If the next 30-minute candle opens above 22222, then we're in the clear to go to 22,300, obviously. But before that is resistance. We might have to retest some support if we don't open above 22222 or even 22212. I'm just rounding it up. Just open the next candle about 22212. 30 minutes. Drew, did you take profits on Blur?
Nope.
Okay.
Even though I am in some pretty good profits here, I'm gonna hold out and be patient with this play.
And you would have huge fees if you trade like me, if you close your trades too quickly, I think.
Mm-hmm. But sometimes I do. But recently I've been staying in plays for like a day or two. But there are times where I make like 10 to 20 trades a day.
But still, your profits are way higher than the trade, then the fees don't matter. Yeah.
Yeah, right now for me to go in a position, if I want to go fully in a position with what I'm playing with, it's about $70 to buy, $70 to sell. In and out cost me about 140.
But what would be your profit? Like, what profit would you close at? A lot. So,
Right now, if I'd close, I'd be at like, from my last trade, I'd be at about $1,300 profit.
I mean, you don't have to tell me, but yeah, it's significantly higher than the loss, than the fees. But still, like, it still matters. 140 is still quite a lot of money.
Yep. I can't wait for the day when they say, okay, we're going to have subscription services. Just give us like $500 a month and we'll let you trade for free or something. I would sign up for that.
Bitcoin showing slight rejection on the 15-minute and 50. Still waiting for it to pop over.
Yeah, the Dixie betrayed the bulls. For now. Because it's doing a green candle right before it closes. You know, it's not moving right now. This is when they can do whatever they want.
13 minutes on this 30-minute candle. I think Bitcoin will still try to push to get over that 22,212 for the new candle, hopefully. A lot can happen in 13 minutes. funny right now, exactly at 22,193. That line, I forget where I have it from. I think I mentioned before I have it from January. Hold on.
Cost me $7 to print something out at Kinko's.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
They robbed you.
I don't. I have a printer, but it's in storage. I'm not gonna go pay $60 for ink.
Now what you do is you just buy a new printer because the printers are cheaper than the ink. So you buy a printer for like $40, and it has the cartridge in it already.
Oh boy, Drew.
And then you.
Your tax person can't take a PDF.
Oh no, he's old.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it should only be about 50 cents per page.
Yeah, I even did front. Well, it was Weeble Stain was 40 pages, and I did front to back.
Damn, 40 pages?
Well, I got a little trigger happy with spy calls. I don't know. I've only used them once before, and I only started to see a CPA because I started doing crypto, and he knew. If he knows how to do crypto, I'm sure he can accept a PDF, but I don't have an email to send anything, so maybe I'll ask him for next time.
I mean, if I was your tax person, I would prefer PDF or like CSV versus 40 pages to look through.
Well, now I paid $7 for him to look through all of them, and then he costs like $300. So he better look through each page one by one. Lick his finger one by one.
Yeah, at least get your money's worth that way.
I wouldn't be paying a tax guy. I'd do it myself. $300, that can go a long way.
I used to do it, but I've got a bunch of things.
Just run them all through TurboTax.
Yeah, I used to do TurboTax, but it's been I don't know. I've got like a lot of like W-2s and 1099s and stuff. Now this stuff.
Well, yeah, but what he's doing doesn't require any skill that you don't have. All it is punching the numbers. Like if you go to TurboTax, if you have those W-2s in front of you, all you got to do is punch in the numbers.
Yeah, I've done it before. I've done TurboTax before, but I feel like every time I do it, I owe money.
And you think when he does it, you're not going to owe money? If you made money, you're going to owe money. Because now you owe $300 to your tax guy, so yes, you owe money.
Maybe next year I'll give it a go.
Yeah, I really recommend everyone just try it yourself, give it a shot, do your best. Run all the numbers, all the papers that came in the mail. They all have little codes there, and when you do it step by step on TurboTax, they ask you to punch in all the ones you have. And TurboTax is pretty crypto friendly right now.
Oh, okay, are they? I wasn't sure if they were crypto friendly, so I didn't.
Yeah, they are.
Bother.
Every year they're getting better and better.
Okay, because yeah, I did used to use TurboTax, but it would take me like a couple hours, and I'd just get frustrated, and I mean, I'd get through it, but at the
Yeah,
end of the day, I was like, I bet if I just had a CPA do this, I
of
wouldn't owe any
course.
money.
But you're owing $300 to that CPA.
I know, that's expensive. I used to just pay
Yeah.
this dude like $150, and he was just like a neighbor, so he would give me a discount. And now I'm paying an actual CPA, and I guess they
Yeah,
cost money.
that's what I'm saying. Just do it yourself and pay $40 to TurboTax and call it a wrap. But it is a little extra work, I agree, but I think it's worth it.
No, they're like $80 for me.
Hey
TurboTax was
guys,
like 75, I think, last time I did it.
this is Fred. I just looked up. Webull offers it. They send the 1099, so all that stuff you printed out should be consolidated on a 1099.
Yeah, it is on a 1099. This
That's all you
Webull
have.
thing
That's
is
all your
a
tax person needs.
yeah.
1099. No matter what your 40 pages says, they're gonna have to go off the 1099 anyway.
Oh, I thought the entire thing was the 1099. Just the consolidated pages.
I assume the 40 pages was. I've never seen a 1099 that big. I mean, usually it's just one page that gives your. I mean, they're gonna have a 1099 consolidated, and then like a B as a boy. You're gonna have like 2 or 3 1099s, but that they all sort of like a what is it, a K1 when you're in business and you are in like an LLC, and then you do a K9 or a K1 that you put that in your regular personal taxes. Um, Not financial advice, and I'm not a tax man. I know enough to be dangerous, but just my 2 cents as far as the 1099 goes. Does your 40 pages say it's a 1099?
Yeah, it's a 1099B.
Okay, yeah, that's right. But then there should be a consolidated 1099. When I googled it, and it says that there's a 1099B, a 1099 DIV, a 1099 interest only, 1099 miscellaneous.
Yeah, the staking ones are 1099 MISK. That's for staking. Staking rewards 1099 MISC. I mean.
Miscellaneous.
Yeah.
And then you actually have to pay income on the stock they give you if you got free stock from Webull. Yeah. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. But in my opinion, if you are questioning it at all, I mean, I know what Drew's saying, but in my opinion, the $300 is probably well spent if you have it, because one little mess up and it could cost you a couple $1,000 with the IRS. So
Yeah, I've been there before. I've been on a payment plan before with the IRS. It's not fun, and I only owed $4,000 because I was married at the time. So
yeah,
F that.
I totally get it what Drew's saying. I see both sides, but like I said, if you're questioning it, that peace of mind to me is worth $300.
Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with you. It looks like the entire thing is a 1099B.
Okay.
And then I'm looking at the gains and losses, and it just kind of like doesn't give it to you until the end, kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, there's too much here. I'd rather just give it to him.
Which you probably will be able to use the lump sum number as far as the gain or the loss, and then the rest of it's supporting information. I mean, I doubt that if I was the accountant, I wouldn't. I would just trust Webull, especially depending on if you agree with what the number is, as far as dumping it into your bigger tax scenario. But that's the other thing is when you get into I also have a very complicated, diverse, WTF kind of tax scenario that TurboTax would say, get the hell out of here to me if I try to use TurboTax. I'm being facetious, but yeah, it's and I've got a guy that's been doing my stuff for 20 years, that has a pretty decent handle on my complications. So anyhow, again, that's just my. But I'm not disagreeing with Drew. I just, yeah, there's probably a lot to it.
Yeah, there's easy ones. I've definitely had an easy, oh, I got the 1 W2 or 2 W2 or whatever, and then you do it and you plug this and okay, 60, okay, this is the work ID, blah blah, and it's really easy. I guess just like over the years, you get questions, stuff comes up, and it's just peace of mind, like you said. And I always end up getting really irritated. It ruins my whole day.
I've had people that work for me that I just have to chuckle inside because they I way back I used to try to tell them, but they would sit there and use like TurboTax or one of those, and they would work the numbers with the child income or the child tax credit or earned income credit, child tax credit. They would manipulate the numbers until it got them the return they wanted. And I'm like, I'm sitting there going, in a couple of years, you're going to be really sorry you did that. And they keep doing it until TurboTax allows it, and then they just send it in, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll eventually get you. That's for sure. They got me over like $80 once. I'm like, don't you have someone bigger to audit? Like, what the heck?
Oh yeah, and my parents went through an audit one time, and the only audit my mom and dad been in business for 50 plus years, and my dad's accountant was furious that mom and dad wouldn't let him go because he was going to charge quite a bit of money to go to the audit. And my mom and dad went themselves and passed with flying colors. They had to get the auditor a couple of receipts that was missing, but other than that, they passed with flying colors, and then ended up switching accountant not too long after that. But yeah, if you just the IRS is after, it pisses them off when people hide from them, and people, knowingly, it's, in my opinion, if you get now I'm sure there's auditors that are not like that, not good, but if you get one that's a decent human being, that's not just out to get you, I think a person will be okay. But yeah, now that 70,000 of them have guns or whatever it is, it should be interesting. And then you add crypto into all this, and you got I'm sure you got IRS agents that are getting up there that are anti-crypto, period. That ought to be interesting as well. Anybody out there experienced that yet?
Wait, with what?
With an agent, with an IRS agent, or anybody of authority that doesn't understand crypto, that has caused you problems?
No, I mean, I just use TurboTax and CoinTracker. Like I said, I don't know. It's like, I think it's pretty simple because what these tax guys are doing, so all they're doing is looking at these papers that you have in your hand and punching it in their software. They're not doing any. They're not crunching any numbers. They're not doing any calculations whatsoever. Their software is doing it all for you. That's what TurboTax does. But yeah, it's a peace of mind. If you don't like doing that, then yeah, me have a peace of mind when I don't throw out $300 out the window. So that's my peace of mind.
What I was saying though is, if you've got anything with like itemized deduction in a different part of her taxes, then that could get hairy. So it may not be the crypto part that's causing.
Yeah, well, as long as that's the thing. If she has deductions and she has her records, or like her receipts and stuff, because everything's pretty straightforward. But yeah, it's much, you give your payload to your workload to somebody else. It's easier, of course.
Well,
but you're losing $300.
But you've got a situation though where the tax law is like, it's not enacted yet, and it may not be enacted, but like when it gets into the situation where we got to start paying gains on income that we haven't even received yet, on deferred income, all that's going to start getting really hairy. And
we're getting some nice buys here.
But
yeah, of course it's going to get hairy, but still at the end of the day, it's like, if you want someone else to do the work that you can do, you're going to end up paying You know, and that's coming out of your pocket. I'm always a advocate of doing your own work and like not trusting too many people with your work and your numbers. No one's going to do it better than you. If you concentrate and sit your ass on the seat and do it, you'll do it better than he does. That's for sure.
We just broke the 2 that Peach was looking
Let's
for.
go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, we're trying to break that, but we are to the acute angular on the 30 minutes. So if we might get rejected and just wick, but if we have more volume, we can just keep going. Yep, we broke that.
Go, 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 go.
Too many twos.
I know.
Yeah, Ethereum's still getting some nice buys here too.
Bitcoin's over the 50 on the 15. Let's see if we get a vector candle out of this.
D-Block, good to hear your voice.
What's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you doing?
Good, man. Better than I deserve.
Amen, brother. Little Dave Ramsey thing going. Dave Ramsey going on there. I like it.
Now fuck that D-Block. You deserve more.
That's what I like to hear. You gotta let other people say it. That's the trick.
You deserve a lot, D-Block. Listen.
Let's go. Let's go.
Don't you love it when you're rooting on like on a chart and you're like just thought I was on BTC and I was going go 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 and I'm like fuck, that's not BTC, that's FTM.
I did that earlier, yeah.
But BTC looks good too, so
yeah, everything's looking pretty nice here. Ethereum trying to touch 1570.
So what Powell say? I was napping and got up to a big, large downturn. Was Powell pretty bearish?
Hawkish.
Yeah.
He was hawkish, but he was dovish on his crypto stance.
He gave people he you know how he does with his reach around.
Yeah, they all sure do. The so-called trying to create a so-called soft landing. Yeah. Bullshit.
Come on, let's get up into this liquidity, man. There's plenty of liquidity up here, all the way up to 22380 locally.
It looks like we bottomed out somewhere between 430 and 5, about 530. Is that what you guys are showing as a local bottom?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm pretty much all green since then. It's been fair. I mean, not obviously not all green, but an awful lot of.
I hear you. All right. Liquidity's starting to pile up underneath us, actually, 22170. Got a big red zone there.
My migraines are starting to set in, so I might have to step away. But Drew is right. I should have my screens like on a big projector or something if I want to like keep doing this or trade.
At night, especially if you trade in the evening at nighttime.
Yeah, and I need those glasses and stuff.
Have you tried just regular sunglasses? See if it helps.
No, I should probably try. And my candles are really bright, so that doesn't help. So to make a lot of changes because I know it's this charts.
Really?
When you were talking about that the other day, I switched my screen to night light, and that seems like it helped me quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the nightlight reduces the blue.
Okay.
I suggest everybody do that if they have that on there. I think only, I don't know if Mac or Apples have that, but I think just PCs have that.
Yeah, all my monitors got eye saving or whatever the hell.
If you can put the white offset as well, not to be so white to make it more yellow. It will get rid of those headaches.
Yeah,
Okay.
go warm instead of cool.
D-Block, your monitors probably do LASIK.
I wish. I need it.
I had it done 15 years ago, and I love it. Best money I ever spent in my life.
This is interesting. All right, so we had all this liquidity up here before we pushed up. This red zone right here. Price came up, grabbed it, knocked that out. Then we had this bottom liquidity right here, but it was removed. They just pulled it off the books. And now we got a zone up above 22350 with about 83 Bitcoin to get fagged. So it shows that somebody changed their mind about price going down here.
You have nothing at 400? 22,400? Because that 350, yeah, it's there,
Yeah,
but it's
right
pretty
here.
small. Yeah, that one is the big one, right?
I mean,
Oh,
it's
no,
significant. Yeah, it's 112 Bitcoin, at least on Coinbase Pro.
22,400.
But this right here,
It's at
226.
600. Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah, it's USD, not USDT.
That's a nice little pile right there that's sitting. That's what I'm counting on, that vector recovery to the top side.
Yeah, now Coinbase Pro and Coinbase have the same order book. So it's same thing on Coinbase and Coinbase Pro.
But your bubbles are huge.
Yeah, I had them big for a reason.
Yeah, I probably set it up wrong, but my bubbles are so small.
I mean, you can hit your slider. It depends on what your aggregation is, like your clustering too. But sometimes I'll get rid of it just to see the candles. But no, I like to know when a big, huge market buyer or market sell comes in, like this one right here.
But you like the bubbles better than the bars?
Like I use both of them, but the bubbles will give you the market orders.
If you look at volume, this whole push down we got today is pretty low compared to the one from this afternoon. Like the second low is like low volume overall compared to the first battle.
Yeah. See, look, Drew, if you just take them down, the bars are all still there. What it's doing is it's showing you the hits on the bid and the ask.
Mm-hmm.
So you got your bid and your ask. And then it's showing you as the orders fill. But it also gives you the big bubbles for the market buys. So you can see the bid just moving up, price moving up. This is a 15-minute candle right here. So it's like basically you're watching the 15-minute candle live.
It's like the 15-minute candle in 1 second.
Yeah. And I mean, you can get crazy and just get into the milliseconds. Like now you're watching.
Let's go. Getting some buys here. We just made another higher high.
Oh, red bubble on Coinbase. Oh, another one.
I don't know though. I would watch the Binance one rather than Coinbase, right? You have more volume on Binance than Coinbase.
Yeah, you can switch it to whatever. I just had this one set up already because it's a whole like background setup that you got to do for the bubbles. This shit is annoying as shit. So you could come in, you can set it to go to candlestick settings, and set it to 1 minute candle, or here. Alright, 5-second candles. And then you could break those down. It's basically for when I feel like doing too much, though.
Those are stepping up to the plate this evening. They had it up to here. How? Get a load of this. Yeah, Bitcoin's above the scenario that we had today, right? Let's see. Almost above it. 22.3. I can't lie though, looking at the hourly, this still does not look bullish to me. My finger is on this trigger and I'm thinking of taking profits looking at this Bitcoin hourly.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Especially
I mean, how much time is left in the hourly?
Just 45 minutes, but
there goes that vector candle that we were waiting for on the 15-minute above the 50. Let's go. We can go get the rest of this fucking liquidity now. What's Render doing? Render's pushing too. Right.
I just don't like that Bitcoin made a lower low on Binance Global because it went under that 22,000.
But that's good.
Yeah, no, I hear you. You looking at my screen?
Yeah.
Look at all right, so you remember the diamond pattern or whatever. Let me get rid of this.
So we did make it very close to 22.3. That was my target. We'll see how far we can go. Sorry.
No, you're good. So look, we hit the bottom, broke down. So what I'm waiting for is just a ride back up, a retest of this angular. I'd like for it to pop up because I'm still in position, but yeah, I'm gonna start getting nervous once we get back up. Once we get back up here, which is that like 2.5% push I was calling for.
Yeah, it's like I want to see Bitcoin back over 22,500 for me to really be comfortable.
No, I hear you. For me, I want to see it come up, test the support, break it, get above, come back, retest it, hold it, and then move. This is when I'll start to feel a little more bullish. But for right now, yeah, maybe just a bit of a better exit for me if we get rejected off of this.
I think short term, the 30 minutes still looks good, and I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't wait for the next 30-minute candle, though. This one could get rejected.
You could just go down to the 15-minute candle and see what's happening in the 30. Give you a better idea.
Yeah.
See if it's showing weakness, strong. How's it closing? But then that's a rabbit hole, right? Because that's how you end up on the fucking 5-second, trying to figure out what the 1 minute's doing so you can know what the 5 minutes doing.
No, I hear you though, because I look at all time frames and they're literally on my one screen, all of Bitcoin time frames. I definitely love looking at all of them.
Yeah, you're really good for that, Peachy. You always have so many different time frames. That's something I like too. But me, like the macro time frames, I try to I have them on my chart, but I don't see them. But I have them like a support resistance line. So.
Yeah, I try to put it on one screen, but 8 charts on one screen. That's why I'm getting migraines, obviously.
Because you like playing candle patterns on different time frames. Huh?
Yeah.
8 charts on one screen?
Yep.
Yeah, it's no bueno.
I
Maximum
just flip
4. I
them.
say maximum 4.
I
Yeah, I
just
need to
flip it.
learn.
Like if you look at the top of my chart, like I've just got everything there. From the 1 year, 12-month, 3-month, 2-month, month, 2-week, 7-day, 6-day, 5-day, 4-day, all the way down to the minute. And I'm constantly flipping through them. Like I'm
Wait, let me
constantly
see.
switching through
Oh.
them.
Yeah, so you don't look at
See up
it at the
top.
same time.
Yeah, so I'll just flip. So like let's say I'm on let's say I'm on a 6-hour
Mhm.
and I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, we drop down. We look like we're holding support. What are the chances that we get back over that? Right. So then you just start zooming in. I look at it like it's like a better definition. You're basically going into the future, right? Instead of waiting on the 6-hour, you're like, okay,
Yeah.
I go down to the 45-minute. So you're seeing it fill out and you keep going down. You're just zooming in. You're looking for the bearishness. Where's the bearishness? Okay, first sign of bearishness on the 5-minute. Then you wait to see does it surpass that bearishness? Right, you're on it now, so you're waiting for the double top. If it pops over that, okay, that bearishness has been deleted off the chart. And that's how I basically figure out. I mean, when I start the day, I start with the macro on everything, and then I zoom in.
Yeah, I agree. And like I guess I'm too lazy to switch them because the other one is I'm too so I just put them all on the same screen, which is why I'm getting migraines. So I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's a lot of information you're looking at once. All right, come on. Retail's turn again.
Retail's like, well, if you guys can't take it up, we can't take it up. I'm waiting.
It's the pops. That's why you see it. Buy underneath the 50, sell above the 50. That's like one of your most basic, retail fundamental rules. So that's why I wait for it. Like on the 5-minute when we got to the 50, you'll see the enticement, right? Can't get over, market maker pops it over, waits for retail to FOMO in, retail FOMOs in, it keeps popping. As long as there's interest, he'll keep marking up the price because he's building his shorts.
And
So
that
he's
one
trying to get as far away from his original short as possible, which was set here when you set your long position, right? You set your long position, he sold you a short. So for him to make as much money as he possibly can off of this position down here, he wants to push price up as high as possible. But he's not going to do it by himself, right? Because then you're just breaking even.
He wants to give the catalyst and be like, all right, I gave you guys a seed.
You feed it. You give retail a reason to play the game, and if they jump in, then you reward them with a markup, and if they jump in again, you reward them with another markup, and if they don't take profit and stop putting money in, nobody's putting money in, but you're still not taking profit, you're gonna get wrecked because it's gonna turn around and he's gonna start paying himself on his fucking shorts, and the pigs get slaughtered.
What time frame do you look for the 50 EMA on? For that.
I look at it for all of them. Yeah, like if if you just go to click to the 12-hour and you're trying to figure out, okay, is Bitcoin bullish or bearish on a 12-hour? Well, where is it in relation to its 50? Right? It's underneath its 50. Broke its 50, big candle, wasn't able to come back and retest. That's bearish. Now you drop to the 10-minute. Where is Bitcoin in relation to its 50? Broke above its 50, held support, and has continued to move forward. So you could say, okay, Bitcoin is bullish on the 10-minute, but it's bearish on the 6-hour.
Yeah, I like that.
It just gives you a really quick thing to glance at when you're switching through your coins to figure out what's doing well and what isn't, what's underperforming and what's ready for a short, depending on how you play.
Some nice buys coming in on Bitcoin right now and on Ethereum.
Yeah, I like it. I like this push. It's healthy.
Let's go, bullish divergence. Let's go.
Come on. It's getting rejected.
It might try to go for 22,500, 22,450, and then get a huge rejection where we always get, like, but we've been rejected yesterday for multiple times. And that would be my perfect time to do short.
These boys aren't giving up just yet. They still got a little gas in their tank.
You know, RSI is on the weekly. It's still lower than the 2018 bear market. They stole us during this bull market. Like either it should have pumped more, or it should have dumped less. But no, it's funny because I keep hearing you RSI is overbought on the weekly, but I'm just looking at it.
No, the stochastic RSI.
Oh, the stochastic. Okay.
I took profit. Profits.
Nice. That was a good run, Blair.
Yep. Maybe. Let's see. I hope it was a good one. I mean, if it was good profit, but hope this thing doesn't keep running here. I don't know. I trust Bitcoin.
That's my problem. I always feel like there's no way. I got the best entry and it's just going to keep going. So I'll just hold it. Like not want to let go of my entry.
Yeah. Get married to the position.
Yeah, like those entry, like that's just to, if I want to show off to somebody, like I have like a huge percent gain, but otherwise it doesn't really help me. I mean, I do lose on fees though.
The problem is that people get, like, let's say you get the perfect entry. Let's say you bought the very bottom of the fucking bear market. Bitcoin never goes underneath that. That shit to some people is paralyzing. They will never reposition that bag because of that entry that they got.
Yeah.
So if they bought 100 Bitcoin down at that price, they're gonna get to the top of the bull with 100 Bitcoin. Because they're going to be so terrified of moving that price and being like, well, I'm not going to make as much money. I'm going to fuck up my good entry. Where somebody that didn't get a good entry bought 100 Bitcoin way above where they did, but repositioned, it'll get to the top with 150, 175 Bitcoin. And then who cares what your entry was? What matters is when it's time to sell, how many coin do you have? They're not going to care if you bought it at 17 or 13 or whatever. It's just the money put in versus the Bitcoin taken out.
What you say is definitely true, but to me, there's a good balance to find between doing it and not doing it. Like doing it too much, and then you're risking to end at the top of the bull market with actually much less than 100 Bitcoin.
You don't have to do it a lot. That's why I didn't say turn 100 Bitcoin into 400 Bitcoin. So you could turn 100 Bitcoin into 175 Bitcoin. You could turn 1 Bitcoin into 2 Bitcoin.
Yeah, cut your long in like, I don't know, 3 or 5.
Just trade the weekly. Just trade the week. Trade the cutbacks on the weekly.
See, when I see rejections on Bitcoin, that's like 5-minute rejection. It's enough to reposition.
Yeah, but you're really scalping. That's
yeah, but that's the thing, right? You're sitting here with your bags packed. You see price going down. You sell it. You don't even have to. You know how amazing it is. You don't even have to wait for price to get to the bottom. Everybody else is waiting for the bottom number. You don't care. All you care is that it's underneath where you sold at. That's the
You
only
have
thing
more
that
coin.
matters to you. That's it. When you
Of
buy, you're
course
gonna
you.
have more coin, and you'll do it again. Of course, you want to buy. Yeah, you would love to grab the bottom and get the most out of it. But even if you miss the bottom and it starts going up, you just buy it. And you got more coin. And guess what? If you're wrong and it starts going down again, well, it's time to wait for a good position to sell and just keep doing that.
It's about patience. Yeah.
Yeah. More.
We're still getting
Just
some sell
more
pressure
coin.
here. Got a half-hour candle coming in soon.
Yeah. And the amazing thing is, doing that costs you no money. It just costs you time. Your money's already invested. That's already your spending. That's already your capital in there to spend. So it's just time put in.
As long
Gets you
as
more
there's
coin.
ups and downs.
Yeah, but all of that goes without
Always is
saying.
ups and
We're
downs.
trading. That's what we're doing here.
There's
Like,
always ups
yeah.
and downs.
You see, that's the problem I have with these. What's happening right now? It went like very impulsively upward, and that's what crypto does a lot. It moves impulsively. So when it's doing things like that, if you sold, you don't get opportunity to rebuy, or if you bought, you don't really get opportunity to resell.
What happens with the impulsive moves up though?
Well, usually
If
they
you're in
retrace, but sometimes
if
they
you're
don't.
in a position, those impulsive moves up are the best times to reposition. Because
Yeah,
at least you're gonna get a 50% retrace of that
and
impulsive move up.
and no matter what, if you think about it, like think about all
People
the
are
logs.
waiting
Like
for 19K. You need a lot of patience.
I just think jumping around is so much better than staying in place because no matter what, it's like if you have 5 coins you're looking at, one of those coins, if you made a bad play and you're on a play, out of your other 5, chances are there's one that might have made a worse play, and you could jump on that to have more coin than you did the last time you were on that. And if you keep on switching, it's like the more you move and you keep on looking at your coins, as long as you have your favorite top 4, top 5, and you're accumulating them, it's like you might not have the best scalp on your coin. Like if you're sitting on Bitcoin, it's so tough to scalp on one coin. But you ride Bitcoin, and then you see, oh, Ethereum dropped more than Bitcoin did this time. Let me jump on Ethereum.
Yeah, of course,
You
there's
know?
different coins
Yeah.
and all, but like if you trade one single coin like Bitcoin, the way I feel on this move up is if I sold, then I really didn't get much opportunity to get back in, and that's I think what characterizes this crypto in general is they on the way up they tend to not retrace enough to. I mean, people buy them so early that they don't dig back. They don't retrace enough when they are going upward, and when they are going downward, they kind of never give you opportunity to exit high enough. Um,
The enough part is the issue, I think. Your percentage where you'll be happy at is way too high. You need to just be happy with
because it's
incremental gains.
yeah, you can adjust that for it to play out better, of course, but like trend wise, look at Matic for example. It's just going straight down. Yeah, you could have cut a few repositioning buys during this just straight down move, but I don't know, kind of hard to do. You probably lost more trying to do that than just selling and waiting.
What's the difference between doing that and taking a short, except for the fact that you still own the coin? Or you have the capital to buy the coin back? It's the same thing when you decide to take a short at a certain position. So if you have the skill, to successfully short, then you have the skill to successfully reposition a spot bag. That's like backwards thinking. I honestly would put it the other way. If you can't reposition a spot bag, then you shouldn't be shorting. But if you manage to get to the part where you're already trading leverage and you know how to, take a successful short, then you're well advanced enough to know how to reposition a spot bag. It's the same concept. Just less pressure.
100%, man. You have to just have the discipline to be on the sidelines. What's up, guys?
Hey. Let's go.
Just on the fact that this 30 minutes candle should take us back to 2015.
Doge is pushing.
Good
Yeah, I
old
think we're
Doge.
halfway through a good little push here. We should have some more left across the board.
But yeah, I mean, on most coins, I think you were better off just selling and waiting, and still waiting, than trying to reposition 10 times during the down move. Because, well, unless you successfully manage to accumulate more, which I'd be surprised.
If you sold Bitcoin at 25 and bought it back at 23, you'd be nervous right now. But it's a whole different story than if you were still holding at 25.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Psychologically.
Yeah, but yeah.
And it's a way different story if you bought it at 25k.
Oh God.
But it seems better to not have bought at 23 and to just still be waiting, right?
It depends on,
Depends, yeah.
If you're just repositioning, right? If you sold at 25, you bought at 23, you've got more Bitcoin now than you did. So you're up. You didn't worry about the perfect player. Then, if it goes back down, then you find a position to do it again. It just depends on how confident you are that it's going to keep moving up. If you think it's going to keep moving down, then yeah, I understand hesitating to buy in, but then you're missing out on these return to the means that we have after these dumps. The price always returns to the mean. So you're missing another repositioning opportunity by waiting for your buy-in. Buying at 23, sold at 24. You bought in at 22, sold in at 23.5. Maybe bought back in now at 21 and you're holding at 22.
I would definitely be careful though around these areas just because of this hourly 2 hour on Bitcoin, just because it made that lower low. Some people are saying it's just a scam wick, so it doesn't count, and it really didn't make a lower low, and it's a double bottom on a lot of exchanges. I still think it's really significant that on Binance Global USDT pair, we made that lower low below 21,971, went all the way down to
Yes, true.
21,927.
I agree with you, but my conclusion is like exactly the opposite. To me, it's a good thing.
If it would have hit like a golden pocket, but is there a golden pocket there? It's probably lower.
No, it's
probably
just
down to 21,500 or something.
It's just that you grab the liquidity there.
Yeah, but you grabbed
if
it
you
below.
did put that low, you stopped out people who had the stop loss right there.
Yeah, but below major support like that on the Bitcoin, it's a huge bear flag we're in.
But there were still enough buys there to stop the dump.
Yeah, temporarily.
It's mean reversion. All of this is based on mean reversion. The market makers work. The reason that RSIs work. Price gets overextended, it'll return to the mean. It gets overextended a lot by what it did the other day, then it'll return a lot. I mean, it's just market symmetry playing out. But you still have to respect the overall trend, the macro trend.
So has that macro trend never been in a bear market for Bitcoin? Like, you never went to those lower lows? So.
Yeah, macro trend has been bearish since 64K.
Are you sure? It looks like we broke it. It looks like we broke it. We're already above the 200 EMA for Bitcoin. Multiple times. Even right now, we're above that 200 EMA. We're above the... we broke that downtrend on the 69K.
We're above the downtrend line, yeah. Yeah, we're above the downtrend line.
If you put it on your daily, it looks like we've been uptrending for a long time now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we've done it 1, 2, 3 other times during this bull bear market.
Yeah, but this one has extended way further than every other time.
Yeah, it definitely has.
And we haven't made a lower low in over 100 days. Like, we've been pushing.
Yeah. Now this has been the nicest one so far. We had a couple 40%ers, 50%. This one was like 66%.
The full moon might be helping us tonight also. Very beautiful moon if you guys look outside your windows.
How can I look at the window when I'm looking at the chart? I can't keep my eyes off these charts.
They say babies like to come on full moons.
Oh boy.
Just saying.
Yep, I think I know. What's going to happen first? Did baby get born or Bitcoin goes to 25K?
Baby get born.
Definitely going to be born before Bitcoin goes to 25.
No baby on that one.
You guys want to bet leverage on this one?
I'm bullish
Yeah,
on the
I would
baby.
take that one. I'd
Do
take
not
the
bet
baby.
against your baby. Sam. We're not doing that. I'm not going to be no parts in
I'll
your
ever
bet
get the
against
baby.
the baby.
How am I betting against the baby?
Because you're betting for Bitcoin. Well, you're betting it for a delayed.
I'm not betting that's a delay. I'm betting that Bitcoin will have a major spike.
Oh, I
Right,
see
but
what
still,
you did there.
technically, you're betting that your baby would take longer than Bitcoin doing something, so you're betting on a delay of your baby.
Well, just because he said the window's like 3 days, right? It's like a 2-day window by calendar right now, so that's pretty tight.
Let's see what this full moon brings us tonight. A baby or Bitcoin 25K?
That's the title of the stream right there.
A baby.
That should be the thumbnail.
Meow.
That definitely changes the meaning of the words the dip before the rip.
Ouch.
But Tame, that doesn't bother you that we made a lower low on this bear flag here? We kind of like broke the bear flag on Bitcoin.
Not really.
Oh, okay.
The fact that we held 22 means more to you than that, right? Because I know that. I mean,
Yeah, we have
I
the
was
22K
watching
support.
22 that day.
Yeah, I even put on Discord already the 22K support, and it held above there, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm with you. The danger zone for me is between 21.9 and 214. If Bitcoin can't hold support inside there, or if it gets in there and falls beneath, then yeah, then we're going back into the teens.
You know, I was saying earlier, the simple fact that we haven't already done that shows that longs are protected there.
Well, it's a nice pattern we've got playing out. I mean, this diamond pattern just now broke, and this could easily just be a fake out. So as far as the macro goes, it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's actually being very kind. As far as tops goes, it's very kind. Unless you held at 25, but you still can get out with profits at this point. And usually you don't get that type of leeway and thinking time.
Get out, it's a trap.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Well, I
like,
didn't get
panic
out,
moments.
and you know, we had a whole weekend to sell at 25K. Even a 3-day weekend, right?
Yeah, there was plenty of time. You revisit it once, twice, 3 times on a daily.
That's when I sold on my Doge.
I was gonna say, even the bulls in here were screaming, warning. So there's not a whole lot of excuse for anybody holding Bitcoin at 25K, respectfully.
I think you're wrong, D-Block. There's a good excuse.
What's that?
You borrowed money to buy Bitcoin, but you put Bitcoin up as collateral. Hashtag Michael Saylor.
Michael Saylor here. Yeah, that's true. That you got to pass at that point.
If he gets liquidated, that's going to be one of the biggest losses in crypto from And that's going to be a big loss in crypto.
That's why when I hear people root against them, I'm like, be careful what you wish for.
Bring it. Bring it.
I think
down with Sailor.
He's not going to get liquidated. You know why? Price goes too far, he'll buy it on spot.
I still think he has a secret stash somewhere that he is actually got a big old bag of Bitcoin that no one knows about that he's playing with on the side.
Probably has a bunch of fucking altcoins too that you don't know about.
Yeah, probably.
Don't worry, MicroStrategy is fine. He's not getting liquidated anytime soon. I mean, he did survive his stock price going to $4, right? Back in the .com bubble.
But yeah, Michael Saylor's living the life. And that man's blood pressure is through the roof. He might be one of the most stressed people in crypto.
He looks pretty stressed. More money.
Anybody with that much money that goes on that many different shows and podcasts to shill his own bag is like, you already know he's nervous. He probably
like,
come for free. You don't even gotta pay him. He's like, yeah, I'll put myself up, I'll fly myself out. How many viewers you have? I'll be there.
Yep. He even got on Crypto.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll show this anywhere.
He's good at what he does, though. He's good at what he does. You can't listen to him talk for too long. You got to turn it off and go watch some other shit.
I mean, he's got it on repeat,
It'll
basically.
get you. Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin's telling me yes, but Ethereum's telling me no.
Fucking ETH, man. Everybody's so shook with ETH over that Shanghai shit. It's really not going to be. I mean, they're shooketh.
Very shooketh.
Yeah, isn't that happening on the 14th?
That's going to create sell pressure, though.
It is. It even if it's just an overreaction, it's definitely going to create sell pressure.
We got 3 fuddish events with Ethereum. That, plus how people saw how weird the Ethereum crew was at Denver, plus the whole SEC with staking on staking's ass right now. So that's like 3 fuddish factors for Ethereum right there.
I love it. That shit just spells triple-digit Ethereum to me. I'm here for it.
The FUD factor.
Be right back.
D-Block's leaving. Pump it.
Mm.
Watch out here, though. It was just showing a very small head and shoulder on the 1 minute. Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute.
Talking about head and shoulders, the further we're gonna dig here on the right side, as long as you don't like break too much, like for example, if it doesn't dump below like 1400, could go around 1400, maybe a bit lower to fake out, but and then come up, you're gonna have some beautiful bullish patterns.
Yeah, 14 could get a very nice bounce.
Yeah, maybe even 1350, but I don't know
I'd
if
say
they're gonna give us that present,
1460 to maybe touch that previous pivot point.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking a bit longer time frame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, longer time frame, I'd see after that 1460, nothing till 1150, 1150.
That's where I disagree.
I don't see anything between that's worthwhile, like a nice support area. Right at 1150. Bitcoin getting a little bit of sell here.
Dixie is open. Open right at a new high. You think the European Union is dead? I don't know. Maybe we'll get England back in the EU, something like that. Gonna need some bullish news. I'm thinking it'll hold 1.03 though.
Europe is good because I have property in Europe and I'm cheering on Europe. So.
Well,
Especially
our
Eastern
stock
Europe.
market is doing OP, but our currency, well, yeah, it's back above parity, but no, it's not doing good. Couldn't reach golden pocket at 118. Right at 441 fib. So
All right, we got the 8 o'clock hourly candle coming in. Less than a minute. This new hourly candle came in pretty weak.
Well, week is okay. I mean, as you know, let's continue sideways. While markets dump, Dixie
Yeah, but I
pumps,
think
and
to continue
all.
sideways here, we need a little more strength because
Yeah, I know, but I'm really, it's really good if Bitcoin is able to stay sideways like this. Um, while Powell tries to dump the market, then it'll be pretty amazing, actually. I mean, just the fact that it's not crazily dumping, I think, is actually a bullish side.
I don't know. Slow death, frog in
Oh, it's
boiling water.
delayed. Maybe it's delayed. Yeah. But we should have. I mean, to me, it should have ended up like a big red candle.
I want to be wrong. My finger's on the trigger to buy again, but
Because if you shorted today with that Powell thingy, whatever the market's dumping, Dixie pumping, well, yeah, you made some money, but no, it's just literally almost nothing.
getting some sell pressure right now. I'm looking at the 6-hour chart on Bitcoin, and if we fall out of this broadening wedge, we're right at the bottom part of the broadening wedge. If you connect the pivot point from January 18th and February 13th, we'll say that's just like a inclining angular support or ascending angular support on the 6-hour. If you draw a trend line on top of all of the price action, you have another angular resistance, and they're broadening. So we do have a broadening scenario that could be bullish, like a broadening megaphone, but right here, since we're at
no, that's bearish. It's upward. It's bearish.
Well, if we finish, we still have to finish one more move, and then it turns bearish. So we can still do the move to the top part of the channel, and then you get rejected. So
what's the target for that? It's around like
that would be, I'd say,
27.
If we do that, a third touch on the broadening wedge would be, in my opinion, around 26,400.
How do you draw the top side of your broadening wedge? Because for the bottom, okay, but for the top, it's a bit.
I'll share my screen here.
Thank you. Well, or you can just. I'm drawing it if you want, but.
Look, you can see it the way I have it. It's pretty simple. It's 6-hour. Just here, let me erase this one here.
For the top, I'm not sure. How did you draw your top?
You see the top?
Yeah, but it has to start from a bit the same as the bottom, no? There's a bit.
Well,
you have to put much more angle to that upward one, no?
Yeah, I mean, if I go back, it's going to start here.
Yeah.
But it's still part of a, it's a broadening pattern here. Maybe it's not a wedge because it didn't start right here, our apex point, but it still seems like it's a broadening channel. And then we're about to leave it. I think we're going to leave this channel on the downside. And we had all this price action support here, which might be able to save us 21,200, but maybe that pivot point from January 18th, 20,500. But after that, got to go right back, fill up these gaps probably right here and go back towards 18,200. This support right here. Connect this with this. This would be the support.
Would you buy 18K though?
Yeah, I'd buy at 18K, whatever position I was looking at to see the bounce. If it broke, I would sell like a stop loss, but I'd probably do freestyle. And then I would look for the pivot point somewhere around 16,100 for the next bounce. We're getting some pretty big sells right now on Bitcoin and Ethereum.
What? Sales?
Yeah, I see some pretty big sells. Huh?
Right.
Sell it. Drop it.
If you look a bit smaller time frame, you have the opposite of the broadening ascending wedge. You have the tightening descending one.
On the smaller time frame?
Well, yeah, just like on the hourly or 4-hour. Yeah, there. You see, you got your descending angular, and if you draw the support, it's ends up being it's getting tighter. Yeah, that's the upward, and if you draw the supporting one, yeah, like that exactly. Well, you can put it even a bit lower. Yeah, something like that. Then it's the opposite of the other pattern, right? Yeah, something like that. So by Sunday we should know.
Yeah, we have an interesting situation here.
Well, it lines up with your bigger bearish one.
Could also have a ascending one that can take us all the way up to 26 and then drop.
There's lines all over the place.
Yeah. And
Well, we end up with the same chart. That's funny.
The founder of Render is going to be speaking at a conference for NVIDIA about AI.
Talking about Nvidia, it has a pretty big gap to fill, like 10% gap.
some NVIDIA coins if anyone wants. Half off.
No, the stock.
Got some NVIDIA DeFi coins. No one wants them? Half off.
What's his name's deleting his Instagram account? What's his name from Hex?
Richard
Richard
Hart.
Hart. Yeah, he was talking about that today. How he's deleting his Instagram account and everything.
What's the world gonna do without him?
I know all those videos of him shopping at Prada.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Him in his stupid hat.
Ethereum is looking ugly. First name Ugg, last name Lee. No, actually, it is on a bull flag.
Oh, you mean I should exit my long?
No, I'm on the 1 minute. I see a little head and shoulder on the 1 minute, but it is within a bull flag, so the bull flag's probably bigger than the small head and shoulders I see, where it has more significance. I don't know. All of a sudden, I'm feeling bearish since I sold my position. You know how it is.
Oh no, I kind of forgot because you changed a bit these past days.
That's how it works. When you're in position, you want it to pump. When you're out, you want it to dump. You're looking for reasons for it to dump.
Huh?
At least we all know what you're playing, because I noticed you changed your name to whatever you're in now.
Oh yeah, you noticed? I'm glad somebody
I was
noticed.
like, Joe, he's on the sideline today.
Yeah, I'm keeping it real, you know.
That's cool.
Bitcoin just got some buy here, though. Interesting.
Is Paul speaking again tomorrow?
So today was his House hearing, and then tomorrow's the Senate hearing.
Okay. So we
I
got more
think
of this.
vice versa. Today was Senate, tomorrow is House.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
So he's gonna tell Biden to spend less money.
What? See?
What?
I'm just gonna throw all the tea in the harbor.
Alright, I just bought a lot of Bitcoin. I just bought some Doge too, just because of that buy. I'm in some Doge. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, Dixie is closing the little gap there. Futures are a little bit on the up move. Very little bit.
Let's go, little puppy.
I know Shiba finally put out something about Shibarium on their Twitter page. That's going to be releasing this week.
Right now they put that out?
No, they put that out a couple hours ago.
Let's go, Doge.
Oh, whoever wanted to sell 22,400, he actually he's the one who caused this dump probably because now he's got no sell there. Like it's probably the same on Coinbase and all. The 22,400 sell wall is like later. So someone just got rid of 300 Bitcoin. It got bought by this guy.
Drew, that Doge little candle was probably you right there.
Careful being in a short when Drew buys in.
On that kind of money right now.
He's a big deal.
No, but he might start a liquidation party.
Hey, D-Block, are you here?
Yeah.
I'm looking at total, and we hit this retail demand zone that I've been watching. I'm just kind of like looking at it on the 30, just kind of analyzing, and it looks really weird on the 15.
Yeah, held support there temporarily. I mean, I just don't feel the FOMO. I don't feel anybody rushing right now to go buy some crypto, unfortunately.
Yeah, people, we'll have that FOMO at 25, not before.
Not gonna get to 25 without it.
Well, of course, you do smart money buys too sometimes.
At smart times.
Unless you're loco.
Yeah, on the 1 hour, we've hit the angular support, and it just can finish out this angular support, hit 982 bill, and then fall off.
I mean, I guess my point is, if you want to set up a bull trap and have people FOMO and all, you're gonna have to push it above 25. Like otherwise, people will always be bearish now.
Unless the trap's already been set.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Probably, actually.
Alright, Doge bark, it's the full moon. Ow! That's the only reason I bought Doge.
That's right. It is a
No
full
other
moon
reason.
today. That explains.
I don't know, for someone who already pushed it from 15K to 25, it's really not worth it to set up another trap.
Bitcoin and Ethereum are going to have to hold these levels, and if not, actually start grinding back above 22.3 soon. If not, that lower low that we made on the bear flag, I think, shows that we breached support, and that support's technically not even there anymore. So it's a godsend for the bulls if we do get a move up. I'm playing it risky. I don't imagine myself getting a good profit on this play, but I'm playing it risky right now. Maybe Elon's going to sprinkle a little tweet. Who knows? Kind of full moon fever. Yeah.
I'm rooting for you.
Could get messy. Oh, thank you. I'm rooting for you as well. Are you going to play?
Nope, I got liquidated a couple times this week, so I'm just watching.
When your only bullish TA is the full moon,
it's not good.
it's not a good sign.
It's definitely
but
not.
no,
Don't
honestly,
do what I'm doing.
there are some signs here. It's not all that bearish, in my opinion. But we are in the middle of something for sure. Like even on the stock market, we're nowhere near the bottoms we did last week, and we're now quite far from the top we did on Monday. So we're in the middle of something.
Yeah.
But
That big
so
buy, that big buy on Bitcoin kind of enticed me to do it, and Doge had the least slippage. Also, out of all the coins I was checking, it had the least slippage right now. So I was like, well, I might as well do Doge.
Yeah, Doge is out of all the coins that I've been looking at, it's mostly oversold too on the daily out of everything that I'm looking at.
I think it needs to hit at least 10 cents soon. But Bitcoin and Ethereum right here, if they don't hold their supports, they're going to bring down the whole market another level down.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening. You got tomorrow, and then you got unemployment data coming out, and then FOMC, and that's all within this month.
Good times.
Good times, yeah.
Oh, and then that other thing that Strings was talking about, the what is it, Mount Fox or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have a question. When we dropped that this last time and on Bitcoin, how does it how can someone sell, like, how does it sell like that? Is that one person selling, institution, or do people just how do they buy it as fast as it sells? How does it go so quick like that?
Those are big market sells usually, and one triggers
Mm-hmm.
the other, even if they're doing like manual sells. If it's not, if there's limit sells under those get triggered too. So it's a cascade effect. But usually, it's one market that triggers everything. One market sell.
Well,
Yeah,
also,
two, three very large market orders went through with that candle.
also don't forget, big exchange was closed, so that probably didn't help much either. Yeah.
That didn't happen while it was closed. Did it? Am I
Yes,
mistaken?
yes, it did.
No, it didn't. It dropped on the 3rd, and
Uh-huh.
Coinbase was closed on the 4th.
Yeah.
No, but while it was dropping, Coinbase was also on maintenance. You don't remember, it was a few days
Listen,
ago.
everything was on maintenance during that candle. Trust me, I'm sure every exchange was dragging their feet for a split second there. If you happened to try to do something at the wrong time, you might have got a message, but it wasn't shut down.
No, the Coinbase did have problems during that dip. A lot of people were having problems during the dip. I had right after the dip that shut off on me. That was before the one before the dip before the 4th.
Just do what Solana does. Just turn it off for 18 hours.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's kind of what happened, right?
Excuse me. All right, we're flagging out here above. We maintained that 50 on the 15 minutes, so now typically I'll go to the 30 and I'll watch the fight at the 50 on the 30, and we're back to the same position. Waiting for price to break the 50 on the 30 and waiting for a market maker to give us a green vector candle above the 50 to entice retail. To see how it works up through the time frames, we started at the 5 and then got it, and then went to the 10 and got it. Break of the 50 on the 10, green vector. One for the 15. Break of the 50, green vector. Now waiting for the 30. This is just to prove that Eminem is still committed to this move up. If we don't get it, then you can expect him to start paying himself on some of the vectors on the lower candles, and we'll have to start scrolling down. Back to the 5.
Yeah, I guess they also paid themselves on the shorts, which made price rise.
Mm-hmm. And it's not like nefarious, it's just the other side of the trade. You know, you get liquidated, they get paid.
Did you guys see what Glassnode tweeted?
No.
Saying that 40,000 Bitcoin was moved from a government wallet.
Interesting.
And they sold off 10,000 today.
Interesting.
Yeah, they tweeted it like 2 hours ago.
Wait, do they have proof that it was sold or just that it was moved?
I'm pretty sure they have proof that it was sold. Go check the tweet. I'm still working on it. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, there's a couple. I mean, government wallets kind of fucking stacked with Bitcoin from a lot of these scams and shit.
Confiscated Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yep, seized Bitcoin. One of the big ones is the Mt. Gox hacked Bitcoin, not the actual Mt. Gox that's supposed to be released, but the hacked Bitcoin that they got from the Mt. Gox hacker, and that is probably just going to get liquidated. I don't know what that number is. I want to match up that amount of Bitcoin to a certain event.
I remember reading an article that said that government could only auction whatever it takes from criminals, like that it can't manage it
They
itself.
sell it at market. They sell it at market.
9,861. Is he called the Silk Road hacker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's another one. That's another one.
Oh, no? All right.
Yeah, they've got that Bitcoin too, though.
Yeah, they do. I was just reading it on the Twitter page.
Yeah.
Hey, D-Block, can you look? I'm looking at your screen. Can you go to the 1 hour?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean the 4 hour. And then zoom out to February 9th.
Hold on, let me clear this up. The 9th, you said? Okay.
So I've been calling this, well, I've been not calling it, I don't like saying that, but like viewing 8th to the 9th, February 8th to the 9th, kind of what we're in right now, I think. And the fact that it dipped just like it did then, I don't know, it could do your bullish diamond pattern and go back up, like a repeat.
That's what I'm hoping for. I mean, I would need yeah, we would need, this is what we're waiting for, right? We broke and we're waiting for the retest of that support from underneath. That's as far as I'm willing to go. Once we get there and we see if we can break above and get back in the pattern, then I'll start thinking about testing some of the higher parts in there. But for right now, we just need to get back in the pattern. And that starts with the retest. So if we look down, yeah, we can see we're halfway there. We've had good pushes through the 5, 10, 15 minute. We're flagging out on the 15 minute. On the 30, I'm just waiting, like I said, for that push over the 50. And then once we get that, then I'll switch to hourly. You see on the hourly, the 50 is even higher. So and that's just how I'll climb the levels until I see proof that that this move is going to sustain itself.
Well, I think it's just a bullish divergence playing out, and the higher price will be able to go, the better it's going to be for bulls. And you have it both on the 15-minute or hourly, comparing the two bottoms Bitcoin did. So I'm guessing the second bottom is that market sell from the government, which kind of makes sense for the government to sell right now. I guess. Well, I don't know, but. And you also have the when you compare this structure to the previous one. If you look at RSI values, the same thing. RSI didn't go as low as when it was back then. So well, it's a hidden bullish divergence going on. Like price should have dumped more because you have you have a hidden bullish divergence. That's actually a pretty good bullish argument, no?
Yeah, except for the fact that price isn't supposed to do anything. So when you start getting into the price should have done this, or maybe it didn't do enough of that, it's like.
Well, it's the divergence. Right? You compare what price did compared to your indicator.
Yeah, but what are you supposed to get off of a divergence? Like, what percentage would you be happy about?
Well,
That's the difference, right? You might only get a 1% move. Sometimes you might get a 10% move.
well,
The
we'll see.
divergence
Yeah.
signals the divergence signals the move. The time frame of the divergence signals the length of the move, but nothing signals the percentage of the move. Well, nothing in the divergence. That you have to go and start looking at your measured moves and your support and resistance and all that. You're looking at other things at that point. But the divergence gives you the heads up that price is going to snap back to the mean.
It is at the mean right now.
Yeah.
Because it's at 49, so it's a little bit below the mean. Of the whole move since actually 17.5 bottom.
Yeah. So, now we'll see the overreaction or underreaction to the other side. And that helps you determine whether the move is speeding up or slowing down. Right? If it snaps away from the mean further than it was above it, then you know what that means. If it's shallow and pops back up, then you know what that means. No pun intended.
I'm glad
I
you said
know,
that.
but
Yeah, it was horrible. It felt nasty coming out. I had to say something.
It was getting worse.
Yeah. By the second one, I was like, okay, something's got to be done.
I don't know,
Have
but I
someone-
like your
Go ahead.
comparison of this structure with the previous one, because I just drew like an ABC on the previous one, which, by the way, I played. And if you just copy paste it to the price action here, it's wider. What we did is much wider than last time, but we got that low, taking liquidity. The one Drew doesn't like, which actually I really like, because it gave you a pretty pinpoint entry point. All you had to do was patiently wait for that wick.
Now I like it because I'm in a Doge position.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, let's go.
The only thing I would say is that when comparing price action, you've gotta include sentiment, right? And the sentiment that we had February 8th, February 9th when we were dropping and everybody was still bullish as hell is what got us from 21 back up to 25. It didn't take much, right? A little bit of upward action. Everybody was all back in throwing money at it. I don't really know if we get that same reaction this time. It's a completely different market as far as the headspace goes.
You sure that what you say is true? Because that pump happened like at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, for
Oh my
America,
God,
it
but
was
everybody was
late
ready
in
to
the
go. People had buy orders, all types of buy orders down here. You remember that was the number. All your TA guys came, they drew a line at the top right here. They drew it across and they were like support resistance flip, orders were in. It was a good play. But it was obvious because of the sentiment. There's so many people just piled in and just waited. You literally had a retest of the FTX dip. Like you can't really get better than that for an obvious re-entry. Hit up
Wow,
at
To me, it
25,
really
dump
wasn't
down.
enough. Yeah.
you just crashed price action theory, D Block.
I mean, look, I don't know. If all you had were macro, like if all you had were your macro trend lines up, it was really a pretty easy play. We only have a couple of macro trend lines to watch. Downtrend, Luna downtrend, 2017 bull market, FTX dip.
I guess it could go and retest FTX dip if it wanted to.
It's gonna have. I mean, eventually, it's gonna have to, right? If price is gonna continue either up or down, we're gonna have to prove that we don't want to be, or we want to be above this FTX dip. The buys will have to stay steady. But
Are
as of right now,
any more banks or whatnot gonna, like, is there anybody left? Like, I feel like I learn about them as soon as they come out, but are there still more out there, you know, like BlockFi, Voyager, FTX, Silvergate?
All
Like,
of them.
are there
Third.
more?
All of them.
Yeah. So then, like, eventually Binance will be up?
But potentially all of them.
What's the new one now? Everyone's moved through from Silverbank to Synergy or something like that. They haven't used that one. I think it's called starts with an S.
signature. You know how I feel about all of that shit. The price is going where it's going because of the halving cycle. Whatever people have to tell themselves to push price or to push retail in the direction that they want to when they want them to go that way, that's a whole different story. But
the
I
problem
said it
for
at the
these
beginning.
guys, it's not that. It's not even price. It's the number of people trading. There's just not enough people left trading for them to make enough money, no? It doesn't matter if even Bitcoin pumps to 100K. Well, at
I
that
said
point,
it
you'll
at the
probably have a lot of people trading it.
I said it at the beginning of this whole run. Bitcoin can go up to 28K and still come back down to my numbers without one single black swan event. Without anything that hasn't already been predicted. Not by me, by people way smarter than me.
Yeah. Those black swans are just a way to explain to people how or why or this or that.
The black swans are just people not being informed. Honestly, like nobody here can say that this is a black swan. Silvergate, we've been talking about this for how many months? We
Well, it
might not
didn't
have
dump
thought it
enough
was a
to be
good
a black swan
idea.
anyway.
Well, it's that really doesn't matter. Price movement doesn't really matter as much as the unpredictability of the event is what makes it a black swan.
But there was nothing unpredictable about the 5% dump. Well, was it? Well, maybe it was unpredictable, but
You're arguing my point. That's what I'm saying.
oh, right. You mean it's yeah. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. No, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's just bullshit, man.
It's all it should have been factored into your decision. All of this shit that's floating around shouldn't have disappeared when price started moving up, and it should have factored into your decision on where you were going to take profits and when you weren't going to take profits. But it's not like
ignore
it's
the
not
news,
like they're ruining the pump by doing this and that and all of this shit. I don't see it like that at all. It's all overblown.
You could help us get there much faster, though, with the news.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can speed up the timeline, or the lack of news could slow it down. That's why I said like they use it to push money when they want it pushed.
But Silvergate, the reason why they are bankrupt is probably because they just lost a lot of traders, no customers, and so
It's all of this is contagion from FTX and even before that from Luna, but a lot of it's FTX contagion.
But it's odd for. I mean, to me, it's odd that they go bankrupt when Bitcoin is so high. It's not really in a downtrend. If companies going bankrupt when Bitcoin is dumping, okay, makes sense. But like here, I don't know. It's a bit odd. I'm guessing that they must have been in big shorts to go bankrupt now.
Geese, all of them.
I don't know what they're doing, but it's a bit odd to go bankrupt after.
They're pigs. They're fucking leveraged to the hilt in both directions. Like
Or it's other funds that manage to short enough Singularity to destroy it. And if it was FTX linked, it kind of makes sense to attack that company.
Everything had a bit of contagion, and it's not even direct linkages, but just this whole starting from the Luna collapse. Some of this, some of the lending and borrowing that goes on is so incestuous that it's like everybody's dirty. And when something that big goes down, the ripple effects are crazy. But again, not unpredictable, because the second that happened, what do? We checked, okay, what companies have exposure. And I don't know if Drew's here, but we were passing around that Singularity Silvergate diagram with all the different companies it was attached to, Voyager, Gemini, all the different. That was how long ago?
Yeah, I remember.
We were like, stay away from all of these, and slowly just the dominoes went falling,
Yeah, but there were like hundreds of coins and companies on that list.
No, not the one I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about had like 10 to 15, and it had a really good breakdown of how what happens on one affects the others. I gotta find it. At this point, it's gonna seem like
it was a
just
circle.
made now.
I remember it.
Yeah.
All the Solana ecosystem.
Yeah, all of that shit.
Well, Solana is doing okay, by the way. It's still above $20.
Not super happy on how Bitcoin's reacting to its test of the 50. All right, so at this point, not getting the break, we got to go back down to the 15-minute and see how price is holding up above the 50. All right, it broke the 50. Yeah. EMA is crossing under, so we'll scroll down, see if we can get any support here in any of these. 10 minutes breaking. Yeah, it's not looking good, guys.
Yeah, 5 minute just broke.
Yeah, there's some buys at 22,000.
The only good thing I could say is that we're putting red vectors down in on the 5 minute into the 50. So we should get.
Yeah, but that 4 hour fucking 50 rejection is clear as day.
Yeah. We'll see what price does. Market makers trying to entice you into going short here. While he builds his longs.
Well, he's not building them good enough, otherwise price wouldn't be going down.
Yeah, give him a second.
We have to test that previous resistance anyways, right?
And you're also filling these vectors right here on the 5 minute to this side.
There's 150 Bitcoin available here.
What I would expect to happen here is to have the 50 curl down. A price comes, fills these vectors, and does a mean reversion back to the 50, and that'll be our next test, whether we can get back over or whether it's going to get rejected.
It might be done right here.
It could be. It could retest the 50 sooner than later. But that does leave an obligation to the downside, which isn't great if you want price to keep moving up. I'd be happier having this clear, coming back up, getting above the 50, holding, and then making a push up for a sustained bullish move.
Yeah, on the other hand, when it's very bullish, they don't want to let you buy lower, no? Like, why let you buy at 22 if you're gonna push it higher?
Nobody will buy. We're looking at these vectors so we see it, right? But let's turn these off. Nothing here tells you that you should be buying right now. This is screaming, get the fuck out. This is signaling, get out of your position.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just the fact that we can see the tick volume that we realize,
It's even too
okay.
late to get out. Such a tiny red candle on SMP, you have to zoom in. But yeah, it looks like it's done too. No, it's surprising that futures didn't make a new low after market. Like, when markets closed, we were like in a steep descent, and we found support at a point, started a very little up move, putting in a higher high for the first time in, well, a few hours. So like you could have expected, if things were really bearish, we should have retested that low during futures. And that's exactly what it tried, right? When markets closed, it tried dumping, but couldn't go all the way down to the low that's been done during the day. So basically, I'm saying futures are not giving you any hint about tomorrow, because usually they do. But here, they're like, they don't know what to do. Well, a bit like Bitcoin, I guess. No, China opened pretty red. Maybe that's the reason here for that red candle. If you look for a reason. Yeah, because the Chinese stock market just opened and it gapped down. It's still in a pretty strong uptrend though. But it's factoring in what happened in America, I guess.
All right, here comes some buys finally, just a little bit.
Yeah, China isn't going into a recession anytime soon. It would need to at least break the uptrend it's in. Then we can talk about a recession in China.
On a recession, they're going to hell.
Yeah, well,
No, I'm just kidding.
maybe, but
I wish well for all the Chinese people out there.
it's the theory, right? It's that the economies are so interlinked that they're gonna both them simultaneously. I honestly hope that happens, but it might not. We might see a dump in America with no consequences that much on China, a bit like our sanctions aren't having that much consequence in Russia.
So, do you guys think it's possible for Twitter to become the biggest financial institution in the world?
No, because when you say the world, you're counting only 1 billion humans. There's like 7 or 8 billion humans on the world, and most of them actually don't use Twitter. They're on TikTok, right?
Yeah, but they can move to Twitter if there's a wallet. Definitely, Drew. And I wouldn't underestimate Elon Musk. He said it. So.
Yeah, he said it. He said it.
Yeah, he's just busy blowing up rockets at the moment. Not blowing them up, but setting fire to rocket fuel.
What's up with that doggy fuel?
Yes, he'll get to it. Yeah, if he puts a wallet, that would make him a pretty large financial institution. If people start adopting Twitter, if he puts more content on there.
I think we're going to see video messaging with payment through the video. So you're going to have like a button pop up on your video if you want to pay someone or not.
Oh, you just put like I'm going to charge you $2 a minute if I open up my video stream.
Yeah, well, I saw
We already
GitHub.
have that.
Where?
There's a YouTube knockoff that they actually pay their content creators with blockchain. Can't remember what the hell it's called.
Well, no, there's
give me a few minutes.
Well, not just the blockchain, but I'm saying actual like the interface to actually have like a thing on your screen. So like if you're on your mobile phone and you're doing your video messaging, Twitter, you're talking to your friend on Twitter, and your friend's like, "Dude, can I borrow $5?" All he has to do is, he'll type in, he'll press the dollar sign on the screen. It'll pop up how much the amount, kind of like Apple Cash, like the way Apple Cash is doing. When you could send money through messages, text messages, I'm thinking he's trying to do something so you can send through video messaging, because they're trying to work on an interface on GitHub. The Dogecoin developers were talking about this on GitHub about 2 years ago and a year and a half ago, and Elon was super hyped up on against what was that video messaging app? Skype. He kept on dissing Skype. So I would imagine he was working on something like similar to Skype and trying to be competition for it. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see, a video messaging app that has some kind of payment interface on the video messaging, so you don't have to go and click a wallet, click a, to, from, send. You just press the screen and bang. How much? Bang. Send. Okay, right on the screen, on the video screen. That's what I think we're going to see.
They probably do already because they kind of utilize that in jail already, right?
It's not directly like not the way I'm thinking on the interface. There's probably video messaging or who knows what, and then to request money, it would be a different operation that would be separate from the video messaging. What I'm thinking is to incorporate everything as one inside the video messaging, so it's all in the same interface. It doesn't have to leave that interface. I'm just thinking this because I saw that on the GitHub for the Dogecoin developers a year and a half ago, and they were talking about this a lot. Messaging through video apps, sending money through video apps.
If it's China that pumped us, they're gonna be the ones that are gonna dump us too. Tesla stock is really crazy. I'm watching that chart. I'm like between 60 and 400 bucks. I'm like, what's the plan? I think I'm gonna start to DCA buying back. Probably once you below 165. McDonald's isn't that far from all-time high. This thing is never gonna dump enough for me to buy it. Oh boy. Oh, this one is funny. So this is a company that wanted to be like Tesla, but with hydrogen cars, but it's a freaking failure. Well, I might get it actually now that I dumped a lot like this. Maybe Ukraine losing the war could dump Europe? No. Oh no, the war would be over. That would be bullish. Oh no, but we need something to dump Europe. I feel like I sold everything too early. Dump it. Dump Europe, pump America.
Mic check.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Where are you?
Good, good. Trading anything?
I'm watching Kava, but I'm not in any trades right now. No. What about you?
I'm trading a little Matic right now. Just got done trading some XRP.
Profits.
You know, and some Blur.
Yeah, I wanted to short Kava, but on the bigger time frame, it looks like a big bull flag, and I decided not to.
I haven't even looked at Kava. What's that about?
Yeah, I just saw it on the one of the top movers today. I think I just started it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like the smaller time frame, like 30 minutes to hours. Like there's a bear flag, but inside the bear flag, it's a bull flag, and it just hit the bottom of the bull flag. So I'm probably not going to short it.
I just actually just got in an XRP short just then. Well, have a good one, man.
Best of luck.
No, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
No, I said best of luck.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Bless you.
to this shit. I took profit position this. Luckily, I was a little. But fuck this. In Bitcoin.
Looks a little nasty, huh?
Yeah, hopefully it catches support here, but I'm not risking this next try right now. It's $21,995 might get a bounce. Also got 21,500 areas. Repositioning this. Thought those you start barking for the full moon. Little bounce, but that bounce running.
Well, on the fractal, though, this daily is supposed to end much lower than the last daily candle, which is 21, around 21,600, if not lower. That is, if it does hold support there. So I think there's going to be a bloody full one.
Feels like that, especially that we kind of made a lower low on that bear flag too. We broke that support earlier.
Yeah, when we got rejected 21,300, I knew it's time to just take profits on my long and shorting.
Let's see what Bitcoin does. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna hold, but if it does, I'm jumping right back in. But something else, not Doge this time. I'm gonna look for something that's a little bit lower.
What's up, gang members?
Got a little drop. I got a phone call. Be right back. Cryptos that dropped a little bit lower. Good buys coming up after this little drop. Timber shout below. Do have price action before Let me see where we're at. Hold on.
Sorry, stepped away. But yeah, this war candle I don't trust. But when the one after that might make a little bit of recovery. Um, yeah, there's a bad one for longs, I think.
We're gonna test that 22,000 again.
Yeah, definitely that wick at 21,950. You already tested it twice. Past 3 hours. This 30-minute candle might get a little bounce though.
I keep hearing that.
Yeah, only call it out when it is actually gonna bounce. But when I know it's gonna test support, then I don't mention it.
I'm not just saying from you. I just mean in general. Like everybody's like, "Oh, it's gonna bounce."
Oh, yeah. No, look, it's just a little bit of bounce, and for 30 minutes, I don't think like in the big picture, it's not significant, right? But someone playing a quick scalp. But I don't trust it. Overall, like I said, I'm looking for lower numbers on this daily candle. 21, at least 21,900, if not lower.
I know a lot of bulls here love their EMAs, and if you look at them, everything, even the daily, is curving over. It's going to take some serious price action to get these things to turn around.
I personally think everything can be explained with fractals. Like you don't even need to look at anything else. Especially if you're used to watching the candles. But yeah, EMAs is the same thing. Like one way to explain it. I'm shorting Matic just because I'm scared to short Doge, but and Bitcoin, but yeah, Doge is like.
I'm pretty much on the sidelines. I did play that bounce on Bitcoin earlier, and I had a pretty decent short this morning, but I took profits way too early. But yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm not rushing to get into anything right now.
Oh, tonight's gonna be a good short. Trust me. Like I'm excited about tonight.
My
I mean,
problem is I just can't stay up for it.
oh yeah, it's true. You have to take profits on short quickly though, but because it's gonna bounce quickly as well. That's what Bitcoin is. So if you don't take profits, you lose them.
Exactly.
Quick, bang, I'm in. Cause I'm loco. I just bought some blur. Call me crazy.
Loco true. Uh-huh. No, it might be a good quick stop.
Loco.
It does suck though that other coins have to depend on Bitcoin for the price action. Because right now, Matic would be like $4 at least if it didn't have to be slave to Bitcoin.
Yep, that they're all slaves to Bitcoin. And I'm hoping this Bitcoin might get a little bounce here off this 22 area. Probably not going to, but
That's why I tend to stick to just playing Bitcoin and Ethereum. If I play any of these other alts, I just tend to get shit on by Bitcoin eventually.
Yeah, I've been liking playing Bitcoin lately because I earlier used to think that the profits are not that much, but honestly, they're quite good. Like they're not that bad. Like I thought fees and all that stuff would be like a lot, but it's not. I feel like Bitcoin is even more profitable than Ethereum. Not sure why, but it just my at least my scouts say that.
I personally had better luck with Ethereum, but Bitcoin's not bad. I mean, I do like playing Bitcoin. The only time I really look for my alts is whenever Bitcoin's going sideways.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because then there's not much action, not much
Exactly.
volatility. But Matic has been moving a lot, like up and down, so that's why I left Bitcoin for a bit, but I still short Bitcoin. Bitcoin, you crazy ass.
There's no losing for me. I'll play it up and down, but I prefer go down because I wanna fill my spot bags.
Oh yeah.
Right here.
Hold on, I'll go all. Let's go.
All in. Oh my god.
Holy shit, Bitcoin. Oh, look at that.
What
Oh.
the fuck?
Didn't hold the support.
Wow, wow, wow.
Day one bear market.
Who said that?
That sounded like tame.
That did sound like tame.
Oh yeah, that's us who said that. Oh, wait, it is him.
Alright, time to change YouTube thumbnail. Today's day one bear market. Nah, like I saw earlier on Bybit, God, these fucking guys are throwing millions into shorting Bitcoin on Bybit.
So they're about to get wrecked, right?
Unless
Unless they take profits right here, because
they're
it
gonna
looks like
take profits before the funding fees.
because I'm seeing big buys come in right now.
Yeah, they're starting to take profits before funding fees, probably. It's crazy though, right? You saw that big drop. Like they were adding to their shorts near the bottom, trying to liquidate these longs, but there's only so much further they can push. Bitcoin lights that 22K a lot. We'll see if they can keep pushing it though. They were adding one of them earlier today. Well, yesterday, early on, he tried to add 5 million to a short. Within 20 seconds, he was liquidate because we had a $300 to $400 push up on Bitcoin. He was completely over leveraged on that $5 million short for Bitcoin.
To its own. I'll be right back.
Congrats to the shorts. That probably felt really good.
Looks like some support here at 21,900. Yeah, I just said it like 30 minutes ago with 21,900. That's crazy.
The 200 EMA on the daily.
Is that that number?
Basically 21.8.
Okay, cool.
At this point, most traders would prefer us to wick down and finish off these liquidations before they even want to get in. Some are jumping in early though. Completely understand why.
This is a lower low on a 4-hour time frame. The local. And even lower than what date was that? Hold on. 2nd March. Holy shit. We wicked below 2nd March.
Tame, I know you're big on to the EMA, Golden Cross, and Death Crosses. What do you think? I mean, looks like we're rolling over on all these up to the 4 hours so far.
What do you mean by that?
I just mean that we might be losing that bullish momentum. I was just curious on your thoughts about it.
We've been under that 200 EMA for a while now. For like let's see. So Bitcoin was under that 200 EMA for about 312 days. And then recently we've been above it for only about 51 days. So it's in this early choppiness, but I think we're holding still. It's okay to retest it and go under the 200 EMA. Ideally, people take profits way above 200 EMA. They buy way under 200 EMA.
You're looking at the daily, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking at a daily. And then if you switch it over to the weekly, right now we are under that weekly 200 EMA. We've been under the weekly 200 EMA. We only wicked above it a few candles, and those are some liquidations. But we've been in this range for about 266 days. where we kind of been trading under that 200 EMA. So people are getting used to it. Eventually, we'll break up. I mean, price has come down about 76% from that top on Bitcoin. And for most of its time, like Bitcoin was above that 200 EMA. But as we had the price action come back down towards where we are now, that EMA changed as well. But yeah, we're under that 200 EMA now. Could be a nice little bounce here for some of the alts. We're already getting away from liquidations. We are getting away from liquidations here. I drew the green blocks, by the way. I already put it in the charts channel. Probably not going to be trading Shiba Inu anymore after data came out that is linked to Alameda. That's going to be an interesting one.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
I put it in Discord this morning.
I'll check that out. It's also funny because I think this morning they also announced about their Shibarium. I think they gave a date.
Yeah. Man, if Elon wanted to tweet about Doge right now or after we clear these liquidations on the longs, would be like the optimal time. I'm no expert though on Elon tweets. He's a man that can choose himself, but look how fast we came back up to 22,000. So it shows people were willing to buy. They just wanted to wait until the sell pressure came, and then they put their orders in. That's why I tell people there's an invisible order book. You don't see it. The API, when it hits the price, then it'll put their order in. If it doesn't fill instantly, it cancels. But you don't see those orders. They're in API. That's why we usually get those big wicks down. After wicks down, we get wicks up. They want to wait until the sales come in and then they buy it. Market makers are good for that because if their goal is to get a cheap price after liquidations, but they need those liquidations first, they can't have the order in the order book. Like they can't have their order at 22,000 Bitcoin. They have to wait until it comes out and slips under, and then the API throws the orders in there. So there's actually more way more buys than you guys see. Just hidden though.
It still has to go through the order book though after it goes to the API. Sometimes, I mean, you can't, it's so quick that you can't react to it, but it does happen.
Yeah, but it's not sitting in an order book for weeks for you to be mapping it out.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's going to
Sometimes
happen in
not
like a
even
millisecond,
yeah.
and you're not going to be able to see it.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to see a giant wick coming. You're like, oh, there's no orders in the order book. Support this. I'm scared as fuck. And then boom, 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 boom. They just fill
But
it
after,
up.
yeah. But after it happens, you can see it, and in the trade book too, the trade history after it happens and everything.
Do you see canceled orders on the trade history?
I don't know what happened, but sorry to cut you off. I don't know what happened, but my book map just shows nothing. Probably book map glitching.
Did you refresh it?
Well, check my stream. It's funny. It literally shows nothing for 5 minutes there.
No, just refresh it. Close it off, reopen.
Well, why would I do that?
Okay, I don't want to explain the IT part to you. It could have filled your RAM cache. You don't know. Could be a network error.
I wasn't even in front of the computer. I don't know, but it depends on the zoom
Just
level.
refresh it. It might work.
No, I'll lose my data if I do that. I'll get price history data, not real-time data. It's not the same data. That would be a mistake in this case. Like, when you zoom out like this, there's no hole, right? Like here you can see it dumped, it pumped. But like if you want to zoom in to here, usually when you zoom in anywhere, you got some orders. Like here, something happened. But if I zoom in there, it's like nothing happened. Which might be the case. Maybe no one transacted there for 5 minutes.
Okay, you might be right. You might be onto something.
What platform is that?
No, it's my trading view that glitches. I agree with that. It's just that it's odd. I've never seen this.
And you have enough RAM and everything?
Well, I use this thing all the time. I've never seen this.
Okay.
Like what the hell is this? There's data missing.
They could be updating.
And it didn't last long, I'm talking about how much time is this? I'm talking about 6 seconds. But that's huge. Who knows what happened here?
Liquidations.
Yeah. There's literally 6 seconds of data missing right at the bottom here. If in theory it means nothing happened.
Okay. Yeah, some traders are gonna wait until we come through these liquidations to get in. Some will get in early. Hopefully, wherever you get in, no matter where you get in, your liquidation price is low as fuck. We have a lot of bad news that came in this week for crypto. In the coming months, we also have some good news, like what Grayscale's trying, but it's you never want to over leverage, no matter where you get in, because you don't know when we're gonna have that big 8%, 10% dip. A big drop would devastate a lot of portfolios. Funding fee is still positive for Doge. We've been downtrending for like days. Funding fee is still positive.
Well, maybe I had no internet for a few seconds there. The timing is impeccable.
Doesn't matter. Why isn't it on their servers though?
Well, the timing is so perfect. 6:40.
Well, I find when you get huge inflows of data, if your internet connection is not great, you lose it fast.
Hey, Tame, where did you say you put that news about the SHIB?
I think I put it in announcements.
I didn't see it. Let me go back.
You guys got to be careful entering in areas like this though, but it could be worthwhile, like if you're doing like a swing trade. If you're trying to do like a short scalp on like maximum leverage and price drops 1%, you'll be liquidate. Don't do it. That's gambling, not trading.
Sorry, Tame, I didn't see it. What's going on with Shiba Inu? Is it something you don't want to get?
Go to announcements. Just scroll up like 3 posts. You'll see it in there. Just scroll up 3 posts. You'll see it.
Okay, thanks.
You forgot to make a new low again. Is my chart stuck? No, it's not. Oh, okay, Bitcoin you can dump on your own. Any coin that dumped more than Bitcoin? I think that made like a really new low. Because yeah, Solana made a new low, but I don't like where it is. Blur, for example, didn't make a new low. Cardano didn't. I'm looking for something to long before going to sleep. Maybe Gala? No. How about Matic? No, it's even pretty far. And on the other hand, there's really nothing to long because this is just a single down move.
V-Chain took a pretty good hit.
What's the ticker?
VET, VeChain.
Yeah, but same thing, single down move. But at this point, take out 2214. Yeah, stop out people who got their stop losses there. Would be my guess. But it's gonna give. We'll have a sign of strength somewhere. But yeah, thanks. That one made a new low.
VeChain's also part of my long-term bag. It's actually got a real-world use case. It's a layer one that already has big things going on with like supply chain management.
Yeah, well, it's now retraced half of its pump. Its whole pump.
I just want to say
that far anymore.
I just want to say for the people out there asking how low things can go when we're already near bottoms, don't worry about that mindset. You're gonna get wrecked. Worry about how far we're gonna go up from the bottoms, and then try to measure even the potential, like the lowest of low it could go, and then measure the highest of high it could go. I promise, the highest of high is gonna be a lot better at this range than the lowest of low. Like the lowest Doge can go here is 0, and that would be about a 7.2 cents move. The highest it can go back to all-time high would be over a 60-cent move. Quit squabbling over pennies and don't over leverage. You'll be fine.
But just the same, if we're sitting here watching the charts all day, don't you want to get the best price?
You don't want to watch it go to a near bottom. You try to get that best price and then it fucking runs.
I'm not saying
Especially after you've been watching it all day long.
Yeah, I'm not saying don't DCA into it. I'm just saying, I mean, it's obvious we're curling down here, right?
We've already curled down. It already happened. This is another local bottom down here. We've already curled down. Like right here, people that thought we were gonna go lower at this spot back here at 7.2, they missed out, and then we ran up for hours.
Right, so you DC all the way down roughly to about 15.5, right? And then you started slowly taking profits on the way up. You buy and you sell. At least on your spot bags.
I know, but if they're worrying about it going like a fraction of a cent cheaper or so before big catalysts are coming, it's not going to be good for trading.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Well, at this point, everybody's selling expecting 15K,
Like, if they don't already have their orders down there, like at bottom liquidations, and they're trying to wait until we go there, I understand that. I mean, they have time. Everybody's more than free to do what they want to with their time. I'm just saying that I think it has potential room to go up. It has more room to double than it does of dropping by half. Things like Ethereum W have more room to double than they have of dropping by half.
I agree that if you buy pretty much anything here that has good fundamentals and all that, I mean, you have way more upside than downside for sure. At least on spot, if you're not doing your 200x strategy.
Yeah, even spot. Like spot's Spot's not the worst idea when you have this high volatility and you don't know what to do as a trader. Because I've seen some people, they tell me, hey, Tame, I just lost my whole bag. I went in on a green block. I'm like, what was your liquidation? They're like, if those dropped by 1 cent, I would have been liquidate. Like, what? So some people, they go in on a green block, but their problem is the green blocks are not entries. And then 2, they use the maximum leverage. And the price moves 1%, they get liquidated. I can't fathom using that much leverage with your whole margin. It doesn't work out. Even if the charts are lined up completely in your favor, one small drop before a run, and you're gone.
Well, that's the problem with playing the altcoins is Bitcoin, it can take a massive shit. Doesn't matter how perfect your setup is on an altcoin, right?
Or sometimes they'll get greedy. They'll short Matic because they think Bitcoin is going to drop. And then Matic will run 3-4%. And they're using like Matt's leverage, hoping to get rich quick.
That's a new high for ETH BTC. Yeah.
Like when Matic ran to $1.50 and they were shorting it on Matt's leverage with their whole bag. Or some people even like using 20 times. They did not expect that 5% up, 10% up. Get wrecked.
ETH BTC is really interesting here because it's at an angular from its existence. This is like the natural up move of ETH since 2013, and it's hanging to that crazy run it's in since 2013. This purple line here, like it's literally, it's the multi-bull market ETH growth line. Well, since 2015. Damn, I was expecting it to break this, to be honest, because I sold all my ETH. But the thing is doing pretty good.
So I would have to research that digital bits, that XDB a little bit more, MKN. Definitely research it because for their coin to go from like $1 to under 0.002, supply had to increase. Circulating supply right now on that coin is over 3 billion. And that's only a fraction of circulating supply. Maximum supply is 20 billion. So I can see why that coin had a long downtrend since November. Also, just because it goes on METC doesn't mean it will pump. That coin has been around for a while, and they've been slowly increasing supply. So, not a good recipe.
Sell your ETH, buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, I bet you didn't research it at all before you bought into it, MKN. One look at the chart, one look at the supply increasing. You'd have been like, holy fuck, no. You can't have a token increasing supply by like 90% and expect the price to go up. Probably gonna fucking drop down, bleed down. The fuck? Looks like garbage. And it's been on KuCoin for a while.
What looks like garbage?
That chart XDV, because it looks like they've been increasing supply. Of the
I don't know
what. It went from like 85 cents to 0.002.
Oh, shit.
It's getting listed on METC pretty soon, but this token, the supply increased drastically. Has me concerned.
Well,
but
my
it's
bottom
very
price
volatile.
of
Like
BTC.
it goes up and down like 7%.
Oh, let me put this. My buying price for BTC was 21.8, and we hit it. So we'll see if I'm wrong again.
Bitcoin's already reclaimed that 22,000 American dollar support, by the way, YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, did you see? I responded to your tweet when you were like, "Are we going up to?"
Yeah, but you put a different number.
Which no, you put which comes first, 30 or 19? I said 21.8.
I know, but yeah, it's easier to get a number in between. But
No, I don't think we'll go below that. That's what I was saying. Like we're going to rebound. We should
we
rebound
can get there. We can get there.
So if we go to 19, then
if you knew what we knew, you would be scared as fuck to even trade right now on margin.
True story. Because I sure am not following Well, I've been following as much as I can. It's just too much going on. All these news, the earthquake. There's more shit going on. My ears are ringing all day long. I gotta get an MRI to make sure it's not a tumor. Some kinds of shit. So
hopefully it's not a tumor. But
yeah,
but there's so many bad things happening in crypto right now. Like Silvergate went under.
Yeah.
Coinbase was having issues on their maintenance, and last time we were dumping and pumping, Coinbase technical issues. Robinhood's one of the largest holders of Doge. There's a claim coming out that Alameda was the creator of Shiba Inu up here too, with a lot of evidence linked to wallets. So that was very interesting. I put it in announcements if you want to read that. And it was directly related to the founder of Shiba Inu, and the wallet's name was Alameda back in 2020. And they linked the wallets back to all the initial deposits and everything, the mintings. Regulations trying to get banks and crypto firms are fighting again. Grayscale is trying to sue the SEC though, so they could bring billions of dollars more into crypto. That's the only bullish thing that we have in the tax returns.
Yeah.
So we have all this bearish news. Usually when you get a lot of bearish news, it can present buying opportunities. But another bullish thing that happened, Jim Cramer is bearish again on crypto. So
that's definitely. Yeah.
Oh, did he block me on Twitter? No. He says, Jim Cramer says he knows people who can't bear not being invested in Chinese equities. But remember that investing in a country your nation is at war with, even if it is a cold one, has been a very dicey game. He also says, how long will crypto continue to trade with the NASDAQ and not with Silvergate? The oblivious nirvana of crypto is always charming and quaint until it isn't. I mean, it's not going to trade with Silvergate because Silvergate's just a bank that did banking. It's not like Silvergate took their money. Like these exchanges put their money from their bank to another bank. This stuff was FDIC secured.
Yeah, the ringing in my ears won't stop, dude. It's been like 10 days. And then, like, I lost hearing on my left ear. It's like, what the fuck? Hopefully, it's because it's from some allergies and some food buildup.
Did you clean out your ears really good?
I did after that, yeah. And then even Doc was like, well, you shouldn't really use, Q-tip. I'm like, I never use Q-tip. I always wash my ear with, like, shampoo and then wash it off and dry it off. But I had to wash it, clean it with hydrogen peroxide and water mix. And if anybody wants to do it, yeah, it's one part.
Hydrogen peroxide is bad for your ears.
No, so that's how we clean the soldier's ears, but you have to do one part for 3 parts.
That's why I'm not in the fucking army. Those guys don't know shit about the body.
They don't know, dude.
Your body will be crippled by the time you're 40 in the army.
No, we only do that when the soldiers come and say, I can't hear. So we clean their ears and we have to do it. You have to mix it right. Because if you put solid hydrogen peroxide in there, yeah, you can damage the eardrum and everything.
Man, they just try to save money. That 99 cents hydrogen peroxide with a distilled water. I know what they're doing. I'm privy
Oh,
to
no,
it.
no, we got, dude, I took fair share of like sand turning to rock in those poor soldiers' ears. But that just tells me they never wash their ears. You gotta wash your ears when you wash your hair. Just put that shampoo in there and just put your pinky and swish it around. You're supposed to have a little bit of wax in there to protect you from anything else, so nothing else can go in. So you're not supposed to like squeak clean your ears ever. But yeah. Well, you know what's funny? The doc was like, okay, if they put me on steroids, like really heavy ones, I gotta take 5 a day. And then he called me and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna put an MRI to make sure it's not a tumor. Because I had a few other things going on with it. I was like, okay. Because my lymph nodes on my throat is swollen. I've always had problems with my voice. Remember, people used to clown me. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking sick. Something is wrong. But I stopped.
Do
I
you
was
keep
like,
your
fuck y'all.
tonsils clean? Like, do you clean those every day?
If you're talking about mouthwash, that's about all you can do to clean your tonsils.
I clean mine. I
Or,
have to clean mine, or I get rice in there.
or you can do apple cider vinegar. That cleans it okay. There's not much you can do but swish around with some antibacterial mouthwash.
No, you got the water pick. It sprays water in there.
Oh my god.
You put
You got good gag reflex, huh?
You put distilled water in there. Well, you gargle salt water first so you don't gag as much. And then if you're gagging, it's good because it's opening up. You're cleaning it better.
Yeah.
I can make a YouTube
Or
live
you
video
could
about
just
it.
use a damn antibacterial mouthwash and gargle. Well, when you gargle, you're supposed to try to say the alphabet so your tonsils move out of the way. But so it can go in the back.
I'll try
I
that
have a
next
water
time.
pick. I do have water pick for my teeth, and
Yeah, use that instead of
because
floss.
I have an implant. Sometimes I get impacted in my teeth, implanted. So I do like on my water pick. I put vinegar in there, and again, you mix it. You just put a little bit of vinegar. I put literally like distilled white vinegar, and that works like a charm. Anytime I get a tooth pain because food is jammed in the pocket, people that has pockets in their gums because of implants, that works great. Dude, don't trust army medics. We are the doctors. I'm the one who put people's legs back together, stitch their bullet wounds and shrapnel wounds together, and package their asses up. I'm better on that than I am without something else, other things.
Who wants an
Yeah,
Elon tweet at this levels? I think an Elon tweet at this level would be astronomical.
feelings are hurt right now with all this fucking dump, though. Hopefully, we're getting ready for the April pump.
Like if Elon tweets here, Doge could fucking run. Because we're so oversold on multiple areas. Someone says, am I in position? I'm in a Doge scalp. I entered a Doge scalp recently.
So did I. I'm in there.
Still got an ETH
I'm in there.
Trying to hold that ETHW until the Binance listing for ETHW. I mean, I could hold this for like 2 years, 3 years.
Mm. The fucking idiots. There was a child that they put the child with the dead. They thought the child was dead. And then they realized the child wasn't fucking dead. It was just, I don't know. Just this earthquake just really pissed me off.
They also said a Capitol Police was dead, but he wasn't really dead. A man's in prison because of that. But the officer's walking around. So, if you know anything about double jeopardy, can't be charged if the man's dead. Am I right?
I guess. Yeah, I'm watching that too.
How shitty of human beings they have to be, like, say the man's dead. When he's, like, walking around, they have video footage of that shit.
Unfortunately, we get a lot of fake fucking news from all sides.
We had a bunch of terrorists down in Atlanta. Did you see news on that?
Why do you call them terrorists?
Well, they walked up with the fire. They walked up with rocks that destroyed the police building.
Yeah.
There's like over 100 motherfuckers walking in there. I mean, that's not protesting.
Yeah, but if you look at what the local government said, it's just protesting time.
Yeah, that's why that Atlanta also has like over 200 buildings with their windows and shit smashed out too.
Oh, I know.
Atlanta's garbage.
Crazy how that works, huh?
I went there. Everybody in the car had a gun. We were fucking prepared. Not going back there again. But you guys should all watch that video about that Atlanta. Even the news are calling them protesters. Fucking fake news. Watch that video so you know how to handle yourself when the world's ending at end of times if there's chaotic.
Who are you talking about?
You're going to be facing groups of raiders in that size. So you're going to need fully automatic weapons.
They will